Chapter 1. Foreword. Chapter text foreword. Skip this chapter if you don't care about the story's background, trigger warnings, disclaimers, or my feelings. You can always come back to it later too if you just want to get to the reading. I originally had a longer introduction, but I felt it was holding people back from getting to the story. This has been my first attempt at HP fan fiction. I have been reading since around 2013, though I grew up with the books, and I have one signed copy from JKR and another from Mary Grand Pré, the cover art illustrator. I started writing this fic when I got laid off from my job at the beginning of 2021 due to COVID cutbacks, and I'm really enjoying the writing. Leave me comments, please. It helps the creative process, and I love to hear from people. If it's a question about my process or something that isn't directly answered in the story, I'll do my best to respond to it. The story is posted on Fanfiction and archaic. I prefer AL3 for writing because it has more features. I prefer FFN for reading because it has a better phone app. Currently, I have outlines for the remaining years, and the tentative titles are The Guise of Loyalty, The Guise of Power, The Guise of Darkness, TBD, the discarded guise trigger warnings for this book. Child abuse, human trafficking, death of adults, implied death of children, death of animals, adverse conditional training of animals, blood, violence, drinking, discussion of drug use. Most of these are one-time occurrences. I plan on making multiple stories for each year of Harry's education, so I can give this one a T rating and possibly up that rating in later years. Languages will be formatted like this. Section Parseltown section, made up sign language. Chapter 2. Revelations. Chapter text at number 4 Privet Drive. There lived a family of 3. Vernon Dursley, his wife Petunia, and their son Dudley. Vernon had a good job which allowed his wife to stay at home and take care of their son. If one spent even a tiny amount of time around their child, they would be able to tell he was spoiled rotten. However, to the Dursleys, that notion was considered a virtue, a pleasing sign that their life was one of affluence where they were permitted to engage in such behavior. People didn't see that there were not 3, but 4 people living at number 4 Privet Drive. A boy, younger than Dudley, had been living there for years, unseen by anyone except the 3 that the world knew. He seemed to just fade into the background wherever he was. The only distinctive feature about him was a scar on his forehead above his right eye in the shape of a lightning bolt, obscured by his messy black hair most of the time. One of the boy's first memories was being taught to pull weeds from the garden. His Aunt Petunia brought him to her rose bushes and showed him the smaller plants that didn't belong there, ordering him to use his fingers to pull them out. He needed to be extra careful because they grew around flower bushes with thorns, and he wouldn't get any treatment when he got cut. He was told by Aunt Petunia to clean any surface on which he could see the dust and make sure to wash his cleaning cloth off when it was dirty. He learned to keep his rag in a special spot in his room so it wouldn't be damaged. He remembered one time he tore the piece of fabric, and Aunt Petunia yelled at him about being a waste of space before giving him another. The boy's Uncle Vernon would have him fetch things, food and drinks from the fridge, his keys, the remote for the TV, and anything else he could think of. "Anytime, boy," was shouted. The green-eyed child knew to get to Uncle Vernon as quickly as possible. Petunia and Vernon's son Dudley had no chores. He ran around doing whatever came to his mind, which predominantly involved making the younger boy's life more difficult or painful. Dudley enjoyed it when the younger boy was given more work or was disciplined because of something he did. Once he discovered this, his behavior became even more outrageous and mischievous to see what would get blamed on the younger boy. Tracking mud into the house from the garden, sprinkling dirt on areas the boy had just cleaned, ambushing the boy with abrasive shoves to the wall or floor, planting tacks and thorns upon his bed sheets, or repeatedly sprinting up and down the stairs with his massive weight as the boy desperately tried to return to sleep in the room below. The young boy's misery was a hobby to the spoilt, chubby boy when he absolutely relished in. The boy had no friends, only a routine: weed the garden, dust the furniture, stand still while Dudley hit him. When he was younger, he may have cried from this treatment. However, as he grew, he saw that his crying brought no sympathy from those around him, only more ire. He had nothing to compare his treatment to, no bright memories to contrast the darkness. As far as he knew, this was his life, and it would continue this way forever. That was one of the boy's most important jobs, not to be seen by anyone. He knew the schedule of the postman and was never out in the front garden when the post was delivered. He knew that when someone knocked on the door, he was to hide in his room. He knew when they had company over, he was to not make a sound. On Dudley's 6th birthday, he had a big party in the backyard. All his friends came over. Uncle Vernon banished and locked the boy in his room, told him to make no noise and pretend like you don't exist. Once the party was over, Aunt Petunia brought him to the backyard and ordered him to clean up. While picking up the paper plates, he got some white liquid on his fingers. It was sticky, and Aunt Petunia wouldn't wash his clothes for another week, so he put his fingers in his mouth. It was sweet, like milk, but slightly thicker. He could smell the flavor as he licked it from his fingers. It stayed in his mouth instead of being washed away like milk. He savored the silky sweetness, then sampled some dark crumbs from another plate. They were different from the white liquid. The taste of the dark crumb lingered on the roof and back of his mouth, while the liquid soaked into his tongue, and he could smell it as he tasted it. The boy's eyes widened as he had an idea. He pushed some crumbs into the white liquid until they were soggy, and then put all of it in his mouth. The combination made his eyes widen. It managed to coat his entire mouth, and his sense of taste and smell were completely lit up. He was just pushing more of the soggy sweetness together when a woman burst into the backyard through the side gate, looked around, and locked eyes with the small boy. They stared at each other for a moment that seemed to stretch out forever until the boy regained his senses and ran under a table. "And who might you be?" she asked while lifting the tablecloth, rendering his hiding completely ineffective. He looked at the ground without speaking. A moment later, Aunt Petunia came running out into the backyard and exclaimed, "Karen, what are you doing back here?" "Piers left one of his toys, and I ran into this young man. He seems afraid of me," she responded. Aunt Petunia's brow furrowed for a moment before she adopted the friendly face and voice she used when speaking to Dudley. "This is Harry, Dudley's younger cousin. We have had to take care of him since his parents died." Turning to the boy, she said sweetly, "Harry, please go to your room." The boy was confused who was Harry. Aunt Petunia had clearly spoken to him, so he did as he was told. As he went inside, he could hear Aunt Petunia continue to speak with the woman for a while. Sometime later, Aunt Petunia opened the door to his room and glared at him. "You were seen. You have 10 minutes to finish cleaning up the yard. Then get back in your cupboard until your uncle and Dudders come back from the shops. After that, we need to talk." With that, his aunt closed and locked the door. The boy rushed to clean up the garden, not taking the time he did before to sample any of the leftover food. He climbed back into his room, curled up on his cot, and tried to commit to memory the silky taste of the white liquid, the sweet crumb, and the soggy combination of the two, not knowing if he would ever get to have anything that delicious again. As he lay there, he heard his aunt lock his room from the outside. A few hours later, Uncle Vernon and Dudley arrived home. Dudley ran by the vent in the door, arms full of toy boxes. Aunt Petunia whispered something to Uncle Vernon before they both went upstairs. The boy could hear them talking for a minute before the bellows of Uncle Vernon began to rattle the walls. After nearly an hour, Uncle Vernon stampeded downstairs like a herd of elephants, nearly tearing off the door to the boy's room, and yanked him out by his shirt, tossing him onto a chair in the living room. "You were seen," bellowed Uncle Vernon in a voice that was as loud as possible without the neighbors hearing him. The child instinctively curled up in a small ball to protect himself. "I'm sorry, I didn't hear her coming." Aunt Petunia pushed Uncle Vernon back. "There's nothing the boy can do about it now." Turning to the child, she added, "We need to explain a few things to you. Be silent and listen." The boy nodded. He was frozen in place. Crying wouldn't help, so he choked back his tears. His mind was racing, but his body wouldn't move, so he waited, unblinking for whatever came next. Dudley was watching the scene unfold in the living room from the kitchen, holding a block of the sweet brown crumbs in his hands. Some of it was smeared around his face. Seeing that much in one place made the boy's mind wander and think of the taste again. Aunt Petunia stood near the window, looking outside in contemplation before turning to her nephew. Do you know how the post is delivered? That's how we got you. You were delivered to us in the middle of the night with a letter explaining who you were. My sister was your mother. She was a freak and did unnatural things. She left my family when she was a child and went to live with other freaks. When she was older, she married yet another freak, and they had you. But then they died, and the other freaks sent you to us like you were a letter in the post. The boy was quiet for a while, seemingly analyzing everything that he had just heard about himself and the family that he had never met. He didn't feel sad because he didn't have any connection to the people her aunt talked about, but he was curious and asked, "How did they die?" Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon exchanged a silent look before Uncle Vernon spoke up. "They died in a car crash. Your father drank too much alcohol and got them killed," Uncle Vernon sneered. "And that's where the cut on your head comes from. That scar is from the accident." Aunt Petunia added, "He had parents. Like Dudley had Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, but they died. The goldfish Dudley got last year for his birthday died too. Dudley dropped it and it died on the kitchen floor. The fish never came back either. In the garden you called me Harry," the green-eyed child said, confused. Uncle Vernon responded, "Are you stupid? Harry is your name." "Like Dudley." "No, Dudley is our son," Aunt Petunia snapped. "My name is Petunia, his name is Vernon." Uncle Vernon added, "You are just Harry." His aunt walked over from where she was standing at the window and sat down next to her husband. "In the garden, Karen asked me some questions about you. We need to make some changes. After the summer, Dudley will start primary school. Because you were seen, you will start preschool. When you are at school, you will not mention anything about this house. You will go to school, come home, do your chores, and go to sleep." His mind was spinning. He had a name. He had always been just boy or freak or you. Now he was Harry, just Harry. Aunt Petunia interrupted his thoughts and barked, "Do you understand?" Harry didn't understand, but he nodded his head anyway. The morning after Dudley's birthday, Harry's sleep was shattered by his aunt pounding on the door to his room. "Up now," she yelled. "You're going to learn how to make breakfast." It was chilly and dark, but Harry jumped up immediately, his heart pounding. He dressed in some of his warmer hand-me-down clothes and hurried out of his room. In the kitchen, Aunt Petunia showed him some of the things that he had eaten for breakfast before and told him what the labels on the packages said. Toast, eggs, bacon, jam, salt, pepper, sausages, baked beans, tomatoes, coffee, and tea. He could already read a little from some of the packages of soil and cleaning products he had used before. He watched his aunt's every movement carefully. After she'd finished making breakfast, they all ate together before the two of them practiced more. His aunt had him start by cracking eggs and using the can opener on the beans. He cut himself a little on the edge of the can lid, but his aunt didn't see, and it stopped bleeding very quickly like it was never there. The two of them made a full English breakfast 3 more times, with Harry's aunt doing all the work at the stove and Harry doing the prep work. Dudley stayed for the first time they worked, pounding on the table to be served. Harry got to eat a little of the last breakfast they had made for his lunch. He was then taken out to the backyard shed where the watering can, soil, and fertilizer bags were stored. He was given gloves that he could fit both hands inside with ease, clippers, and a trowel to help dig for weeds. Aunt Petunia sat in a chair on the lawn, pointing out all the places he missed while he worked. She didn't seem to care that all of these places were just in areas he hadn't done yet, so he hadn't really missed them. Later in the afternoon, Harry started to head inside to avoid the postman. His aunt grabbed his arm harshly to stop him and told him that they were going to meet the postman today. His aunt sneered and ordered him to be extra polite. A red truck rolled up to their house, and a strong-looking man with a square jaw climbed out. He slung a large bag over his shoulder and began to walk up the path. His aunt waved to him and he came straight to her. "Charlie, how are you doing today? I want you to meet my nephew, my sister's kid," she said. Charlie responded with a wink. "Sister, I clearly remember asking you if you had a sister back when you were engaged to Vernon. I guess you were hiding her from me." Petunia blushed and smiled for a moment before adopting a frown and saying she was estranged and living in the Scottish Highlands with some people who don't even use electricity. Charlie looked surprised. "You've got to be kidding me." Petunia shook her head. "I'm serious." Somewhere in the North Sea, a shaggy dog in a dark room sneezed. "Where is she now?" Charlie asked. "Sadly, she passed away." Petunia added a sad tone to her voice and deepened the frown. She and her husband had been celebrating something and had a little too much to drink and crashed the car. Harry here survived with but a scar on his forehead. Charlie looked down at Harry sympathetically. Well, he's lucky that he has you to take him in. Petunia nodded and gave a small glare down at Harry. Thank you for the post, Charlie. I'm showing Harry around the garden. You'll see him from time to time and can pass the post directly to him if you do. Sounds good, replied Charlie. Good to meet you, little man. Look after your aunt for me. He reached down to ruffle Harry's hair, but Harry jumped back. Sorry, he's been a bit skittish. He doesn't come out of the house much, said Petunia added, rather hastily. Charlie gave Harry an inquisitive look, handed the post to Petunia, and waved goodbye as he drove off. Aunt Petunia looked down at him, and a look of fear crossed her face. Harry looked down at his feet and saw that the grass was up to his knees around his feet, in the spot he had jumped back to, but nowhere else. His aunt said with a very worried tone, "Come with me right now to get the push mower. We need to get rid of this before your uncle gets home." As they walked around to the backyard shed, he heard his aunt muttering, "Freak." For the next week, his aunt banged on his door to wake him before the sun came up so they could make breakfast together. He enjoyed spending this time with his aunt when she wasn't yelling or scolding him. The change made him happy to get up in the morning. One day, Petunia spoke to him before bedtime. "You know enough to make breakfast for us on your own now. I am putting a schedule on the fridge of what to make each day of the week." She pointed to the chart on the fridge, going over the days until he could read each one. It was like a game. When he could say them all, she pulled a small digital watch out of her pocket that had a broken band. Dudley had received it for his last birthday and proceeded to destroy it within a day. The face of the watch still functioned, and the band that remained had the metal buckle on it. Aunt Petunia took him over to his room, reached inside, pushed a thumbtack into the far wall to the side of his cot, and then hung the watch from it. The time on the watch face was upside down as a result. "I've set the alarm for 5:30 in the morning. When it goes off, you need to get up, go to the bathroom, wash up, and make breakfast. If you finish making breakfast before Vernon is up for work, make yourself some beans and toast to eat. If your uncle is already downstairs, start on your other chores and make your own breakfast after he is gone. The alarm will go off every morning." Harry just nodded. That night when he went to bed, he looked at the clock on his wall. The seconds crept by, and the minutes crawled by even slower. Before he had the watch, when he was in his room, he was alone with his thoughts, but now every moment was measured, and every minute felt like an eternity. He felt the need to push the button on the side and see the soft blue glow light up his room to see how much time had passed since the last time he looked. It was maddening. Harry slowly pulled his blanket over his head and placed more clothes under his pillow and tried to go to sleep. Before the watch, his days were routine. Harry would move from one task to the next seamlessly. His days passed easily from one thing to the next. One time he was allowed to go to a park near the house in the evening with Dudley. He had to stay in the car until the end, but when the other children left, he was allowed to go down the slide. Once. That's how he used to move between his routine, like that slide. Now there was a constraint. Now there was a schedule. Now he felt rushed. By 6:20 breakfast needed to be ready. Any later and he wouldn't eat his breakfast until 9. Sometimes it would be later if Dudley refused to eat because it wasn't right in some way, so Harry would be forced to make it again. Fortunately, that didn't happen often, for as much as Dudley liked to torment Harry, he liked stuffing his face more. At 10, he needed to be outside so he wouldn't disturb his aunt while she was watching her soaps on the TV. He used that time to garden in the backyard. At 12, he needed to make sandwiches for Dudley and his aunt. From 2 to 3, he needed to be outside in the garden to receive the post and be nice to Charlie. Charlie was always nice to him and gave him a big smile when delivering the post. Eventually, Harry didn't flinch when he tried to ruffle his hair. It felt nice when he did it. Any time that wasn't scheduled, he needed to be cleaning inside, in the backyard, or in his room. After 5, Harry needed to be in his room until his uncle finished his dinner and went to watch TV. Then Harry could enter the kitchen to eat his dinner. The watch was horrible. Halfway through the summer, another element of misery was added to Harry's day. While working in the front garden, Dudley showed up with 2 of his friends. A tall, lanky boy pointed to Harry. "Is that the kid my mom was talking about?" "Yeah, that's the freak," Dudley replied. "Hey, freak, do you like digging in the mud?" Hoping to find your family down there, the third kid chimed in. Harry didn't know what to say, so he continued to pull weeds. The lanky kid picked up a rock. Freak, we're talking to you. He threw the rock, striking Harry in the shoulder. With his shoulder pounding and heart throbbing, Harry ran into the house to his aunt and hid down by her feet as she was watching TV. Dudley and his friends are throwing rocks at me. Harry croaked out. Surprised, his aunt responded, That doesn't sound like my Dudders. She picked Harry up by the shirt and pulled him outside to find Dudley and his friends still there. Harry hid behind his aunt. Dudley, did you throw rocks at Harry? Dudley yelled. I didn't do it, I swear. Harry mumbled. It was the skinny kid. Piers gasped with indignation. I most certainly didn't, ma'am. We were just trying to talk to the freak. He refused to even look at us before running to you. His aunt glared down at Harry. Don't ever lie to me about my Dudders again. She spun on her heel and walked back in without giving him a second glance. The third kid chuckled. Heh heh, Dudders. He handed Dudley another rock. Dudley's face was red. Don't call me Dudders. He threw the rock at Harry as hard as he could. It hit Harry right in the throat, sending him gasping to the ground. The three kids laughed at Harry before walking away. Harry lay on the grass in pain. His shoulder still hurt from the first rock, and now it also hurt to breathe too. He'd thought his aunt would protect him from someone who wasn't Dudley. He had instinctively run to her and hid behind her, but she hadn't protected him. She wouldn't stand in front of him if he were being attacked. His aunt had never protected him from anything else, yet he still felt betrayed. If his aunt, his family, wouldn't protect him, no other adult would either. He was on his own. Now, he had an element of chaos added to his day. He needed to be on alert when he was outside to make sure he didn't run into Dudley and his friends when there wasn't someone watching. Towards the end of the summer, Uncle Vernon came home from work, one night annoyed with something that happened during the day. He ranted at dinner about young people who should know their place, about how getting to the top took years of hard work, not a fancy degree and a nice suit. And we've got this little lying freak here at home, wasting our money and making our lives difficult at every turn. Harry kept his eyes on his plate. Drawing more attention to himself was never a good idea. Vernon smiled nastily. And in just a few weeks, he's going to go off to school looking like some damn hippie. It's about time he got a haircut. Boy, take your chair to the bathroom and sit there. You're getting a haircut right now. Eyes full of fear, Harry dragged his usual chair from the kitchen to the bathroom and sat in it, eyes on the door. He could hear every step of his uncle's lumbering march upstairs and back down to where he was sitting in the bathroom by the kitchen. He entered with a beard trimmer, and when it was turned on, the sound made Harry's blood run cold. Vernon's meaty hand grabbed Harry by the shoulder and neck to hold him still. Harry struggled, but his uncle held him still. He could see hair falling to his side. When the trimmer nicked his scalp, for the first time, he managed to break his uncle's grip for a moment and jump up before being grabbed back again. His uncle turned off the trimmer and walked out of the bathroom, closing Harry inside. This time he heard his uncle go out the back door by the kitchen and open the door to the shed. 5 minutes later, he returned with a length of rope and tied Harry to the chair. He struggled a little, but every time he did, his uncle pulled the rope tighter. Now Harry knew he couldn't get away and tried to hold as still as possible while his uncle aggressively ran the trimmer over his scalp. He could feel nicks and cuts as his uncle amateurishly tried to get every bit of hair on Harry's head. At some point, Harry started crying and heard a large cracking sound behind him, but he just continued to stare straight ahead, tears rolling down his face, lips pressed shut. Harry was wet with tears by the end, the top of his shirt wet, and the taste of salt in his mouth. His head was cold and sensitive and could feel the scrapes and cuts he had received sting and tingle from his uncle's efforts. Harry felt like something personal had been taken from him. He couldn't run, he couldn't fight, and crying didn't garner sympathy. He had to sit there while part of himself was forcefully taken from him. He could feel it and see it falling away from him. To add injury to insult, when feeling the trimmer cut his head, it would cause him to flinch, and then the rope would rub and burn against the flesh on his arms. Every bit of pain drove the message home. This is happening, and there's nothing you can do about it. His uncle stood in front of him, admiring the job he did for a moment. Then he untied Harry, dragged him to his room, pushed him in, and locked the door. Harry lay there in the dark. He was still frozen in fear, though tears continued to flow out of his eyes. After a while, He could feel the tears drying on his face as his eyes just ran out of more to shed. His cousin would hunt him for fun, his uncle would hurt him to feel better about himself, and his aunt wouldn't believe or protect him. He was truly alone. The only thing in the world that he had was this tiny room he slept in. Trusting in the solace of sleep, but dreading the day to come, Harry covered himself with his tiny blanket and curled into himself to sleep. In the morning, Harry woke up at 5:30 to the soft beeping of his alarm, but his room was still locked from the outside. Not knowing what to do, he laid back down on his cot and was about to start crying again when he reached up to touch his raw and cut-up scalp to find a full head of hair. Harry wondered if the last day was just a dream and ran through the entire previous evening in his mind, trying to figure out where he had gone to sleep before the haircut and couldn't. If it was somehow a dream, Harry couldn't remember why his door had been locked from the outside. His mind wandered with the possibilities. He tried to think of the last time he had a haircut, but couldn't remember when that was. At around 6:30, he heard his uncle coming down the stairs, so he called out and knocked on the door. He heard his uncle cursing as he realized the door was still locked and his breakfast wasn't ready. When the door was opened, he let out a scream unbefitting a man of his size, seeing Harry there on his cot, with a full head of messy black hair. His uncle slammed the door back and ran upstairs faster than Harry thought it was possible for him to move. Still confused, but knowing he was running late, Harry ran to the bathroom to wash up and make breakfast. When he arrived, he looked in the mirror to see it was cracked in multiple places. He remembered hearing it crack while his head was being shaved, so he assumed his uncle had bumped it. Harry rushed to the kitchen and started breakfast. Could hear his aunt and uncle talking to each other upstairs, and at about 7:15, just as he finished with their meals, they came back down, his aunt first, but he could see his uncle creeping in behind with hesitation. His aunt stifled a scream as she saw him, looking fearful. She demanded, "What did you do to your hair?" Not being able to explain it at all, he timidly replied, "I just woke up and it was like this. I thought it was all a dream until my room was still locked from the outside." His aunt and uncle looked fearfully at each other, and Vernon said in a small voice, "Go to your cupboard now, and don't come out until we tell you." Harry retreated to his room. He ended up being there until he had to make breakfast the next morning, watching the seconds creep by on that horrible watch. 3 weeks later, it was Harry's first day of preschool. His aunt and uncle had barely said a dozen words to him since the haircut incident that didn't contain breakfast, garden, or freak. Dudley, who hadn't realized what was going on, kept up his Harry hunting with Piers and Nigel. Harry had overheard his aunt gossiping that the third member of Dudley's gang, Nigel, was given the name in an attempt to make him feel royal and elevate their family. Nigel seemed more inclined to do the exact opposite. Aunt Petunia gave Harry one of Dudley's old backpacks a few days before the term began, only for it to turn up the next morning ripped to shreds. Harry, of course, received the blame, even with Dudley standing next to him and laughing. Uncle Vernon dug out one of his old briefcases as the only other alternative, as the rest of Dudley's old backpacks seemed to have completely vanished. The briefcase was a reddish-brown leather with some tears in it. The inside liner was ripped in a few places, but it was solid. Harry played with the number lock on the case until he found numbers that felt significant to him. His scar itched as he set the lock to 1031. He then put in 3 notebooks. Each had at least half of the pages torn out, and as many pens, pencils, and markers he had managed to stash in his room under his cot over the last year, 3 of each, plus 1 red-colored pencil. Harry wasn't sure he would get the chance to eat on the first day, so he also put in 4 slices of toast with strawberry jam the day before, along with 2 pieces of black pudding. His planning paid off in the morning, as when he went to pack the sandwich he was allowed to bring, it was snatched by Dudley before it ended up in his case. Of course, no one listened to him when he mentioned it. He wasn't sure why he even tried. His aunt drove Dudley to his elementary school, and after being dropped off, then took Harry to a smaller school nearby. The school was surrounded by a fence, and the playground was filled with children his age. His Aunt Petunia walked him through the gates towards another adult waiting there. The woman was about a head shorter than his aunt, with wavy, dark blonde hair and a look of caring on her face. Petunia introduced herself and Harry before turning to leave. The woman responded, quickly making his aunt turn around impatiently and remain for a moment longer. My name is Lauren Davis. I will be little Harry's teacher for this year. If you would like, Mrs. Dursley, you can wait outside the gates to watch Harry play a little before class starts. His aunt replied quickly and without care, That won't be necessary, walking quickly to the car. Harry watched his aunt drive off and slowly exhaled. It felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and he looked up to see his teacher looking down at him curiously. She spoke up to say, My name is Lauren. You may also call me Mrs. Davis. Aunt will be back at 3:00 to pick you up. Yes, ma'am, Harry responded with a touch of grief in his voice. Mrs. Davis proceeded to tell him that he had another 10 minutes and a bell would ring. At that time, he needed to come to the blue door next to them. Harry wandered around the playground, not approaching any of the other children. He had noticed a girl with brown hair and glasses watching him as he was talking to Mrs. Davis, but she didn't do anything else, so he left her alone. Harry explored the playground, seeing stacks of tires to play in, some animals with seats on their backs mounted on large springs, a metal climbing structure, and a slide. Just before the bell rang, he climbed and went down a slide for the second time in his life. The classroom he was led into was brightly colored with small boxes against the wall. Mrs. Davis started off the class with a greeting. I want to welcome all of you to preschool at Tanner's Wood Day School. She paused to allow that to sink in. I will be your teacher for the next year where you will learn everything you need to know before starting primary school. Before you begin, I'm going to go through your names, and I want you to answer when I call yours. Mrs. Davis proceeded to call out names until she arrived at Harry's. Harry was ready to answer, but she called out, Harry Potter, and Harry remained silent. The girl with the glasses made an eep noise when his name was called, but Harry hadn't been paying attention to remember hers. Mrs. Davis called him again, and he didn't answer. She walked over to him and said, Harry, I called your name. Harry looked confused and responded, I'm just Harry. My uncle told me that I'm just Harry. Mrs. Davis responded, Do you go by Dursley like your aunt? No, just Harry. Well, your name on the roll here is Harry Potter. I assume that is your mother and father's name. Looking thoughtful, Harry simply nodded and smiled. Mrs. Davis returned to the front of the class and finished the roll call. Then she asked all the children to go to the boxes on the wall and put their bags and coats in the boxes with their names. They were allowed to ask for help if they needed it. A few children did need help reading their names, but Harry was able to find his spot quickly. He knew his name, Harry, but did not know Potter. When he saw Harry Potter on his box, he stared at it, committing Potter to his memory, and then put his briefcase inside. The rest of the morning, the children were given a tour around the classroom. They were shown the toy box, which didn't even have half the number of toys that Dudley had, but still more than Harry had ever played with. A bookcase with small chairs was in the corner of the room, filled with colorful stories and adventures. There were 4 tables around the room, each with 4 to 6 tiny chairs, and a large multicolored mat that looked like it was made of puzzle pieces in the front of the room next to a large chalkboard with numbers and letters all around it. The children were allowed to explore the room and find things around that they liked. Harry didn't interact with the other children, and the other children didn't interact with him. After looking at the books, Harry steered himself towards a table on the side of the room that had lots of boxes of colored clay in them, and spent his time molding it into all sorts of animals. By the time lunch came around, he had made a dog and a horse with wings. He had dreams in the past about both, but had never had any way of creating what he saw in his head. He had tried drawing them on the walls of his room, but it was hard to do in the dark. After he had eaten his lunch, which had gotten stale in the last day and a half, he returned to his clay table. Mrs. Davis, however, approached him and told him the class was going to have their nap now. Harry suddenly realized that it was after lunch, and he heard his aunt's voice in his head ordering him to work in the garden. Harry responded in a confrontational tone, No, now I need to go work in the garden. At home, you might want to play in the garden, but right now all the children at school need to sleep, Mrs. Davis said to Harry. If he didn't get his chores done, there would be punishment. Harry raised his voice. No, I need to go to the garden now. I'm not tired. Some of the other children, who had been lying down on mats around the room, started to look up at Harry. Mrs. Davis reached down to put a hand on Harry's shoulder. But he flinched, and suddenly Mrs. Davis fell over backward, hitting her head on the ground on the corner of the colored mat. She got back up quickly, but as she did, her hair became the same color as the mat where she hit her head, a bright blue. Harry realized something strange was going on and ran out of the room to get as far away from it as possible. Harry ran outside to the corner of the playground near the slide and crouched down by the fence and started to pull grass in the corner. He had nowhere to put all the grass he was pulling, so he just stuffed it in his pockets. Harry heard a window opening on the side of the building and looked up to see Mrs. Davis, with her bright blue hair, leaning out a window on the side of the building, holding an owl that flew off. While the sight was weird, Harry pushed other thoughts aside and continued to dedicate himself to pulling the grass from the edge of the fence. 30 minutes later, Harry saw two men with strange red coats walk through the playground. After a few minutes, Mrs. Davis came out into the yard, her hair back to being dark blonde again. She walked over to Harry and crouched down. "Harry, do you take naps in the afternoon?" Harry shook his head no. "Most children your age need to take naps as they get tired very easily. If you don't want to take a nap tomorrow and in the future, you may do something else as long as it is quiet and does not interrupt the children that do want to nap. Is that okay?" Harry calmed down a little and realized he could keep his schedule, but maybe also play with the clay. "I will need to talk to your aunt about what happened with my hair, though." No, please don't tell her. I'll get in trouble." Harry began to panic and look around for a place to escape. Mrs. Davis tried to calm him down. "It's all right. It's very natural for you to do that when you're angry or scared." It didn't help. Harry continued to search desperately for a way to escape the situation, and a small wind began to blow around the yard. "No, please don't tell her I'm a freak. Don't tell her. Please don't tell her." Mrs. Davis looked at him curiously and backed off, and the wind died down. She asked, "Has something strange happened to you before?" Harry nodded. "What happened?" she asked. In a very small voice, Harry said, "I got a haircut a few weeks ago, and then the hair grew back overnight." Mrs. Davis looked very interested in that. She prompted him to ask how his aunt and uncle responded. Harry didn't respond and just looked at the ground, tears beginning to form in his eyes. Sadly, Mrs. Davis just told Harry, "You don't need to tell me." "Don't worry, I won't tell your aunt about today." Harry's breathing slowed down, and he lay down on the ground. The wind that had been blowing around him calmed and dispersed. In a few minutes, he fell asleep, his last thought being that he never saw the men in red coats leave the school. Mrs. Davis picked up the sleeping child and placed him next to the others in the classroom. The rest of the day went well, and Petunia Dursley picked Harry up at 3. After he left, Lauren Davis wrote another letter, attached it to the leg of an owl, and watched it fly off high into the clouds to the north. Chapter 4. The Midwinter Soiree. Chapter text. A week went by without any change. Harry went to school, played with the other children, read books, played with clay, and enjoyed his classes. It was probably one of the best weeks of his life up to that point. At the end of the day on Friday, as he was waiting for his aunt to arrive, the girl with the glasses who he had learned was named Tracy approached him and asked in a very sheepish voice, "Are you really Harry Potter?" Harry just responded with, "My uncle says I'm just Harry." Tracy gave him a small smile, then hugged him and walked over to Mrs. Davis to stand with her. Harry was frozen in place from the hug and didn't know what to do. Harry felt like he did when Charlie ruffled his hair, but around his body. He stood there, frozen in place, trying to figure out what he was feeling until his aunt snapped him out of his thoughts by poking him in the shoulder, saying, "Time to go. There's dusting to be done at home." The weekend returned Harry to his routine, which after such a hectic week felt vaguely comforting. Even running away from his cousin and his friends almost felt like a game after spending each day running around the schoolyard with other children, though he was brought back to the sad reality he lived in whenever he was pushed to the ground or hit with a rock. At the end of the day on Monday, his aunt wasn't there to pick him up at 3. Mrs. Davis asked him if his aunt had told him anything about being late, to which Harry simply shook his head. Mrs. Davis had gotten used to a lot of Harry's non-verbal responses, but still looked at him with concern. At nearly 4, Dudley arrived at school on the bike that he had received for his last birthday. Seeing Harry and Mrs. Davis, he approached her with a smile on his face. Harry took a few steps back. A smiling Dudley meant he was up to something. "Hi, Harry," Dudley greeted cheerfully. Must be Mrs. Davis. I am Dudley Dursley, Harry's cousin. My mum asked me to walk him home. She gave me a note," he said, sounding rehearsed. Mrs. Davis took the note and read it over. She turned to Harry. "Please stay here with your cousin while I verify this," then headed into the school to her office. Dudley lost the smile and spoke to Harry in an annoyed tone. "Mum told me I have to walk you home from school now. She told me that you need to know the neighborhood and how to get home from school." Harry nodded, waiting for the other shoe to drop. After a few minutes, Mrs. Davis returned, her lips in a thin line. "Harry, I spoke with your aunt. She assured me that your cousin will be able to show you the way home. I had her tell me your address, and I don't think it will take longer than 30 minutes to get there." She handed Harry a small card. "This is my phone number. When you arrive home each day this week, I want you to have your aunt call the school to let me know you have arrived safely." She turned to Dudley with a stern look on her face. "Young man, this is a big responsibility that your mother is trusting you with. I assume you know that. Take your cousin straight home. Do not take any side trips. Do not go to get sweets or fizzy drinks. I expect to hear from your mother in 30 minutes that Harry arrived home safely." Dudley soaked her words in like a brick, trying desperately to absorb water and barely succeeding. Mrs. Davis watched as Harry walked alongside Dudley and his bike out of the schoolyard. When they had gotten to the street, Dudley pulled out a small map with streets on it. It looked old and was torn in a few places. He gave it to Harry with a glare on his face that mimicked his mother's. "Mum says this is your map. You need to keep it and you won't get another." As they walked down a main street, Dudley pointed to the map and told him the street names. At a large intersection, they turned and Dudley pointed to where they were. As they continued, they passed by a pub with a swinging sign that had a strange horse with a horn on it. It looked funny, so he giggled. Dudley asked what was funny, to which Harry replied, "That horse has a horn." Dudley looked at the sign, squinted, and turned back to Harry. "No, it doesn't. That's just a regular horse." Harry looked back at the sign. It most definitely had a horn. It seemed to sparkle a bit. He opened his mouth to say something, but decided against it. This was just one of those things where no one would believe him. After a few more turns, the road split in three. To his right was a road up to the local hospital, where he remembered he had received some shots before. To his left, their path continued alongside a park, but straight ahead was a trail that wasn't on the map. When he asked Dudley about it, Dudley couldn't see the path. Every time Dudley was about to look right at it, his head turned just a little more to the side, almost deliberately missing it. Dudley was looking strangely at Harry as they continued. Not even a block later, Harry started looking around in different directions. He was hearing whispers. He could tell they were somewhere nearby, but couldn't figure out where the voices were coming from. Suddenly, his concentration was broken by a punch to the shoulder. "Move it, freak," Dudley yelled. "I'm missing my cartoons." Their walk continued uninterrupted, passing by the park where Harry once went down a slide before when he was 3.5, and then by the supermarket he had been to a few times with his aunt. To Dudley's delight, Harry picked up his pace a little bit, knowing kind of where he was before turning into Privet Drive and arriving home. When he walked in the door, Aunt Petunia was in the kitchen working on dinner. Harry approached her and waited for her to acknowledge him. Finally, she turned to him and looked past him to Dudley, who had already settled into his father's chair to watch TV. Was he any trouble? Dudley mumbled something and added to it, "Freak." Petunia turned to him with a glare. Harry pulled out the card from his pocket and looked up at his aunt with hesitation. "Mrs. Davis told me that she wants you to call her this week when I get home to make sure I've gotten home safe." His aunt looked irritated. "The nerve of that woman. You're here. As long as you show up tomorrow, I don't see why I need to let her know anything." Petunia still took the card but went back to making dinner. Harry thought this would be a good time to check the weeds out in the front yard. 20 minutes later, he heard the phone ring inside and his aunt talking on the phone. "He's here. Yes, he gave me the card. I can't pick him up. Dudley will be there tomorrow too. Fine. I will call when he is home this week." Harry heard the phone hit the receiver with a loud asterisk clang asterisk, and his aunt came out into the front yard. Petunia glared at Harry for a few seconds. Harry could feel her eyes on him, but he just kept his head down and continued the work. That seemed to be the right call as she let out a huff and returned to the house. Harry exhaled loudly and continued his work. The next day at school went by like usual. But at the end of the day, he waited for Dudley in the schoolyard with Mrs. Davis until 3:30 when his cousin showed up on his bike again. Mrs. Davis gave him the glare Harry had begun to associate with when one of the other students was about to break a rule. It was impossible to hold her glare, and Dudley, just like the other kids in class who received it, looked away. As he walked away, Mrs. Davis called after him, "Make sure your aunt calls me today." Harry turned around and nodded. Today when they walked, Dudley ordered Harry to repeat the directions from the previous day out loud. The main streets were easy to remember, but the smaller ones took a second to remember the names and where to turn. Dudley stopped his bike in front of Harry and kicked his briefcase. "Get a pen and draw on your map. You do know how to draw, right?" This seemed like a good idea, so Harry took out his red-colored pencil and traced their route as they walked. They still walked by the pub with the strange horse that still had a horn, but this time Harry didn't mention it. They walked by the park with the path that Dudley couldn't see. They walked by the area where Harry heard whispers after the park, but still couldn't figure out what the voices were saying. They seemed to all be talking at once. When the two of them got home, his aunt grabbed the phone and called Mrs. Davis. As soon as the line picked up, she just said, "The boy is home," and hung up with an asterisk clang asterisk on the receiver. The next 3 days, Harry saw Dudley getting more and more impatient with needing to escort him home, so he would often ride his bike away from Harry to alleviate his boredom before circling back. However, with his trusty map, he didn't get lost. He also had the markers of the Horned Horse Pub, the missing street, the whispers, the park with the slide, and the supermarket to help get him home. Each day when he got home, his aunt would make a quick call to Mrs. Davis confirming he was home, and Harry would start his chores. The weekend was the same as it always was with his chores, and avoiding his cousin and his friends. This weekend, however, Nigel threw a rock at Harry and struck him in the forehead, right on top of his scar. 10 points. Yelled Piers as the three older boys walked away. Dudley gave a high five to Nigel. Harry didn't notice right away, but a large chunk of his aunt's prized roses that were next to him immediately died, and rotted at the same moment the stone impacted his forehead. When his aunt saw it, she screamed at him, called him a freak, and had him remove the entire section before anyone saw it. Harry understood something weird happened, but knew he wouldn't get any answers by dwelling on it. He just pushed it out of his mind and focused on not hurting himself as he removed the rotting thorn bush. The next week, he had a new development in his routine. At the end of the day, Dudley showed up to pick him up, but after they had traveled to the end of the street, Harry saw Nigel and Piers waiting for them on their bikes. Fearfully walking forward, Dudley and Harry reached the other two in Dudley's gang. Piers stepped forward and Harry backed into Dudley, who had turned his bike sideways. "So your cousin Dudley had an idea," Piers began. "With school in session, we only get to play with you on the weekend, so now and then, we're going to want to do a little Harry hunting after school." Harry didn't know what to do, so he kept still with his eyes on his feet, hoping they would just go away. Nigel stepped in. "Here are the rules. You know your way home, right?" Harry looked up and nodded fearfully. "Dudley will pick you up at school. Once you get to this corner, you have to get home. We will be waiting for you on your route. If you get tagged, we each get a punch. If you flinch, we get another. You can't tell anyone. If you get home without being tagged, we will give you 20p. Do you understand?" Nigel pulled out a coin and flipped it in his hand. Harry looked terrified but nodded in compliance. Dudley said from behind him, "You have a 2-minute head start. You need to be running or it's no longer fun." Nigel yelled, "Go." Harry bolted. He got down to the corner and around under the sign for the Horned Horse before he heard the boys behind him. The street in front of him was downhill. He had no chance. He made it maybe another 20 seconds before a hand slapped the back of his head and he fell to the ground, dropping his briefcase at the same time, the latches springing open. The boys circled around in front of him. They took their turns hitting him in the chest. Dudley got 2 for making him flinch. They caught him 2 more times before he got home. He was saved once by a traffic light changing and a second time by a dog walker coming around a corner, blocking off 2 of the boys on their bikes. When he got home, he was dirty, sore, and tired. Nigel and Piers had gone to their own homes, so Dudley and Harry entered the house together. His aunt took one look at him and yelled at him to take a bath. When he got out, his aunt was standing by the door, Dudley behind her. "Where's your briefcase?" she demanded. Harry could see Dudley behind her silently saying, Remember the rules." Quietly and with shame, he responded, "I lost it." "Well, you're not getting another. You waste enough of our money anyways." Harry began to cry, but not out loud. He had something that was his, and he had lost it. All the things inside it that were his were gone. He felt like tears were falling inside his body. He was reminded of his haircut. Now something else of his had been taken too, and he had to lie and say it was his fault. No one cared if he cried, so why waste the tears? The next week was more routine, now with the added element of Harry hunting after school. Every day he got tagged multiple times and then punched. On Friday, when he got around the first corner, he ducked behind the Horned Horse pub and let the boys ride by. He got almost all the way home, but Dudley and his gang caught him near the supermarket. The following Monday at school, Mrs. Davis approached him carrying his briefcase. His eyes widened like she had found treasure, because, to him, it was. "Your case was found by someone at the pub down the street. They found your name inside and checked with the local schools. The man who found it used to go to school with my husband. I was told he is a bit of a dodgy guy, so you may want to check if everything is still inside." Harry panicked a little, quickly opening the case. Everything was still there, though he could see the cover of one of the notebooks was torn off. He had been practicing writing his name on the cover over and over. "He stole my name," said Harry with a bit of sadness and shock. "Why would someone steal my name?" Mrs. Davis frowned but reassured him. "I'll have my husband speak to his friend to get the page back." Then more quietly, but Harry could still hear, "assuming he hasn't sold it." This made Harry even more confused. Why would someone sell his name? His aunt and uncle had convinced him over his life about how worthless he was. Harry asked Mrs. Davis in a pleading voice, "Can I leave my case at school, so I won't lose it again?" Mrs. Davis looked at him, like she knew something more was going on, but agreed without argument. It wasn't until near the end of November that there was any change. While running away from Dudley and his friends, Harry had just crossed the street where the road forked and headed to the hospital. He was just about to go by the park, where he would always hear the whispering, when a car honked loudly. He jumped to the side and ran down a small path with tall hedges on one side and a stone wall on the other. He collapsed against the bush and tried to regain his breath. Suddenly, Nigel was on the sidewalk outside the path, within rock-throwing distance from where he sat. He called out, "I lost him. Do either of you see him?" Harry was very confused. Nigel was standing right in front of him. Harry cautioned a wave, but Nigel didn't even react. Piers came to stand next to Nigel, and they both looked all around. But every time they were about to look at where Harry was, it seemed like their eyes just slid off Harry before they could look directly at him. Harry heard Dudley from the other side of the hedge. "Let's get moving. He's probably getting away now." The two boys in front of Harry got on their bikes and rode off. Harry waited 10 minutes before going back onto the road and looked around. The boys were gone. He started to walk home, always looking around with caution in case they were hiding somewhere. He had gone a block and a half before he heard the whispering. This was the first time he would get to stop and try to figure out where it was coming from. He thought it was originating from somewhere across the road, but couldn't figure out exactly where. He managed to isolate a few of the voices. They said mostly the same thing. Section, "Hey, stupid. Bring us food." Section, "We're hungry." Section, "More food, fatty." Now that he understood what was being said, he was even more confused. But he didn't want to stand in the open for too long, so he kept moving. When he got near the park by his house, he started to move more cautiously. He arrived at a building down the street from the supermarket, and peeking out from behind the house, he could see Dudley, Piers, and Nigel leaning on the wall outside the shop eating ice cream. Harry backed up behind the house and pulled out his map. He could still get home by going around the supermarket. Almost 10 minutes later, he was home. Dudley still hadn't arrived. His Aunt Petunia was sitting in the living room with Corinne Palkis, Piers's mother. Petunia looked at him and asked, "Where's Dudley?" Seeing no reason not to tell the truth, Harry replied. He stopped at the shop with Piers and Nigel for ice cream. "I have chores to do, so I came straight home." Corinne looked at Petunia and admonished her, "You let your son have ice cream before dinner. There will be no dessert for Piers tonight." Petunia, not wanting to appear like she encourages delinquent behavior, responded quickly, "He is for certain not allowed sweets before dinner, maybe a pretzel but never ice cream." Harry knew when to shut up. That time was right now. 2 minutes later, while Harry was washing his hands, he heard Dudley come home. "And where have you been, young man?" his aunt asked. Dudley replied, "Harry ditched us. We were out looking for him." His aunt's voice became angry. "Harry is home. He said you went to the shop for ice cream and let him go home by himself." "No, I swear we were looking for him. I haven't had any ice cream." Corinne's voice chimed in. "The chocolate on your lip says otherwise. Petunia, your son needs to learn that lying is wrong. He seems to be a bad influence on my son." He heard Corinne leave and close the door. His aunt told Dudley, "Go right now to wash your face, and I will be telling your father about this when he gets home." Dudley stormed into the bathroom where Harry was. Harry looked scared but said straight to Dudley, "You owe me 20p. Dudley looked like he was going to welch until Harry said, "If you break the rules, I break the rules." Dudley reached into this pocket and pulled out a coin and dropped it on the floor, then wiped his mouth on a towel and stomped out. Harry picked up the coin with happiness. It wasn't about the money. He had nothing to spend it on. It wasn't even about getting home without getting punched. He had won. Winning was a good feeling. Harry hunting became more of a challenge for everyone. Harry would win 3 to 4 days of the week. Now that he had his hidden path, he just had to get there before getting tagged. After a couple of weeks, Dudley and his gang realized it wasn't so easy anymore and started setting up ambushes at different places along the route. This led Harry to be even more creative and look for alternate routes with the help of his map. He was also getting a reputation in school as the best kid at tag. He was able to weave around anyone who was it and slip away any time he was cornered, though he nearly refused to be it when it was his turn. He would just go after one of the easy kids and get back to running away. Harry enjoyed being the best at something. When the second week of December came around, Mrs. Davis met Harry and his aunt outside one day when he was being dropped off and flagged her down before she could drive off. Petunia gave Mrs. Davis a look that could only mean, "What do you want?" Mrs. Davis tried to be very direct. "Mrs. Dursley, my daughter Tracy has a friend being homeschooled who has invited our whole class to a soiree to spend more time with children her age, and I wanted to give you Harry's invitation personally." Just as she was pulling out the envelope, Petunia said, "He can't go." "You don't even know the date," said Mrs. Davis. However, knowing exactly what was going on, she quickly added, "Well, the Abbotts will certainly be disappointed." The change in Petunia was immediate. Everyone knew of the Abbotts. They lived right next to Abbots Langley, which was where Abbotswood Forest used to be. The park where Harry went down his first slide was Abbotswood Park Play Area. The Abbott family had lived in the area for as long as anyone could remember. They weren't connected to the royal family, but for the residents of the area, they might as well have been. Harry knew that a lot of the women Aunt Petunia would have tea with and gossip from the neighborhood were always trying to find the tea room that Mrs. Abbott supposedly owned, but never could discover where it was. They would always hear a rumor, but then it wouldn't pan out. So to be invited to the midwinter soiree at the Abbotts' private residence would make all of Petunia's friends green with envy. Petunia composed herself quickly and accepted the envelope. It was made of old paper with a wax seal on the back. Harry could have sworn he saw his aunt's eye twitch for a moment before opening the envelope. Mrs. Davis decided to narrate what was inside. "The party will be on the evening of December 21st. The dress code will be smart casual. There will be food for everyone, wine and cocktails for the adults, and some fizzy drinks for the kids. You don't need to bring anything, but there is a suggested donation to an English orphanage, which is mostly children who lost their families during the era attacks in the last decade." Petunia continued to read the invitation before asking, very politely, "Would it be acceptable to also bring along my son Dudley? We have wanted to meet the Abbotts for some time, and if their daughter is homeschooled, my son may never get the chance otherwise." Mrs. Davis grimaced slightly before responding in a similar tone, "I will inquire with Cynthia Abbott if that is all right. The invitation does say that it is only for the class and their parents." Mrs. Davis emphasized the word parents when she said it. Petunia received a phone call later that evening that it would be acceptable for Dudley to accompany Harry, Petunia, and Vernon to the holiday party. Petunia took Vernon to the next room to discuss the matter. At dinner, Petunia brought up the issue. "Harry, you already know, so this is mostly for you, Dudley. Harry's class at school has been invited to the midwinter soiree at the abbot's residence. I asked if Dudley could also join us, and they agreed. Even Dudley understood the significance of this as his face lit up. Petunia continued, "You two will be on your best behavior." Petunia looked at Harry. "No freakish behavior." She looked at Dudley with a slight glance towards her husband too. "Be polite. Do not stuff your face with food." Dudley looked slightly disappointed. "We will go into London this weekend to pick out outfits for both of you to wear to the party. We will take the train to King's Cross and head to the shopping centre from there." Again, a look towards Harry. No funny business. That weekend, they went into London. It was the busiest place Harry had ever seen. The ride in had been peaceful, watching the landscape zip by, but it was over quickly and they were thrown into total chaos. People were moving every which way. He had an almost impossible task keeping up with his aunt and uncle. However, while his aunt seemed to slip easily between all the people walking, his uncle knocked over almost everyone, so the couple of times he seemed to lose them in the crowd, he just listened for shouts of indignation and cursing to find which direction they went. Once, when waiting at a traffic light, Harry saw a man in a lopsided red hat exiting a corner shop who stared at him before gasping and waving frantically. Harry looked around him to see who the man was waving at, but the man pointed at Harry, so he timidly started to wave back only to have his aunt grab his hand and pull him away quickly while muttering, "Freaks everywhere." They spent a few hours getting Dudley a very smart suit with cufflinks and a bow tie. Harry thought it made him look something like a penguin or a very proud seal. Vernon picked together pants, a shirt, and a jacket for Harry that kind of matched, but definitely wasn't made to be. Harry didn't realize this, as for the first time in his life, he had clothing that was bought for him and that fit him properly. The feeling of the clothes made him feel at first a bit like when he was tied to the chair for his haircut, but as he moved a bit more, it felt much better. He felt special, like the clothes were made for him. The next week was relatively peaceful. Dudley had decided to spend his time after school bragging to his friends about the soiree rather than hunting Harry with them. Petunia was also enjoying the attention from the prospect of the party. She was enjoying herself so much. Harry would often get a second helping of food at dinner from his aunt without her realizing she wasn't serving Dudley. When the night of the party arrived, Harry made sure to stay clean during the day leading up to it, and amazingly enough, so did Dudley. He even appeared to eat a light lunch to keep from getting his usual upset stomach before dinner. When Vernon came home, Harry saw his uncle had rented a black Land Rover for the evening, trying to make a better impression than the little boxy car he normally drove and barely fit into. When they turned off the main road to the abbot's private residence, a great iron gate opened automatically and took them up the drive. They drove by a tennis court and then what looked like a few small apartment buildings. Dudley spoke up, saying, "I thought it would be bigger." His mother replied, "That, dear, is the servants' quarters. Each of them has their own place almost the size of our house." As they passed by, Harry could see the envy in his cousin's eyes, much less controlled than how his aunt and uncle looked. The main house was on top of the hill. It wasn't a tall hill, but it was the only one around, so depending on where you were around town, you could sometimes see the house or the small tower that was on the highest side of the house. Harry guessed that you could see the whole town from the top of the tower. The house was circular with tall stone walls on the first floor. On top of the stone section, there were more modern developments. While he was staring at the house, he could hear his aunt giving a history of the property to everyone, which didn't interest Harry much. Upon reaching the front door, a man in a suit greeted them and escorted them into the entry hall. The entry hall itself was 2 stories high and nearly as big as their entire house. The family was looking around as a man and woman with their daughter approached them. As they got close, Petunia's head snapped forward and held her breath. The man spoke, "You must be the Dursleys. Allow me to introduce my family." He gave a quick glance at Harry. "My name is Gerald Abbott, my wife is Cynthia, and our daughter is Hannah." As he spoke, Cynthia gave a small nod. She was just a little shorter than her husband, wearing a fine red dress of an older style that Harry hadn't seen before. She had her hair in ringlets and wore a large pendant around her neck. Hannah looked like a carbon copy of her mother, but Harry's size with a slightly crooked nose. She gave a small curtsy when introduced, and her eyes were locked on Harry. Vernon took charge of their introductions, puffing his already puffed-up chest as he did. "Thank you for inviting us to your home. I am Vernon Dursley, and this is my wife Petunia and our son Dudley." Dudley was still looking around the room when he was being introduced and got a poke in the head from his mother, which snapped him out of it when he smiled and nodded. There was a large pause at that point, and Petunia then prodded her husband in his side and gave a head tilt towards Harry, who was looking up at his uncle. Vernon hastily added, "Oh, and this is our nephew, Harry." Handshakes were exchanged all around. Harry noticed Hannah covertly wipe her hand on the back of her dress after shaking Dudley's hand. Gerald reached down to Harry to shake his. "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Potter. We have heard quite a lot about you from your classmate Tracy," he added. Cynthia took over from there. "Hannah, would you please take young Mr. Potter and Mr. Dursley to the other room with the children? Vernon, Petunia, the bar is over there for drinks. We can introduce you around in a few minutes." Then she and Gerald walked off, leaving Harry and the Dursleys with Hannah. Hannah looked up and said very politely, "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, it was nice to meet you. Harry, Dudley, if you'll follow me to the other room," and walked off with Dudley pushing ahead of Harry to be in front. Petunia grabbed both of them quickly and in a quiet but very harsh voice told both of them, "Dudley, best behavior. Harry, no freakishness," and left them to catch up with Hannah. When they got into the next room, Harry looked around and saw food along one wall with a young man in a fancy suit serving drinks to a few children. There were toys scattered around the room with children playing and talking to each other. Most of the children were Harry's age, but there were a few that were slightly older. As they were looking around, he heard a gong sound and saw Hannah standing next to a golden metal plate that she just hit. Every child looked up and Hannah spoke. "I would like to introduce Dudley Dursley and Harry Potter." Harry could see a lot of his classmates, and a few called out, "Hey, Harry." If he had paid attention to the others, he would have seen quite a few with wide eyes and raised eyebrows. Harry ran off to greet his classmates, and Dudley went over to the food. Whole night was highly enjoyable for Harry. Dudley mostly left him alone, except for a few moments when one of the older boys and girls would ask him to get an introduction to Harry. A few moments stood out to Harry, though. The first was when he was digging through a toy chest and found a stuffed white horse with a horn on his head. He ran over to Tracy with it and exclaimed, "It's just like the sign I saw." Tracy was confused. "Did you have a vision?" Now it was Harry's turn to be confused. "What?" "The sign on the pub down the street from the school." Tracy's eyes widened in realization. "Oh, the Unicorn Pub, that's what you mean." Harry mumbled, "I guess so," then brightened a bit. "What's a unicorn?" Tracy said, "This is," holding up the stuffed white horse. "If a horse has one horn, it is a unicorn. If it has two horns, it's a bicorn. My father says when I'm older, Hannah's dad can take me to see a real one. If your aunt and uncle let you, maybe you can come too." Harry smiled at the thought of seeing a real unicorn, then dismissed it because there wasn't any chance of his relatives allowing him any kind of request. The next thing that happened was a few of the older kids called Harry over to a corner of the room. They were passing around a small glass ball with a golden band around it. There was some kind of substance inside it that would change colors when they passed it to each other. One of the girls passed it to Harry and said, "You try it," and started to give it to Harry. However, just as he was about to take it, Dudley showed up and took it from the girl. "I'll give it a go." All the color in the middle just vanished as soon as he touched it. He stared at it for a second, shook it, and then walked away, tossing it in the air behind him as he went. Harry snatched it out of the air, and as soon as he held it, the substance inside blossomed into a smoky white flower of some kind. As they all stared at it, a dark red, almost black pulse started to grow from the center of the flower. Before much else could happen, the bowl was snatched out of his hands by the man who had been to the side serving drinks. He looked at all the older kids who had gathered there. "You shouldn't have this out. I will be telling your parents." He put it into his pocket. However, Harry didn't see the man's pocket bulge at all in the shape of the ball. The other older children scattered, and Harry saw a few leave the room towards the main hall. The last strange thing to happen was very brief, but a kid his age, not from his class, approached him and just looked at him funny, then poked him in the chest and said, "You don't really look like you could tame a dragon." Then he huffed and walked off. Towards the end of the night, the children were gathered and taken outside with the adults. However, they did so in the interior courtyard of the house. The courtyard was circular and made of a smooth type of stone that had a geometric pattern of some kind drawn onto it. Harry couldn't see all of it because there were various potted plants placed all around and heat lamps near tables to keep everyone warm. There were twinkling fairy lights around the outside walls, branching into a tall pole in the center. The whole thing was beautiful. Harry stared at the twinkling lights and could see stars in the sky beyond them. All the guests were given a white frothy beverage that warmed them up inside. The children's glasses were noticeably smaller and differently shaped. Harry took his time to drink his. Every sip felt like liquid happiness, spreading from his lips to the tips of his fingers and toes. Gerald walked to the center and tapped on his glass with a knife, creating a ring that silenced the assembled guests talking with each other. Cynthia and Hannah walked out to join him. "I want to thank all of you for coming to our midwinter soiree," he began. "As many of you have noticed, today is not Christmas Eve." A few chuckles echoed around the room. "Tonight is the winter solstice, the shortest day and the longest night of the year. We find it more significant and quite easier to invite people to the party without conflicting with the larger Christmas celebrations." More chuckles. "As guests in our home that have shared with us bread and water, we would like to give you a blessing. As the night recedes, may more and more light enter your lives, and may the new year bring happiness and fortune to you all." During the blessing, Harry felt something indescribable. He saw a little light in the lines in the stone on the floor and a kind of energy in the air. It felt like a combination of getting a coin for winning a day of Harry hunting and anticipation with energy in the air at the moment between a lightning strike and a clap of thunder. It all vanished as soon as Gerald stopped speaking. Cynthia stepped up. "I would also like to thank all of you for coming. Please stay as long as you wish, and on your way out, please take the bag with your name on it by the door. The children's bags are red." The Dursleys stayed for another hour before gathering up Dudley and Harry to head home. They each took their bag from the table. Dudley tried to take Harry's, but as he reached for it, he stopped, looked confused, and moved on. They were greeted by the abbots outside, who thanked them for coming and made sure to shake Harry's hand. Cynthia spoke to them. "Now which of you will be driving home?" Petunia spoke up happily before Vernon could. "I will. I think Vernon may have snuck in an extra nog there at the end." Cynthia responded. "I will give you a clear head to make sure you get home safe." She pulled out a small stick and tapped Petunia on the head. Harry's aunt was frozen in place. Vernon had noticed too, but could only figure out they had done something to spook his wife. "What did you just do?" he asked angrily. Petunia's silence was broken and her face turned furious. You're one of them," she said with venom in her voice. The abbots looked taken aback. Petunia continued, "You stay away from my family." Then grabbed Vernon and Dudley and pulled them towards the car. She took their gift bags as they left and tossed them on the ground. Harry stood there in front of the abbots, not knowing what to do. He looked at the shocked faces of the abbots, and before running off to catch up, he just shuffled his feet together and whispered, "I'm sorry." They drove home in silence. What had just happened? Why did she suddenly hate the abbots? They were nice and friendly. Harry's mind was racing through the possibilities. His aunt and uncle only hated foreigners, people who thought they were better than them, and Harry. Oh, and they also hated freaks, but Harry was the only freak he knew. He did know that if there was any chance of getting to go with Hannah's dad to see a unicorn, it was gone now. When they got home, Harry was put in his room without time to take off his nice clothes, and everyone else went upstairs. He could hear his aunt and uncle talking in what they probably thought were hushed tones for a while before they went to sleep. With the small light over his cot, Harry started to look through the gift bag he had received. On the top of the bag were tons of small scraps of folded paper. He unfolded the first one and it just said, "Thank you." He unfolded the next one and in different handwriting it said, "Thank you, Harry." This trend continued as there were about 20 small folded pieces of paper in different handwriting, all with thanks and congratulations to him. It was very confusing. He wondered if everyone got those and who wrote them. He hadn't written any for anyone else, and he felt a little ashamed for not doing so. Underneath all the paper notes were a few candies and a business card. On the front, the card said, "Please bring this to our tea room for a free afternoon tea time." The writing was in a shiny gold type. Harry turned the card over to find a map. The tea house was located on the south side of the park, where his secret path was. But his path was not on this map either. The tea house was very close to his own home, but when he had been walking around, he only remembered seeing a dirt lot with nice cars parked out front of a small building with high walls and no signs to say what was there. The lines of the map were in shiny silver. As he tilted the card back and forth for the silver to reflect on the little light he had, he saw a sparkly line show up, and he dropped the card. When he picked it up again, the line was gone, so he waved the card in the light again, and it slowly showed up. The line was where his secret path was, exactly where it was. The line sparkled the same way the unicorn's horn did on the pub sign. Harry stared at it for a moment before putting it back in the bag. The last thing in the bag was a sprig of mistletoe. He saw people at the party hanging them up in various places, and Hannah had told him that it was meant to bring happiness to people who walk under it. Harry held it for a moment, thinking of the happiness he felt at the party, before sliding the stem of it under a board in his ceiling, so it hung over his head. Harry turned off the light and stared at the mistletoe in the dark above his head. Just as he was losing consciousness, he swore he saw movement and a tiny green face disappear into the sprig. The next day was not fun. After he made breakfast, his aunt came down with his uncle and Dudley, and she spoke to Harry and Dudley. "You both are not to go anywhere near that house again. You are not to speak to Hannah either if you see her. We have one more freak in our life than we want, and we don't need to go about adding more. Now get ready for school. I don't want you to be late." So Harry wasn't the only freak. But what made them freaks? How were they like Harry? He couldn't figure it out. There was nothing similar between them. When Petunia dropped Harry off at school, she practically ejected him from the car and drove off. When Mrs. Davis asked him how he enjoyed the party, he just told her he liked it, but that he was not allowed to go back. Throughout the day, Tracy and her mother tried to get Harry to open up about what happened, but Harry was quiet the whole time. Sharing his feelings never helped before. He spent his playtime just sitting at the clay table making unicorns and then crushing them with his fist. At the end of the day, he didn't even wait for Dudley to show up. He just started walking home. Mrs. Davis looked angry and sad and went back to her office and pulled out some red stationery. Chapter 5. Days Getting Darker. Chapter text. Harry was depressed, though he didn't know what it meant. Normally he did his work and treated it as a part of life. Now he hated it. After a few weeks, his aunt told him his freakishness was sucking all the color out of her roses, and he couldn't work in the garden anymore. He liked the garden, but he hated those roses. How it was happening, he didn't know, but the roses were losing the reds and pinks that Petunia was so proud of, and turning white. One day when Harry hunting, Dudley threw a rock at his head, and it bounced off like rubber and smashed a window of Vernon's car. Harry was locked in his room for 2 days after that incident. Harry continued to see the little face in the mistletoe from time to time, but whenever he tried talking to it, it vanished. He gave up trying and just rolled over when he would see it from that point on. In February, it was Tracy's birthday party in school. Other kids had parties from time to time, though Harry didn't know when his birthday was. He saw other children get presents, so he took some of his money from Harry hunting and bought a small rubber stamp with a unicorn on it. He gave it to Tracy, who was very happy to receive it. When they were leaving school, Tracy stamped Harry's hand with it. Just as that happened, Dudley rode by on his bike and snatched the stamp from Tracy. As he rode off, the gears on his bike jammed. This catapulted Dudley off the bike into the pavement, and a tree branch fell on him. Mrs. Davis needed to call for an ambulance. Dudley had to get his head bandaged, and his arm was in a sling for 3 weeks. His bike was wrecked, but he got a new one the next day, even if he couldn't ride it yet. Harry spent every weekend for 2 months in his room except to make breakfast and clean. When school ended that year, there was a small party for the class, and Harry got to have some pizza for the first time. He knew he wasn't coming back to this school, so it made him a bit sad. As he left the school for the last time that year, he could swear the paint on the side of the building turned gray as he walked away. That summer added a new chore to his routine. His aunt started taking him to the supermarket. There he learned how to pick out food. Which fruits were ripe, how to tell a sweet watermelon to avoid mold on loaves of bread, only the best for Vernon and her dudders. Then at home, he learned to make dinner. Petunia showed him which spices to use. He learned quickly not to add too much salt or pepper because he would get a slap on the hand if he did. Towards the end of summer, he made his first steak and potatoes dinner by himself. Vernon simply grunted and said he liked petunias more. Dudley just ate as much as he could so Harry would be left with next to nothing for himself. That trend continued with Vernon praising Petunia when the food was good and insulting Harry when it was bad. The most positive thing he would say was, "The freak can occasionally do something right." When school started again, Harry's aunt took both of them to Dudley's school. It was located right next to his old one, separated by some houses and a large field. Harry had heard the sound of loud children playing there from his preschool, but it was too far to see anything. Harry had never ventured over there, as he felt no need for additional contact with Dudley and his friends. His Aunt Petunia walked both of them in and saw Piers and Nigel leaning against the bike racks. They greeted Dudley, commenting on his weight gain from eating all of Harry's food. "Hey, big Dud," said Nigel, to which Dudley punched him in the shoulder. The three of them turned to Harry. "Hey, Harry, it's going to be fun going to school all year long," said Piers, while flipping a 20p coin in the air. That was when Harry realized that he would be with Dudley, Nigel, and Piers every day, and he began to tremble a bit. Aunt Petunia took Harry by the arm to pull him to the main office. When they got there, she just announced, "I'm leaving my nephew here for his first-year class," and walked out. The secretary didn't get to her in time as she left, and just looked down at Harry and asked his name. "Harry, ma'am," he replied. "What's your last name, young man?" The secretary asked. Harry thought for a minute before saying, "Potter." The secretary went back behind the desk and looked through some paper before saying, "You will be in room 108 this year. Would you like help to get there?" Harry nodded. Upon arrival at the room, he saw that it was a bit smaller than his room the previous year. There were desks in rows in front of the board. There were still all the letters and numbers around the board, with some additional charts he didn't understand. There was a corner of the room set up with bookcases and bean bag chairs. There was no clay table and no open area where the other students would take naps. One of the kids from his class last year waved to him, and he went over to sit with him. It turned out that there were 4 other students that he knew by the time everyone was in the room and talking among themselves. While Harry was expecting a teacher like Mrs. Davis, they received the opposite. Their teacher was an elder white-haired man who walked with a cane and looked like he was about to snap in half. His welcome speech was as charming as he was. "Welcome to Tanner's Wood Elementary. You may call me Sir or Mr. Clifford. You are now in the first year of the foundation for your life." He sneered at the children in front of him. "I have been a teacher here for over 30 years, turning out the adults that will be the next great children of England. There are rules you will need to follow." At hearing the word rules, Harry flinched. A roll of paper fell next to the board with a list of rules. "We will go through them later. When I started at this school, if you broke a rule, you got the cane." He held up the stick he was walking with. "Unfortunately, for the last 15 years, I've had to use other methods to help you understand the rules." He punched the bottom of the cane into the floor with a loud smack. The class jumped. "Just stick to the rules and you'll do fine." The rest of the morning went smoothly as it could, with Mr. Clifford's remarks getting punctuated with the butt of his cane every so often. When the break came, the children started to file out of the classroom to the yard. As Harry's turn to exit came, the teacher's cane slapped down in front of him, blocking the exit. Harry jumped, and the old man leered down at Harry. "I've been warned about you, boy. Your aunt says you're a troublemaker, and your cousin says you behave like a freak, not that he was much better." Harry swallowed hard and nodded before being let out into the yard. Harry spent some time looking around to avoid his cousin and his friends, but it turned out not to be necessary because Dudley did his own thing for the most part. Harry just explored the whole area. Outside of the structures, there was a large field with a running track, some picnic tables, and a gravel football field. At the end of the track, there was a cricket field to the side, and a small garden with a dark-skinned man tending to the plants, separated by an orange fence. He waved to the man right before the bell rang, and he ran across the yard back to his classroom. When the end of the day came, he didn't see Dudley and his friends anywhere, so he just started to walk home. He barely got around the corner before a rock struck him in the leg. Harry hunting had begun again. His new routine had begun. Different things happened on different days now. Mondays and Wednesdays, they would do writing and math. Sir Clifford would teach math with the tapping of his cane. It was surprisingly effective. Even when he practiced at home, Harry could hear the tapping of the cane when adding and subtracting different numbers. Tuesdays and Thursdays he had gym class. They would run, play football, and do small exercises. Occasionally they would play cricket, but it was difficult for the first-year class to understand more than hitting and running. On Fridays, they would alternate between history and science in the mornings and read in the afternoon, with some kind of fun activity at the end of the day. Harry enjoyed science most of all. They would do basic experiments with water, freezing, boiling, absorbing, etc. They were taught that boiling other liquids would often leave whatever was dissolved in them, and that leaving salt water in the sun would leave behind salt in its container. They also spent a week leaving grapes in the sun, so they would turn into raisins. Dudley had begun to get bored with Harry hunting. They would only go after Harry once or twice a week now, but when they did it was even more difficult, and Piers started using a slingshot to tag Harry. After getting hit the first time with the slingshot, Harry cried and said he would tell his mother. Piers gave him a £1 coin and told him he would get another every time he won the game instead of 20p. Harry didn't like it, but agreed out of fear. When he got home each day, Harry would find a menu on the fridge to make dinner. Occasionally, he would add a different spice or change the recipe in some way. Sometimes it was met with praise to his aunt, and other times disdain for himself and a night without dinner. Harry only made little changes, remembering lessons learned from his science class. A week before, they had made a volcano, and one child dumped an entire bottle of vinegar, making a much larger explosion than they planned. Everyone standing close to the volcano went home early that day to clean up, so he only made little changes in the recipes as well. His uncle exploding would be worse than the volcano. At the end of the day, he would take any money he had made from Harry hunting and put it into the gift bag with his name on it he got at the party last year. He imagined that by now there was quite a bit in there, but he didn't have anything to spend it on. The mistletoe had long since dried up, and he didn't see the little face in it anymore, but he had taken the remaining plant and placed it inside a torn cleaning cloth he had in his room, and then at the bottom of his gift bag. Everything that was his was special. He put the bag itself under a board that was under his cot. In November, he went out to play with his friends during the break, but for the first time, no one picked him for a football team. He was one of the fastest kids in class and usually got picked first, but this time, no one called him and he sat on the bench. In class, his friends from the previous year that normally sat with him had moved to the other side of the room. This trend continued for a few weeks before he confronted one of his friends, Tyler, about it. Tyler told him that Dudley and Nigel had punched him and told him he could no longer be friends with Harry and to leave him alone. Harry assumed they had done that with all his friends. He noticed one of the girls he had been in preschool with had a bruise on her arm like when Piers hit him with the slingshot. Harry's initial reaction was to be angry, but that melted away as he was thrown back into the realization that this was his life. Getting angry or sad wasn't going to make a difference. At the end of November, on a Thursday, Harry was being chased through town after school one day by Dudley and his gang. They were off the regular main streets, and Harry ran around the side of a building, already with a couple of bruises on his arms and chest from Piers and his slingshot. No one had touched him yet, so he still had a chance of winning. The house he was hiding behind didn't have any neighbors and was 2 stories tall. As he hid there, he heard Nigel yelling from one side, "I think he's behind the house." And then from the other side he heard Dudley, "We've got this side. We'll catch him in the middle." Knowing he was cornered, Harry just closed his eyes and wanted to be anywhere else. Suddenly he felt like he was pressed on both sides like one time when his Uncle Vernon had tripped and pinned him against a wall, knocking the air out of his lungs. When Harry opened his eyes, he was on a roof, and he started to slide down a little before catching himself. From below, he heard Nigel say, "Where did the little freak go?" Piers was heard saying, "There's no way he could have gotten away. We had him cornered." Harry peered over the edge of the roof and saw the 3 boys down there looking around for him. Harry was still incredibly confused at how he had gotten onto the roof, and in his confusion he knocked a roof tile off, narrowly missing Piers and breaking on the ground. Piers looked up to see Harry's head disappear over the top. He's up there, yelled Piers. Piers picked up one of the broken tile fragments and threw it at Harry, missing him and shattering it on the overhang. A window on the second story opened up and a man leaned out. "What the hell are you kids doing?" he demanded. Dudley called back, "My freak cousin got up on your roof." They yelled back and forth about Harry being up there, and Harry ended up accidentally knocking down another tile which gave proof to Dudley's claims. Harry couldn't get down. In the end, they needed to call the fire brigade to retrieve him. When they got home, his uncle was furious. "Not only do you embarrass us with needing to have the brigade get you down from a roof, but now I have no dinner on the table when I get home." "How did you get up there anyways? Freak, you're lucky your cousin was there to help you get down. You're spending the weekend in your cupboard. Your aunt and I are going to go out and order takeout. You can have toast for dinner. Until then, stay in your cupboard." As his aunt and uncle left, Harry turned to Dudley. "You owe me £1. I got home without being tagged. We had to call the fire brigade, that doesn't count, and I spent my last pound on ice cream." Harry was mad. This was the first time that Dudley had bilked on Harry hunting. Until then, it had been a game with rules. Dudley had just broken them. The next day, Harry came home from school without incident to find his aunt and uncle with Dudley waiting for him. His cousin jumped up from the couch and yelled, "There's the little thief." Vernon grabbed Harry by the shoulder. "Dudley says you've been stealing from him. We're going to take a look in your cupboard right now to see." Vernon opened the door to his room and started throwing things out. First his cart, then his clothes, then a few random broken pencils and some lumps of old clay. There were a few loose boards that his uncle pulled up with nothing underneath, but then he pulled up the board that had Harry's gift bag under it. His uncle looked at the bag for a moment before looking away and back at Harry. "Where is it?" Vernon demanded. Harry was confused. It was right there, but he said nothing. Vernon grabbed Harry and shook him. "Where is it?" "I didn't steal anything from Dudley," Harry yelled while being shaken. "Fine, you're already spending this weekend in your cupboard. You can spend the next one there too," his uncle declared. Harry gathered together all the things of his strewn around the living room and placed them back in his room. Dudley pushed him all the way in and closed the door. Neither Nigel nor Piers made any attempt that next week to pay him when he got home from Harry hunting first. Harry didn't think telling his aunt and uncle would make any difference, so he just did his best to avoid them. His old map had about 12 different routes marked in colored pencil to get home, and he would alternate them each day, almost every day getting home without being caught. With most weekends being stuck in his room, he didn't need to worry about getting caught then either. The first week of December, Vernon made an announcement at dinner. "The festive season is coming up," he began. Harry immediately felt hopeful from the party last year, but then sad as he knew they would never be going back to the Abbotts. His uncle continued, "My company, Grunnings, will be hosting a party this year. It will mostly be business contacts and their families. We are using this to have our company seem more family-friendly to our clients and bring in more business. They will be bringing their children, and hopefully we will get a bunch of new contracts which could lead to a nicer life for all of us." Turning to Harry, "Boy, you will be spending the night at Mrs. Figg's." Mrs. Figg was a lady who lived a few streets away from them. She lived alone, and even though she was called Mrs., she didn't wear a ring and never had any visitors. 2 years ago, she had somehow come into contact with Harry's aunt, and then occasionally took care of Harry when Petunia and Vernon went out to dinner. They would just leave Dudley at home to watch TV. Harry couldn't decide if it was a good thing that he wouldn't have to go out with his relatives, or a bad thing that he wouldn't get to go to a holiday party, and he'd be staying with Mrs. Figg. Her house smelled like cat pee because there was cat pee everywhere. Harry gagged a little just thinking about it. Though by this point, he knew that being upset about it wouldn't change anything. Just an extra nail in Harry's misery, his aunt added, "You'll also be staying with her this Saturday when we take Dudley to London for a new suit." Saturday seemed to stretch forever. Mrs. Figg would watch soap operas in various foreign languages on video cassettes all day. Today was particularly awful. From what Harry could piece together, it was a Turkish soap, dubbed in Russian with one monotone man doing all the voices for the actors and one monotone woman doing all the voices for the actresses. The original sound was not removed, so every time someone spoke, it sounded like each person was arguing with themselves in two languages. Mrs. Figg was able to understand it with the English subtitles. She said it was a great story and incredibly romantic. Harry would do anything to keep himself occupied. Mrs. Fig let him read books from her shelves. He was only allowed to read the ones on the lower shelves. Most of them felt like history books about things that obviously never happened. Wars between goblins with ridiculous names or stories about sea people and their treaties with sky people. Harry read Redwall at school, a fantasy book about animals fighting wars. It was an adventure and entertaining. These books, however, would put you to sleep. When he got bored with the books, he tried counting all of Mrs. Fig's cats. He would sometimes get up to 12, but then one would disappear or two more would show up. A few of the cats seemed to wait until he was about to count them before disappearing. There was one new kitten that would allow Harry to pet it. Harry tried to name it Snowflake for his pure white hair, but Mrs. Fig said it was Victoria. That made no sense to Harry. Harry made sure to make lunch and dinner for the two of them. Before he learned to make dinner, Mrs. Fig would cook for the both of them, and her cooking tasted as her house smelled. An hour before his aunt and uncle said they would be back, he was looking through the bookshelves to see if any book seemed less dull for the next time he was there. Crammed into the end of the shelf was one of the glass orbs he had seen at the abbot's holiday party. He called Mrs. Fig. "You have one of these too." She came over to see what he was talking about. She picked it up with her fingertips and smiled softly at it. "You know what this is?" Harry nodded his head. "I've seen one. It made a flower when I touched it." Mrs. Fig continued. "My mother gave me this when I was a little older than you. I could never get it to make more than specks of grey or red smoke, though it was never empty, always just a little." She rolled it into her palm, and a pinkish-grey plume appeared for a moment before breaking up into small bits and fading to almost nothing. She looked sad. "May I see what it does for you?" she asked. Harry put out his hands to receive it, and when it was placed there, a beautiful white flower blossomed in the center. It stayed that way for a few moments until, like before, there was a dark red pulse from the center. The pulse grew each time like a heartbeat, while Harry and Mrs. Fig watched with amazement. Small spidery lines came out of the pulse, reaching toward the edge of the flower. When they were almost to the edge, the flower pulsed strongly and the deep red vanished completely. They both were silent for a few moments before Mrs. Fig spoke. "That was incredible. I've never seen a reaction like that. Do you have a very good memory?" Harry thought for a moment. "I don't think I've ever forgotten anything." "Then I wonder what was," Mrs. Fig trailed off. "Maybe I'll tell you about it next time. For now, let me get you some chocolate." She went into the kitchen and pulled a large bar out of a top cabinet. Each square had a diamond with HD stamped on it. He hadn't seen this brand before in the market. He popped a square into his mouth. His eyes widened at the taste. He had eaten Mars bars and a few other candies before, along with the candy in his holiday bag last year. This chocolate, however, was something else entirely. It had caramel in it, but somehow the caramel was warm and liquidy without melting the bar, and the chocolate itself was richer than anything he could have imagined. When he finished that square, he took the next one but savored it. Just then, they heard a car pulling up out front. Mrs. Fig grabbed the chocolate and put it back into the cabinet. "This will be our little secret. Just remember, you had a horrible time while you were here." She smiled at him and winked. There was a knock at the door that sounded like a gorilla playing patty cake. Mrs. Fig opened the door to see Vernon standing there. "He wasn't too much trouble, was he? He tried counting my cats again. They didn't like that, so they kept running off to trick him." She held out her hand, and Vernon put some quid in it. "Get out here, boy. We had a great day without freakishness, and now we have to take you home." Harry left and thought that maybe things would get better. He was pretty sure later that his thoughts betrayed him, because of course things could get worse. 2 days before the party, Petunia received a call from Mrs. Fig. One of her oldest cats, a Lee Hewer named Chairman Meow, had just died at the age of 29. She was going to take him up to Scotland for burial and couldn't look after Harry. Petunia was furious. "Go try on your suit right now to see if it fits," she ordered Harry. Harry really didn't want to go to the party with his relatives, so he asked, "Can I stay with Mrs. Davis or the Abbots?" The look of horror on his aunt's face told him the answer even before she said, "Absolutely not. Go get your suit now." Harry was still able to get the suit on, but the shirt didn't tuck in, and the jacket and pants were both a few inches short. When his uncle got home, she had a loud argument with him in their bedroom. In the end, his uncle stormed downstairs and yanked Harry out of his room. "We're going to get you a new suit now," walking out the door expecting Harry to follow. Vernon drove them to a local charity store, and they looked through the stock as quickly as possible. Vernon was torn between the need for his nephew to look presentable at a family-themed party and spending as little money as possible. In the end, Harry received a very nice red coat with black trim that was a few sizes too big, but looked stylish enough to be interesting, and black pants that he would have to get hemmed up just a touch. The night of the party, they left the house early so Vernon could help the company set up. The party was being held in one of the production halls for Grunnings. There was food and drinks in the center of the room with tables all around. At one end of the hall, a small jazz band was set up. Harry explored the outside of the room. On display were the different drills that the company produced. Some were from a dentist's surgery, others were shown to be used for sculpting, and others still seemed to be for something with colored stones. The largest display seemed to be the kind that was used on construction projects. Grunnings specialized in the internal motors for the drills and combined them with drill tips they got from another location. From behind him, he heard someone call to him, "Hey, little man, that's a nice jacket you've got." Harry turned around to see a man, younger than his uncle and certainly a lot thinner. He had a stylish black haircut and a wispy mustache. He was wearing what looked to be the same jacket as Harry, but with reversed colors, black with red trim. His uncle decided to show up at that point with Dudley. "Good evening, Joseph. What are you telling my nephew?" The man stepped back. "Nephew. From your wife's side, I'm assuming. I can't see any resemblance." Looking at Dudley, he smirked. "This big guy here couldn't be anything other than your son, though." Vernon growled a bit, knowing it was meant disingenuously, while Dudley puffed his chest out, thinking it was a compliment. The man turned back to Harry. "My name is Joey. Your uncle is the top salesman in the company, you know." Harry shook his head. "Well, I'm number 2. Maybe by the end of the night I'll have taken his spot." Vernon looked like he wanted to punch the man in the face and simply replied, "We will see about that." The guests started to arrive, and Harry needed to stay with his relatives to be used as a sympathy piece. He was the poor orphan child of Petunia's late sister, killed by a drunk driver and left with no family but them. They took him in out of the kindness of their hearts and raised him. They conveniently left out who the drunk was. People seemed to be buying the story. Harry didn't like how he was being used, and he tried to sneak away often to get something to eat, but was always dragged back. As the trickle of new guests slowed, the band started playing, and Vernon and Petunia left the children to go mingle. Every so often, Vernon would call over Harry to seem magnanimous to clients and co-workers. Every time his uncle put a hand on his shoulder while talking about his dead parents, Harry felt like he was back in the bathroom, tied to the chair. He couldn't get away, and he was being used by his uncle. Dudley found a few older kids to hang out with, but there was no one younger around. After getting some food, Harry sat by himself at a table near a demonstration of the stone drills that sculptors used. He liked some of the sculptures there. A gargoyle sculpture looked scary, but the card in front of it said it was used to guard special buildings, and Harry thought he could use one of those for his room. He didn't have anyone protecting him, so maybe a gargoyle could do it. When he finished his food, he noticed a very small girl sitting in the corner reading a book. He got up to walk over to her. Her hair had been tamed straight, but a few hairs were out of place to show its true bushy nature, and her body was curled around her hands where she was reading. It reminded Harry of himself when he was expecting Dudley and his gang to sneak up on him. As he approached, he saw she was reading Redwall, which he had finished right after it was released. Harry blurted out, "You're reading Redwall." The girl squealed and jumped a bit, surprised at the sudden question. Harry apologized. "I'm sorry, that's just my favorite book I've read this year. I wished it was longer. How far are you through it?" The girl's eyes widened. "I'm on page 41, she said with pride. "I got it just yesterday as an early Christmas present. It's quite a good story. I wanted to stay home and read it, but my parents told me I had to come to the party, but I could read here." Harry followed up. "My uncle works here. I was supposed to spend the night at a sitter, but one of her cats died and he dragged me here. Anyway, I loved reading about Martin the Warrior. I really hope he writes another one just about Martin." "My parents buy from Grunnings. They were invited to the party as clients. They are dentists," the girl said. Harry thought it was kind of funny that a girl with big teeth would have dentists for parents, but he made sure he didn't say it because that would be rude. Harry was pretty sure that his thoughts must be being read by someone who was out to get him, because at that moment Dudley showed up to say something rude. Dudley appeared behind Harry. "Hey, Tiny, what are you reading?" he demanded of the girl. The girl possibly thought there was another reading enthusiast arriving, so she started in on an explanation. "It's Redwall by Berkeleyjake. It was published just this year, and it is about a small mouse who tries to find a magic sword to help." That was as far as she got before Dudley reached over saying, "Sounds great, give it to me." The girl held on to it for dear life like the book was a treasure, and to her it probably was. Harry didn't know what to do, so he just watched as they pulled it back and forth until the inevitable happened. It tore. The cover and a few of the first pages were ripped out of the book. The girl cried out and pushed Dudley hard. He tripped and fell into one of the folding chairs that were set up around the tables. The chair warped itself and bent into a shape that held his arms and legs together. The girl picked up the pieces of her book and began to cry. This got a lot of attention, and the girl's parents came running to comfort her as Dudley was struggling to get free. Vernon saw Dudley twisted up in the chair and confronted the little girl. "What did you do to my son?" he demanded of the crying little girl, but this only made it worse, and a shouting match erupted between Vernon and the father of the girl. Just then, Joey, the salesman, showed up with a cup of punch and a bar of chocolate, handing it to the little girl. She sniffled just a bit, whispered something, and pushed away the chocolate to take the punch. Joey then said to her, "Why don't we take your parents to get a first aid kit and see if we can fix up your book?" The girl then walked up to her dad, who was still arguing with Vernon, and pulled his sleeve until he paid attention. She whispered to him, and the two walked off while the father gave death glares back at Vernon. Joey ushered the family away from the main hall and threw a wink back at Vernon, whose face turned an even darker shade of purple. Harry's aunt and uncle picked up Dudley, with his arms and legs wrapped up in the metal parts of the chair, carrying him out the front door. Harry followed after, being pretty sure their night was over. When they were just outside the front door, they ran into three men in long red coats. His aunt immediately began yelling at them. Harry just heard her aunt yelling about fixing her dudders and the word "freak" over and over. Harry was too far away to see what was happening, but one of the men did something to release Dudley from the chair, and the chair was bent back to its original shape. They drove in silence all the way home. The moment they got inside the house, Vernon pinned Harry against the wall and growled, "I don't know what you did, you little freak, but if you cost me my top spot, you can start spending every moment you aren't working in the cupboard." Harry tried to argue that he didn't do anything, but Vernon yelled back, "If you didn't do anything, why did those freaks in the red coats show up? What were they doing there if you did nothing? Can't think of an excuse for that. Of course not. All of you freaks stick together." His uncle slammed and locked his room. Harry was pretty sure he didn't do anything, but something strange did happen. And who were the freaks in the red coats? He remembered seeing them back at the day school when Mrs. Davis's hair turned blue. His aunt and uncle thought they had something to do with him. It was too much to think about, so he just closed his eyes and went to sleep. The rest of Harry's winter break was split between working and spending time in his room, even before his uncle found out the sales results. Dudley seemed scared to be around Harry now. Harry wondered if his cousin thought he was responsible for the incident with the chair or something else. Harry knew that if he could have done that, he probably would have. 2 days before school started again, the results came in. Harry didn't get any food until the morning he went back to school. He still had to make it. He just couldn't eat any. Harry felt like a robot, and he just pushed down his feelings and accepted it. There was no use in complaining or crying. There was some food he had stashed under his floorboards. He rationed that to keep from starving. There was no Harry hunting the next week, though Dudley and his gang had taken to poking him and pushing him at random times, and then jumping back like he was going to explode at any possible moment. Harry realized that they were experimenting as he did with spices when cooking. It was the first time he observed Dudley being capable of complex thought, though perhaps getting tied up by a chair jump started his brain. The second week of January, Harry was walking around alone at lunch and managed to get to the far end of the yard. The dark-skinned man he had seen before was tending to the garden there. From the third year and up, The students got time each week to learn about plants in their science classes. Harry had to wait a year and a half before he would do that. Harry stood at the orange plastic fence and watched the man work. He was one of the tallest men Harry had ever seen in person, but he knew from watching some sports on the TV that there were even taller people too. He wore short sleeves, even though it was winter, and on one arm there was a thick scar that seemed to run from his elbow, under the shirt, and up to his neck. Harry rubbed his own scar a little self-consciously as he looked at it. The man put down a large bag of fertilizer and walked over to Harry. "Do you like plants?" the man asked in an accent Harry hadn't heard before. Harry nodded. "I did gardening for my aunt for a while. But she said I take the color out of her roses, so I don't do it anymore." The man frowned and walked over to a tomato plant, plucking one off the vine. He tossed it to Harry, who caught it out of the air. "Nice catch. Is the tomato still red?" Harry looked down at it. It was still red. The man said, "Still looks red to me. Would you like to help me over here? Come around the fence." Harry walked around, and as he was entering, he saw a weed growing up from a box containing a plant he didn't know. Instinctually, he reached down and plucked it up by the root. "Good, good. You know which plants to pull. You can help me if you would like. My name is Teckle Tecula, though some of my friends have recently started calling me Mr. T or just T. My name is Harry Potter. I see a few more weeds over there." Teckle nodded to him and got back to his own work. The next few weeks were good for Harry Dudley, and his friends weren't chasing him, and he got to work in a garden again. But this time it didn't feel like work. It was fun. He learned more, too, about different plants and how they grew in the soil. Teckle let him take home some mint they grew in the garden, and Harry found that when put it in his aunt's tea, she didn't seem to yell at him as much. At the beginning of March, Dudley and his gang got their courage back to start chasing Harry again, though now they did it at school. Harry would race the boys across the yard to the garden because they wouldn't want to mess with Harry around the tall groundskeeper. A couple of times, Teckle would watch Dudley and his friends run away, then chuckle a bit, and then say, "I pity those fools," in a voice not quite his own. The garden had grown quite significantly since Harry had started working there on his class breaks. Teckle had made sure to mention that this growth wasn't normal, and in his 4 years at the school, the garden had never given this much fruit or been this big. Harry felt proud of his work, though the positive feelings put him on edge and made him very anxious because whenever he felt good, something bad seemed just around the corner. The third week of March, on a Monday morning, Dudley was very fidgety on the way to school. He was mumbling something to himself, repeating it over and over in his head. When they arrived at the drop-off point, he saw the principal, a middle-aged woman with a very stern face and small glasses that rested on the tip of her nose, and Mr. Clifford waiting there. They stepped up as his aunt was letting them out. "Mrs. Dursley," the principal began, "please bring both of your boys up to the office. We need to have a meeting now." His aunt rounded on him. "What did you do now, you little freak?" Harry was confused, but said nothing. He looked over at Dudley, who just smiled. Deep down he knew that Dudley had done something, but he didn't know what yet. They arrived at the office, and they saw that Mr. Tecula was there as well. Petunia kept the man in the corner of her eyes as she sat down on the chairs in front of the desk with Dudley. Harry stood to the side. The principal began. "Yesterday, there was an act of vandalism at the school." Both Petunia and Dudley looked at Harry immediately. The lady nodded and continued. "Where were your boys yesterday afternoon?" Petunia responded immediately. "My Dudley went to his friend's house in the morning, but he came back at around 4. The boy here was home all day until the evening when he went to the supermarket." "How long was he gone for?" "I don't know exactly, but he was in time for dinner at 7. "What did he do?" "The garden that Teckley here manages for the school was vandalized. A few of the planter boxes were broken, and some plants were smashed. Your nephew works with the man during his breaks, and we received a tip from a neighbor that a boy with messy black hair was seen wrecking the boxes." Harry knew the game now. Dudley had been doing things for years now that he would blame Harry for. Nothing he would say could ever convince someone he was innocent. It wasn't even worth trying. So he just looked down at his feet and said nothing. Mr. Clifford spoke up. "I was warned about him before he got here, that he was a troublemaker. I hadn't seen it until now, but there it is." Petunia spoke. "We're so sorry for the boy. He takes after my sister and her husband, troublemakers and freaks. They were driving drunk the night they died." Harry felt hot anger at that, but just kept his head down and rubbed his scar. What will happen now? Teckle spoke next. Mr. Potter will spend the next week after school here repairing the damage he caused and helping me with some of my more difficult jobs. If he feels like he can destroy things without consequence, he will be taught otherwise. Harry felt immensely sad with the tone that Teckle was speaking to him and couldn't bear to look up and meet the man's eyes. They left the office and the boys went to class. At the first class break, Harry found Dudley, Piers, and Nigel waiting for him in the yard. Piers stepped forward. Such a shame, that was a very nice-looking garden too. Why do you have to wreck it? Harry's eyes narrowed. I know it was you. Behind Piers, Nigel pulled a tomato out of his pocket and took a big juicy bite. But you don't have any proof now, do you? Harry saw the tomato and launched himself at Nigel, punching him in the nose, and knocking him over. He got a few more hits in before Piers and Dudley pulled him off and held him up as Nigel hit him in the stomach twice. Just then, Mr. Clifford came running out. Stop it, right now, all of you. His cane slapped the ground. The three older boys had him as a teacher the previous year and immediately jumped to attention. I saw all of it. Were this 1975, you would all get the cane for fighting. All of the boys stood perfectly still, though Harry was still on the ground wheezing. Some blood dripped down Nigel's nose. Looking at Harry, you started this, boy. I guess your punishment earlier wasn't enough. You can spend the next 2 weeks in my classroom during the break, cleaning up after everyone. Get inside now. Harry slowly got up and walked inside while Dudley and his gang walked off chuckling. After school, Mr. Clifford walked him out to the garden to meet Teckle. Harry kept his eyes on his feet, ashamed and not wanting to meet the disapproval in the eyes of the groundskeeper. After his teacher left, Teckle spoke to Harry. Look at me, young man. Harry looked up at the groundskeeper, but the disapproval had vanished from his face. I know you didn't do this. I am sure your cousin is responsible for this. I know what it is like to be blamed for things just because of who you are. He absent-mindedly touched the scar running up to his neck. If I had spoken up for you in the office, they would have placed you with someone else, and you would not get to work in the garden again. Harry was reminded of the time when he was at Mrs. Figg's and lied about her treatment of Harry so they wouldn't send him somewhere worse. Some people would look out for him. They just needed to tell everyone else he was a horrible child. Harry looked up from his feet and saw the damage for the first time. Harry's mood dropped again. Plants were stepped on, wood boxes were broken up, and soil was everywhere. He was furious with Dudley and his friends, but he focused on the work that needed to be done. Harry made sure to salvage any plants with unbroken roots and pulled all the seeds from the crushed tomatoes to dry for replanting. Harry helped arrange any wood that could be reused for the planters as well. This continued for the whole week, and on Thursday he was allowed to use the hammer to nail together some of the new boxes. On Friday, they added new soil to the boxes and started planting the seeds. Harry promised to come by when his cleaning punishment was over to keep working on the garden again. So far this week, he didn't need to worry about Harry hunting. Leaving school so late meant that Dudley had already gone home. Friday, when he went home, was different. They were waiting on their bikes right in front of his hidden path, blocking his entrance. His anger, which he had been repressing since he saw how they destroyed the garden, suddenly boiled forth. But before he could cross the street and punch Nigel again, a street sign fell off its post and slapped Nigel hard in the face. Even from where he was, Harry could hear a crack of Nigel's nose breaking, and he could see the flinches across Dudley and Piers' faces. An ambulance was called, and Nigel was taken to the hospital. Harry could see blood all over the boy's face when they put him on the stretcher. Vernon yelled at him at home. What happened? Harry tried to assert himself. I don't know. I was on the other side of the street. It was like magic. His aunt's face twisted with indignation immediately and pulled back. His uncle picked him up by the shirt and leaned in close. There is no such thing as magic. He punctuated every word by poking Harry in the chest with a meaty finger. Vernon opened Harry's door and threw him into his room. Harry hit the back wall and the house lights flickered. He lay on his cot and groaned as his uncle slammed the door and locked it from the outside. Harry spent the weekend in his room. He got bread and water twice a day, but no one paid any attention to him otherwise. As he ate the bread and water, he remembered the soggy sweetness of the crumbs in white liquid he had tasted after Dudley's birthday 2 years before. It had a similar texture in his mouth, but none of the same taste. Listening to the sounds from the house, He heard his aunt complaining to the open air about needing to do chores, all the chores he would do for them, and he heard Dudley watching cartoons. The voices in the cartoons sounded stupid compared to the few books Harry had read. It was like hearing people talk to small animals or babies. At school that week, he dutifully did his cleaning, even getting some small measure of praise from Mr. Clifford for how well he did. Nigel came back to school, a large bandage around his face. He had broken some other bones in his face too, not just his nose. He refused to meet Harry's eyes, but even the small glances he gave Harry had some fury in them. Harry started working in the garden again, and things returned to normal. On the days that there was rain, Harry would spend in the classroom reading fantasy books. He had started The Hobbit, though it was taking him longer because the book was meant for older children. He liked that when Tolkien introduced something new, he spent time describing every detail of it so he could form a rich picture in his mind. Tolkien's goblins sounded a lot more interesting than the ones in Mrs. Figg's books. 2 weeks before the end of the year, Harry was called to the principal's office. He was taken over to the nurse's station next door and was met by the school nurse and a woman in a business suit. The principal spoke to Harry. "We recently found out that Mr. Tecula," Harry interrupted. "Tecula," the principal continued, glaring at Harry, "was found to have a communicable disease he did not disclose to us when he was hired. It is contagious and oftentimes deadly to children." She gestured to the woman next to the nurse. "This is Madame Argent from the Public Health Office in London. You will need to answer her questions and get an exam from the nurse." With that, she left the office. The school nurse stepped forward. "I am going to need to give you a complete physical and check for any visual symptoms of the disease. Please remove your shirt and pants, Mr. Potter." Harry noticed a twitch in Madame Argent's face in the same way he occasionally saw in others when his name was mentioned, but had learned to dismiss it. Harry sheepishly took off his clothes, and the nurse looked closely at every inch of his skin. He was asked about the scar on his forehead, to which he simply replied it had been there since the night his parents died, mentioning that got a choking sound from Madame Argent. After he was dressed again, Madame Argent stood up and asked him many questions about if Mr. Tecula had ever touched him, scratched him, bit him, or if he exhibited any other unusual behavior. Harry just responded that they worked in the garden together. At the end of the questions, Harry asked, "What is going to happen to Tekel?" Madame Argent replied, "He will receive a fine for seeking employment in a field he was restricted from. There aren't many jobs in the UK that he is allowed to take. Most likely, he will leave for the continent. Many others with his condition do the same." Harry didn't see Tecula for the remaining 2 weeks of school. When school was out, Dudley got a party for his friends for graduating in the second year. Harry got to make the cake for his cousin's party. His aunt slapped his hand with a wooden spoon when he tried to lick some frosting from his fingers. The pain made him angry, the anger made his head hurt, and his scar itched. When the cake was in the oven, he returned to his room without prompting and read from the copy of The Hobbit that Mr. Clifford had allowed him to take home. Chapter 7. The Straw. Chapter text that summer, Dudley was determined to make Harry's life miserable. One day, Dudley knocked his plate over accidentally, and Petunia took Harry's plate to give to Dudley. When Dudley started doing this nearly every meal, Harry was forced to smuggle even more extra food under the floorboards of his room for the times he wasn't allowed to eat anything. Dudley would stomp on the stairs above Harry's room whenever he could to disturb him. Harry also suspected that he was also cutting the flowers off of the rose bushes and blaming it on Harry, but couldn't prove anything. Harry remembered the incident with Nigel and the street sign. When he got angry, bad things, would happen to those who drew his ire. So instead of pushing everything down inside and just curling up when a rock hit him in the throat, he would let himself get angry. Sometimes he had to really push his anger to the point he felt like it was splitting along his scar. But bad things started happening to Dudley. The first time was after the fourth meal in a row that Harry had to give up his food to his cousin. He felt his stomach growl, and Dudley laughed at him as he stuffed an extra large spoonful of potatoes into his mouth. Harry felt his anger boil over easily, and suddenly Dudley was spitting out his food, which was now covered with mold. Petunia cursed him and told him he was a freak while dragging him to his room. A few nights later, Dudley decided that the middle of the night would be a good time to run up and down the stairs above Harry's room and then pound on the door. Angry at being woken up, he focused all of his anger on his cousin, and he heard his cousin fall over and hit the ground. He got back up and took a few steps only to trip again and curse. On the way up the stairs, he tripped 2 more times. In the morning, Harry could see bruises on his face and arms. Occasionally, Dudley and his gang would chase him around the neighborhood. For some reason, he couldn't get anything to happen to them until after they had hit him with the slingshot or punched him a few times. However, after a punch or a rock from the slingshot hitting him, they would have their feet sink into dry ground, their bike gears would jam, or a car door would open up in front of them, and Harry could get away. Then there was the washing machine incident. Harry's new job for this summer was doing the laundry. He couldn't imagine his aunt enjoying washing the huge and disgusting clothes that her husband and son gave her each week. Aunt Petunia had started him folding clothes with her after it was washed. Folding his uncle's clothes was just as difficult as folding the sheets for the beds. For the briefest of moments, Harry enjoyed working with his aunt, like when she taught him how to make breakfast. That moment passed very quickly as he knew his aunt didn't feel the same way. After a few weeks of folding laundry, Harry was taught how to wash the clothes and use the machine. It was a lot easier than what he had been led to believe by his aunt complaining about the chore. Separate the colors, add a cup of powder, push the buttons, and go do something else for an hour. Easy. One day, towards the end of July, he was loading the washing machine when he felt hands push him hard from behind. He stumbled forward and hit his head inside the machine. Then more hands fell on him, and he screamed and kicked until he was completely inside. Harry was able to look out the glass door to see Dudley and Nigel standing there laughing. Nigel then looked Harry in the eyes and pushed a thumb against his crooked nose before pushing buttons on the machine. Dudley laughed as the wheel started to turn and the bottom filled with water. Harry was panicking, but had no room to kick or move his arms to get out. When his head went under water for the first rotation, he started to get desperate. The lights in the house began to flicker. The 2 boys ran off, leaving Harry helplessly churning within the machine. When his lungs started to fill with water, something inside him snapped. All the lights went off, and the door to the machine blew off as the water inside vaporized. Harry twisted and turned until he managed to crawl out of the wreckage of the washing machine. Now was the time that Aunt Petunia decided to grace him with her arrival. She looked at the room and saw the broken machine, wet floor, blown light bulbs, and burnt clothing. She screamed and grabbed Harry by his ear and dragged him downstairs to his room and locked him inside. Harry was out of breath and on the edge of consciousness, but heard his aunt yelling at the telephone to work. Then he lost consciousness. Woke up sometime later because his door was being unlocked. All the lights in the house were still out. Vernon was standing there, furious. He yanked Harry out of his room and dumped him on the floor. His whole body was sore like he had been running for hours, and his head was still a bit damp from the washing machine. "What are we going to do with you?" his uncle yelled. "We take you in from your no-good, freak parents, and this is the thanks we get. More freakishness. Every chance you get, something else happens. Now your freakishness knocked out the power on the whole street and destroyed the new washing machine. I'm telling you, this ends tonight," he said with a note of finality. "You will be in your cupboard until further notice." He pulled a completely drained Harry to his feet and shoved him back into his room, then closed and locked the door. Harry was in his room for at least a week, getting only bread and water twice a day. He was given a small bucket to use for a bathroom and called a disgusting freak every time he needed it changed. His entire body was pained with aches and sores, and the only solace he got was during the daytime when he could hold the hobbit up to the vent in the door and read a little more. He ended up reading the chapter with the eagles many times and had dreams of flying away. Sometimes he had a dream of being on a flying motorcycle as well, traveling in the clouds. Harry had lost count of the days. Maybe a week later, after the power came back on, his uncle came home with a few men who carried something upstairs. The men worked loudly for several minutes before carrying something back down. Harry assumed they were installing the new washing machine. Uncle Vernon had brought a bag with takeout for dinner like he did most days while the power was out. This one smelled like hamburgers. Harry started to sit up in preparation for his aunt to bring his bread and water to his room. However, this time, she opened the door all the way and stepped back. "Boy, You're having dinner with the rest of us tonight." She then turned around and walked back to the kitchen. Harry blinked at the light from the living room, stretched, and slowly climbed out of his room. His muscles were aching from being stuck in his room for so long. He wondered briefly if just returning to his room would be better than dealing with the constant abuse and yelling from his relatives. His uncle leaned out of his chair to look down the hallway and yell, "Hurry up, everything is getting cold." The smell of the hamburgers made up his mind for him. Harry knew he smelled bad after sitting in his own sweat with a bucket of his own waste next to him for so long. He took a change of clothes from his room and said, "I'm going to wash up. I'll be there in a minute." He walked slowly for the first time in over a week. Every movement felt difficult, and his whole body was sore. When he got to the bathroom, he took an extra minute to use the toilet, and then washed his face and arms before changing his clothes. His uncle yelled again for him to hurry up, so he put on socks and his trainers before heading to the kitchen. His place at the table had a hamburger with lettuce, tomato, and a lot of onions. He sat down slowly. His uncle pushed the burger to him and encouraged him to start eating. Harry took his time both to savor the flavor and because he knew from experience that eating fast would lead to a stomach ache. Harry hadn't had more than 2 or 3 burgers before to compare it to, but it was decent. He tasted something that felt rough on his tongue like a time Nigel had forced him to eat chalk. However, he loved onions, so the flavor was good, and he savored every bite. Meanwhile, Dudley had finished devouring his double bacon cheeseburger and reached over towards Harry's burger to take it when Harry set it down for a moment. Harry's aunt saw this and reached over to slap Dudley's hand away, surprising both of the boys. When Harry had finished and had drunk some soda that had been offered to him, his vision started to blur slightly, and he felt like he was being pushed into the back of his own head. He reached out for the table to grab onto, but somehow missed the edge. The room moved around him as the ceiling rose up in front of his eyes, and he felt like he was falling upward toward the ground. Harry saw his uncle leaning over him as everything went black. As Harry fell out of his chair and Vernon leaned over to check on him, Petunia immediately told Dudley, "Go up to your room now and don't come out. We're taking Harry to the hospital." Dudley hesitated before his father yelled, "Now!" and the fat boy ran upstairs and closed the door to his room. Petunia turned to her husband. That happened a lot quicker than they said it would. He should have been able to go back to his cupboard before falling asleep. She picked Harry up off the floor and carried him like a rag doll towards the washing machine box that was still by the front door. Vernon opened the cupboard and took out Harry's cot, clothes and anything else that was in there and dumped them into the bottom of the box. Petunia raised an eyebrow towards her husband, but he just shrugged and said, "Less stuff we need to get rid of later." They closed the box up and Petunia grabbed Vernon by the chin. "Remember what I told you. Try not to think about what you are doing. If anyone asks where has gone, he ran away. Do not look anyone in the eyes when they ask you, or they will know. That greasy boy my sister always hung out with always knew what I was thinking when I looked him in the eyes. They might all be able to do it too." Vernon nodded. With that, Petunia kissed her husband, and he carried the box out to the car. Vernon drove for 2.5 hours to reach the Port of London. He took the long route, without toll roads, making sure to check often that he wasn't being followed. When he arrived at a security gate, he handed the security attendant a card and some money and was waved in. He drove down an aisle of large shipping containers until he saw one container by itself with a car in front of it. The car flashed its lights at him and he drove up slowly. As he got closer, 2 men got out of the car. He parked and got out himself. One of the men walked up to Vernon, a pistol easily visible on his hip. The one behind him said in accented English, "Search him." The man with the pistol said to Vernon, "Hands out," and extended his arms out until his pose resembled that of the letter T as an example. Typically, Vernon would spit on some immigrant who tried to tell him what to do, but today he had a mission and the man had a gun. He had brought an old shotgun his father had given him for pheasant hunting with him, but it was stashed under the passenger seat. He raised his arms, and the man with the pistol patted him down all over. At one point, the man doing the searching called back to the other one by the car, saying something in a language Vernon couldn't place, to which they both laughed. The man with the pistol finished the pat-down and declared, "He's clean," and then to Vernon, "Show us what you brought." Vernon lifted the box out of the back of the car and opened it up. The man with the pistol looked inside and back at Vernon. What can he do? Vernon replied stiffly. He cooks, cleans, and does laundry. Vernon paused to grimace slightly after mentioning the latter. He also likes to play in the garden and plant things. The man asked, does he cause any problems? Vernon responded, if he didn't, we wouldn't be here now, would we? The man with the pistol went back to the other by the car and spoke with him in their language before coming back with an envelope. He handed it to Vernon, who opened it up and quickly skimmed through the money inside. What now? Vernon asked. Now you leave, said the man with the pistol, tapping it for emphasis. Vernon backed up to his car but watched as the two men hoisted the box and carried it to a shipping container. When they opened it up, about a dozen children could be seen. Each child had a chain to one of their ankles which bound them to the side of the container. The two men placed the box next to a young blonde girl on the floor by the door and closed it up tight. Vernon got in his car and drove off. After watching Vernon drive off, the man without the pistol looked up, waved, put his fingers to his lips, and whistled. The crane above them came to life, and the lights turned on. After a minute, the metal arm on the crane attached to the container with the children and hoisted it into the air. There were probably screams coming from inside the box, but no sound could be heard outside in the London night. The container was loaded onto a ship, and it left port that night. Vernon Dursley had a peaceful drive back home as the ship floated out to sea. Both Vernon and Harry's new keepers slept soundly that night. Chapter 8. The New Room. Chapter text. Harry woke up in the dark, curled up on his cot. The last thing he remembered was finishing his hamburger the night before and falling asleep. Harry rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. As he opened them, he realized he wasn't in his room. He was in a box. Harry got over his claustrophobia a long time ago. His room was barely bigger than he was, so he got used to small spaces pretty quickly. So he wasn't afraid of being in a small box. He was afraid of being somewhere he didn't recognize. Familiarity was one of the only things that made him feel safe. He heard from outside the box some muttering from other children, so he tried to stand up. As he did so, he heard some whimpering outside, and when he peeked out of the top of the box, there was a gasp from children around him. Harry was in a dark room, a little smaller than the first floor of his house on Privet Drive. The only light source came from a single bulb on an electrical wire swinging above their heads. Harry felt like they were moving, but couldn't figure out how. There was a bit of a salty smell in the air, but as he had never been to the ocean before, he didn't make the connection that he was near open water. The other children in the room were all against the wall, and when his eyes adjusted to the dark, he could see that each child had a chain around one of their legs that was keeping them close to the wall. The children all stared back at him with equal curiosity. Most of them were older than he was, around 10 to 14 years old. Next to his box was a girl younger than him, with nearly white blonde hair wearing a black dress. Harry climbed out of the box and asked, "Where are we?" No one answered him. Most of them just kept their heads down. As he tried to make eye contact, they all looked away, just like he would do when Uncle Vernon or someone else yelled at him. The girl near him stopped paying attention to him and started reaching towards a sack that was near the end of the room. Unfortunately for her, it was just out of reach. Harry went over to the sack and opened it up. There were a number of random foodstuffs in the sack. Some of it smelled bad, and he put those to the side. There was a loaf of sliced bread, a few cans of baked beans, several bruised oranges, and tiny bottles of water. As he unpacked, all eyes in the room were drawn to him. He held up a can of beans and asked, "Does anyone have a can opener?" No one responded. From the other end of the room, another can of beans rolled down. It had been split in the middle from repeated impacts to the side of the can. Harry decided to put the can on hold for now. Harry split up the oranges into slices and went around the room to give out slices and the water. 3 of the older children tried to jump out and grab more food from Harry, but he was quicker from years of running from Dudley and his friends. He picked up a number of other water bottles that were empty and brought them back to the end the box was on. When he got back to the first end, he gave water and orange slices to the little blonde girl. She wasn't as dirty as the rest of them, and when he gave her the water, she squeaked out, "Thank you." In any other situation, Harry might try to explore a bit, but he knew that getting close to some of the other children would be dangerous for him, so he stayed at the end with the little girl. The floor was covered by a layer of straw and dirt, like an animal stable, and the walls were all metal. The wall on the end he was on had a structure of metal bars, but Harry couldn't figure out their purpose. As he was running his hands along the wall, one of the pieces of metal poked him, and he withdrew his hand quickly. He ran his fingers along it. It felt like the end of a handle of some kind. He tried pulling on it, but it didn't budge. He carefully inspected the edge of the handle. The end was pointed and very sharp. He was lucky it didn't cut him the first time, though it did give him an idea. He grabbed one of the cans of beans and held it to the metal. He punctured through the lid after a few seconds of pressure. He couldn't use it to cut, but after multiple attempts, he had a hole that was big enough to pour. Harry took the bread out of the package and poured some beans onto a slice and ate it. He then repeated the process one by one for the other children. The ones near the far end voraciously grabbed at the food, and one of them spilled hers on the floor. Harry made sure to get that girl another slice. He went through 2 of the 4 cans of beans before finishing. There was still a little bread left, so he tied off the bag. He didn't know what to do with the rest of the rotting food, so he just put it back in the sack. Consuming rotten food could be worse than not eating at all. Harry had learned that when he had tried storing food in his room and eating it later. Harry's eyes continued to adjust to the dark, and he could now see the box he had been in was the one from the dishwasher. So his uncle must have brought him here. He didn't know if this was a punishment or something else. Maybe this is where all the other freaks ended up when they blew out the power for the whole street. Even if this was a punishment or to teach him a lesson, it wasn't that bad. He had some space to move around, more than just bread and water, and most importantly, he hadn't seen any of his relatives yet. He started to look and feel through the washing machine box. Everything he owned was in there with the exception of his gift bag with his money, thank you notes, dried mistletoe, and the tea room card. He wondered if it was still safe with whatever made it so Dudley and his uncle were unable to look at it. Also down in the box were the few sets of clothes he owned, his briefcase with some school supplies, some pens and pencils, his copy of The Hobbit, and his cot folded in half. When he was done looking around, he heard from the middle of the room, "Hey kid, come over here." Harry saw one of the kids leaning away from the wall and waving at him in the dark. Harry walked slowly down the middle until he reached the boy. He was maybe 12 years old with sandy blonde hair. He was wearing a puffy jacket and jeans. "I need you to go to the other end and get the bucket." Harry looked confused, so the boy continued. "I need to take a shit, you understand? There's a bucket in the corner down there," pointing to the far end. "After we use the bucket, you put it on the shelf across from me, and someone on the outside takes it and brings it back empty. They won't clean it more than twice a day, so we only put it up there when it is full." That was disgusting. Harry already thought it was disgusting when he had to use a bucket in his room with his relatives, but now he was sharing it with a dozen children. However, they were in a box with children chained to the wall, so he didn't think it was that big of a deal, relatively. Harry went to the end and brought the bucket back to the boy, who proceeded to do his business. Harry returned to his box. He climbed down inside and tried to read The Hobbit, but it was too dark. He climbed back out to get some light and started to pick up where he left off. Just then, the girl next to him spoke up, very politely. "Excuse me, could you read to me?" He stared back at the little blonde girl. Her eyes were hopeful and scared at the same time. "Have you read The Hobbit?" asked Harry. The girl shook her head. "It's about an incredible adventure of a small man in a very large world." He explained it as best as he could. "I'll start at the beginning. In a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit. Not a nasty, dirty, wet hole, filled with the ends of worms and an oozy smell, nor yet a dry, bare, sandy hole with nothing in it to sit down on or to eat. It was a hobbit hole, and that means comfort." Harry started a new routine. All of the children were sleeping at relatively the same time. There was also a new sack of food that was lowered through the ceiling on a hook, and the old one was taken back at some time when there was a low amount of light from the outside each day. With the arrival of the food, the children assumed that it was morning. Harry brought the bucket around to all the children. Everyone got a piece of fruit and beans on bread. Later on, he would read a few pages from The Hobbit. After he had gotten a few chapters into the book, the other children started to pay attention to his reading. After a week had passed, Harry needed to start again from the beginning, and had moved to sit directly under the light in the middle while reading out loud to the group. He tried to read only a few pages a day because he didn't know how long they would be in there. However, after he caught up to where he had been before, it became difficult to not read ahead for his own curiosity. He tried for a little while to try to get to know the other children after reading each day. None of them liked talking, but enough spoke to him that he learned that all of them came from places that didn't want them for one reason or another. He didn't really want to tell anyone his story, so he understood that no one wanted to tell him theirs. No one shared their names either. It just didn't seem worth it to be familiar with anyone there. A lot of the times he spoke with the other kids, it would be about something in The Hobbit or about another book they had read before. Remembering things that never happened seemed to be the best way to pass the time in their dark room. Before sleeping, Harry would read another few pages, and then they would pass the bucket and sleep. Harry continued to sleep in his barks. He was the only one who had more than a blanket to lie on, so he avoided showing anyone that he had something they didn't. Harry also used his pens and pencils to draw on the inside of the barks. One side was a map of Middle-earth, another was a unicorn, another was the map of all the streets around Privet Drive and his different routes home, and the last one he just doodled random things. It was a sad day for everyone when Harry finally finished the last chapter of The Hobbit. They had all been keeping track of the day with a few pages in the morning and a few pages in the evening. The blonde girl cried a little that night because the book was over, and he heard some other sobs as well from the far corner. The next day, Harry tried to start retelling what he remembered from Redwall, but he had trouble remembering it, and it didn't come out exactly right. It was, however, what the other children needed to keep their spirits up. When he was done telling it, he was mentally exhausted and couldn't imagine anything else to retell. Luckily, a few days later, they started to hear noise and people moving around outside. Occasionally, people seemed to walk by, outside the walls of the room talking in another language. There was a rattling of metal on the end where Harry slept, and for the first time since the doors were closed, they opened again and sunlight shone into the barks. Most of the kids shielded their eyes from so long in the dark and screamed at the sudden light. 3 large men came into the room and started to unchain the children near the door. The girl and one other were dragged out. Harry was also grabbed and dragged from the room. He yelled and screamed and clawed at the man holding him. The man holding him wasn't as big as his uncle, but even though he fought as hard as he couldn't get away. Outside, all he could see was blue water all around them. They were on a ship at sea, and that must have been the movement that he could feel all the time in the room. Harry was thrown next to the blonde girl and the boy that was near the door, while the man who had dragged Harry yelled at him in another language while holding a wooden club in his hands. Harry yelled back at him. The man with the club laughed at the small child in front of him and swatted Harry in the head with his club like he was nothing but a fly. When the club connected, it hit Harry right on his lightning bolt scar, and Harry felt something intangible crack. There was a pulse of energy with a violet hue that knocked all the men around them into the air. The boy and girl that had been unchained were pushed against other metal containers, but they stayed on the ground. The man that hit Harry went straight up in the air, while all the others that had been standing around were thrown over the side of the ship. Harry could hear a creaking and groaning of metal, and the ship started to lean to the side. Alarms started going off around the ship, causing Harry to look around in panic. The man that hit Harry fell out of the sky, crashed down right in front of Harry with a sickening crunch. Harry was reminded of when the sign broke Nigel's nose and the sound that it made. This was far, far worse. He did not get up either. The sound froze Harry in place, staring at the broken body of the man. Blood began to pool around the man's broken form on the deck of the ship. A few containers started to slide off the tops of the stacks and splashed into the water, snapping Harry back to the reality at hand. Harry could hear the screaming of the children still inside their room. The ship started to list even more, and more containers began to fall into the sea. The broken body of the man who had fallen from the sky started to slide towards the water, leaving a bloody smear behind him, so Harry ran in the opposite direction towards the higher end of the ship. He grabbed onto the railing there and held on with all the strength he had. Looking around, he could see the blonde girl had made it to this side of the ship as well. He didn't know where the other boy who had been unchained had gone. The ship began to roll over, and more containers fell off the boat. Harry saw the container he was in burst through the railing and fall into the sea. He forced his focus away from that in order to pay attention to his own survival. When there was water directly beneath him, he prepared to let go. He yelled at the blonde girl to do the same, and then he dropped. He hit the water and went under. He looked around and saw all the containers that had fallen sinking into the depths of the ocean. When he came up, he realized he had forgotten a small detail. He didn't know how to swim. Just at that moment, he saw the blonde girl drop about 30 feet away from him into the water. When she came up to the surface, it seemed like she was having the same problem as he was, her head going back below the surface over and over. Harry scrambled as best he could to get over to her, but he kept going below the water as well. Just as the water began to fill his lungs, his clothes inflated like a balloon, and he rose up to the surface, taking a few breaths of fresh air before moving as quickly as possible to the blonde girl. She grabbed a hold of him and took a few deep breaths. An hour later, the boat had completely sunk, and various debris was beginning to float back up to the surface of the ocean. The blonde girl pointed out what looked like a large piece of wood, and they paddled over to it. It turned out to be a large office desk made of polished wood. There was enough space on it for 2 adults, and the 2 children easily fit on top of it. As they climbed on top, Harry's clothes deflated. They lay there for a few moments just breathing. The girl was out of breath, but starting to recover a bit and looked like she was about to start crying. Trying to distract her, he said, "My name is Harry." The girl looked shocked and didn't know what to say. Harry followed up with, "But most people call me Freak." The girl looked startled, but then responded slowly, "My name is Lyra, but my family mostly calls me Squib." Harry nodded to her. He understood that the word was something bad, but had no idea what it meant. The 2 of them held on to each other and fell asleep on top of the desk. Chapter 9. Adaptation. Chapter text. Harry and Lyra floated for 3 days. There was nothing to do but let the ocean take them where it wanted them to go. They were used to long silences from the time on the ship, but this was worse. They had no food, no water, and nothing to occupy their time. The first night, they slept at the same time and both fell off the desk into the water. After that, they slept in shifts to keep from falling off. When the girl was sleeping, Harry felt truly alone. They had been used to regular food and water, so by the end of the first day both were extremely hungry, and by the end of the second day they were starving with stomach pain. They had tried to drink the water, but that made things worse. Harry was reminded of his science class when they boiled salt water. There was no way to create fresh water here. They were hungry, dehydrated, and sunburnt. The sun beating down on them made it worse. They had no shelter, and the water itself reflected it onto them from every angle. Every part of their exposed skin was red and blistering by the end of the second day. Lyra cried quite a few times when salt water would splash over the top of the desk and get on their blisters. During the third day, Harry did his best to shelter Lyra with shade from his own body to keep her from getting worse. There was nothing for either of them to do except to survive, though they had no way to do even that much. Harry felt like he was close to giving up. It would be so easy just to roll off the side of the desk and sink, though there was no way he was leaving this girl alone and on her own. On the evening of the third day, they saw land in the distance. With almost no energy left in them, they took turns paddling the desk towards the land. As they got closer, it turned out the land was a mountain in the middle of an island with a large number of trees around the lower areas. It took them a few hours of paddling from the time they had first spotted it, and just after sunset, a wave pushed them up onto the beach of the island. They crawled up past the beach to a group of banana trees. There was a small pool of water underneath that they drank from. They both cried when the water reached their chapped lips and faces. It was more important to drink than care about the pain that came from doing so, so they continued to drink until they had their fill. They then took turns throwing rocks at the banana tree until a bunch fell to the ground to be eaten with gusto. After finishing the bananas, they cleared some rocks from the ground and fell asleep. When the morning came around, they knocked down more bananas and drank from the pool. They spent most of the day just scavenging around and putting together large banana and palm leaves for a bed. They didn't have much energy for anything else. They walked a little bit inside the tree line, but didn't go deeper into the jungle for fear of getting lost. Nor did they go onto the beach, because they didn't want to be out of the shade into the sun. Their burns were still hurting, and their skin peeling. In the evening, when the sun went down, they went exploring a bit. They didn't want to go too far from their food and water, so they found a large stick and planted it on the beach as a landmark. Lyra was the first one to notice there was movement in the forest. She tried to point it out to Harry, but he didn't see anything. However, on their way back to their camp, Harry could feel something watching them just beyond the trees, but he couldn't hear or see anything. That night, they knocked down more bananas for dinner before going to sleep. In the morning, they woke to find around a dozen bananas next to them. Both Harry and Lyra were a bit freaked out that someone had visited them in their sleep, but relieved that they had a bounty of food to eat without having to expend any of their crucial energy. They continued to explore the beach area the next day. As they walked along the beach, they found a few other pools of water that had streams that led up toward the mountain. They made markers on the beach for each pool of water and a copse of banana trees. They were able to get a few miles each way on the beach before reaching a cliff face that rose above the beach, and they had to return to their camp. They didn't want to explore too far inland because of the cover of the forest and their unknown benefactors who brought the bananas. They ended their day with more bananas and went to sleep. For the next few days, they woke to find bananas, berries, and fat bugs on leaves waiting for them. They tried to improve their shelter with fallen branches and large banana leaves. Slowly, they were gaining their strength back, and their sunburns were healing. A few nights later, Harry was awoken to Lyra screaming. She grabbed him and started talking about seeing a hairy man standing over her. Harry looked around, but no one was there. However, there were berries spilled all around the area in front of their shelter. Lyra mumbled that as soon as she screamed, he vanished into thin air. She clung to Harry, breathing heavily, until she fell back asleep. Harry couldn't sleep at all that night. The next night, Harry stayed up, leaning against the banana tree, cradling Lyra between his legs. Harry enjoyed spending time with Lyra. He remembered a bit about kindergarten and spending time with Tracy. What he didn't like about the time he spent with Tracy was that it had to end every day when he went home. With Lyra, there was no beginning of the day or end of the day. With Lyra, they were together all the time. They shared every moment. He would do what he needed to do to protect her, whether it was from the sun, hunger, or these hairy men. He didn't know what the feelings for her he felt were, or where they came from, nor why she put so much trust in him. He didn't understand why reading to her made her feel better or how she felt safe sleeping next to him. His whole life people pushed him away, but now someone wanted him close. In the middle of the night, the hair on Harry's neck stood on end, and he saw movement coming out of the trees toward them. As the movement got closer, Harry could see two hairy figures which hunched slightly while walking, carrying something in their arms. He raised his head a little and spoke, "Hello there." Their heads jerked toward him, and they both disappeared before he could even blink. Harry was so startled, he woke up Lyra. He held on to her and just whispered, "They were here again. I spoke, and they vanished." Lyra was scared, but Harry just held her until she fell asleep again. They both tried to speak to the hairy men the next few nights, but with no success. Every time they showed up, as soon as they noticed Harry or Lyra trying to wave or speak to them, they would vanish. Sometimes they made a huffing or a peep-like noise before disappearing, but they wouldn't stay. Lyra had figured out that there were at least 4 different creatures that had been visiting them. She said she could see different heights and characteristics of them. Harry couldn't, but he trusted her judgment. After a week, they had a full moon. When they had their nightly visit, one of the 2 creatures had a small, hairless baby clinging to their fur. As the 2 of them got up to the front of the shelter they had set up to set down the food, Harry broke the silence with a very polite, "Good evening." As usual, this startled the creatures, causing them to vanish from sight. However, the baby, clinging to the fur of the adult, did not vanish and appeared to hover in midair. It then started to move away slowly, floating the whole time. Lyra pointed at the baby, and Harry decided to follow. He pulled Lyra after him, keeping up with their slow pace. However, after they entered the denser trees, the floating baby stopped, and 2 bright blue eyes appeared above it. They shone brighter than the moonlight for a moment before disappearing and moving more quickly through the jungle. Harry and Lyra raced after it. They ran for about 10 minutes before arriving at a small clearing surrounded by large trees filled with vines. They had completely lost the creatures. The trees around them gave them a bit of shelter from the wind, and they were able to find a spot to huddle together among the massive roots of one of the trees. Curling up together, Harry and Lyra fell asleep. When Harry woke up in the daylight, he looked around with Lyra sleeping next to him. The trees they had seen at night looked amazing in the daylight. Each one appeared to be hundreds of thick vines made up in the shape of a tree. Green leaves were growing out the top of the branches, and skinny vines hanging down above the ground. Harry could feel that he was being watched, and he thought he saw what looked like large nests made out of sticks, leaves, and mud in the upper branches of the trees. Harry woke Lyra up and pointed out his observations. She also pointed out that in the branches above them was one of the creatures. Harry slowly approached the bottom of the tree and set a banana he had been carrying down at the base, and then backed up to where Lyra was sitting. Slowly but surely, the creature climbed down to the base of the tree. It looked like a monkey, but not anyone he had ever seen or heard of before. The creature was about their height, but walked slightly hunched over, so it would probably be a foot taller if it stood up straight. Its head had large eyes and eyebrows that made it look like an owl. The creature never took its eyes off Harry and Lyra, even as it opened and ate the banana. The creature's entire body, except its hands and feet, were covered with silvery hair that looked both transparent and solid at the same time. Finally, it had a tail that looked like it would fit better on a Labrador retriever than any kind of monkey or ape. Harry and Lyra started noticing more and more eyes looking down on them from the trees above them. There were at least 10 creatures that they could see. As the one eating the banana finished, Harry took another banana out of his pocket and placed it on the ground in front of him. The creature started to come closer. The hairs on Harry's neck stood up as he felt something above him. He and Lyra looked up, and there was another creature directly above them coming down the trunk of the tree they were leaning against. Lyra panicked and screamed. All of them disappeared in an instant. Lyra let out a whimper and walked out to the middle of the clearing, calling out, "I'm sorry, please come back." Nothing happened, so she fell over and started to cry. Harry was feeling sad as well. Even if they weren't people, the creatures had helped them, but they just vanished when they tried to talk to them. Harry gently wrapped his arms around the crying girl on the ground and held her close. After a few minutes, a hairy arm appeared out of the air and placed it on her head with Harry. He was startled, but they seemed to be offering her comfort. He kept quiet as any noise he might make would scare them off again. After another minute, another smaller arm appeared, holding them both from the other side. By the time Lyra stopped crying, there were 6 of the creatures offering them comfort, holding them both in their arms. For the next few days, Harry and Lyra tried to figure out how to live with the strange creatures. The biggest problem was that every time they made a noise, the creatures would turn invisible. They weren't even able to speak to each other without startling the creatures near them. Harry and Lyra began only speaking to each other with their hands, making motions for almost everything they wanted to do. As they practiced basic signs like come or eat, they could see the creatures trying to mimic the gestures. They pointed to different objects like trees, bushes, bananas, and more, and then used their hands to create a sign for the object. For each sign they showed a creature, they were able to mimic it and reuse it on their own in less than 10 tries. What surprised them the most in the next week was that the creatures started approaching them to teach them signs they created themselves for other things that Harry and Lyra hadn't thought of yet. The creature who had always held the baby signed to them, "Come, eat." When they came over, the creature casually lifted a log to reveal many fat grubs underneath. The creature then held up a single finger and scrunched it, then extended it. It picked up some grubs and gave them to the baby, who slurped them up contently. The creature again picked up some of the insects, made the scrunching gesture with its finger, and then ate them itself. "Eat grubs," the creature signed. Piers and Nigel had forced Harry to eat worms once. That was disgusting. Harry certainly didn't want to do it, and he could see that Lyra was of the same mind. Though they did need to eat something other than bananas, and he knew that if he didn't eat one of the bugs, Lyra certainly wouldn't either. He picked up one medium-sized grub with a greenish tint and threw it in his mouth. The texture was disgusting, but the taste wasn't bad. It wasn't good either, but he ate it all the same. The creature handed one of the bugs to Lyra, who shivered a bit as it squirmed in her hand. Her face tightened, and she threw it in her mouth and danced around as she chewed and swallowed it. After swallowing, she shook her head back and forth and whispered, "You, you, you," a few times. The creature then picked up a red and a yellow bug, then passed them to Harry. Harry took them and started to put them towards his mouth, but they were slapped from his hand with a speed he didn't know the creature had. The creature then stuck out its tongue and made a retching noise that sounded spooky for it to do. A week later they had signs for "Come, eat, banana, berry, grub, poison bad, good, climb, sleep, sun, moon, water/thirsty, food/hungry, tree, and a few more that hadn't been finalized yet. Harry and Lyra started eating the bugs regularly. They found they got more energy from them than they did from just the fruits, so they became an essential part of their diet. They needed the energy to start climbing in the trees and making places to sleep. The creatures built nests in the branches of the trees, high above the ground, and they continued trying to teach Harry and Lyra to build their own instead of sleeping on the ground. They were told regularly, "Sleep, ground, bad." Lyra was able to learn to climb the trees with greater ease than Harry could. She was able to find footholds in the trunks of the trees quicker than Harry, who also lacked the strength in his arms to pull himself up. He kept working on climbing faster, but also just used mud and leaves to make himself a place to sleep among the roots of a tree. Lyra has started to build a nest, but hadn't been able to gather much mud to keep the sticks together very well. After a month, they were collecting food when one of the creatures dropped the food it was carrying, and its eyes started to glow blue, and all of its hair started to stick out straight. The creature let out a small shriek, and all of the others disappeared and could be heard climbing up the trees into their nests. Harry and Lyra were confused until they heard a distant rumbling and they saw a plane fly overhead. Lyra immediately climbed up to the nest she had built, but it was too fragile for quick action and collapsed, causing her to fall to the ground. Harry had retreated into his shelter in the roots of his tree, and he saw Lyra curled up against the next tree. She was alternating between looking up and curling up in a ball when she, too, vanished. After the sound of the plane went away, the creatures began to appear again. The one with the glowing blue eyes approached the place where Lyra had disappeared and seemed to pick up a bundle with both hands. Harry assumed that it had picked up Lyra, but he couldn't understand how the creature knew where she was. The creature stroked the invisible Lyra until she slowly faded back into visibility. It pointed at Lyra and signed, "You, good," rubbed its arms and chest, "You, good," then put Lyra on the ground and walked away. Harry approached and they spoke in whispers. "You disappeared." "How did you do that?" whispered Harry. "I was scared. I thought about those men coming back from the ship, and then the whole world turned silver." "I didn't know I disappeared," Lyra whispered back. It was at that moment that one of the creatures started running towards Lyra and Harry. It used its arms to run with 4 legs for more speed, screeching loudly as it ran towards them, cornered at the roots of the tree. As it got close, it raised its arms high, making it at least 6 feet tall, and screamed, showing all its teeth. Lyra screamed just as loud and vanished. The creature shrunk back down to its normal slump of about 4 feet tall and reached out to the invisible Lyra, patting her invisible head and signing, "You, good." Lyra faded back to being visible and started laughing. Harry had never heard her laugh. It was like a melody. When he imagined the elves singing in The Hobbit, he imagined their voices to be like what he heard in Lyra's laughter. When she finished laughing, the creature held up its hand and signed to Harry, "You bad," then to Lyra, "You," and then it stood up tall and waved its arms, pointed Harry. Harry didn't understand at first, but Lyra clearly did. The evil smile on her face said everything. The next month for Harry was exhausting. Over the next month, 2 things happened. The first was that Harry and Lyra were able to figure out which of the creatures were male and which were female. They went to a nearby hot springs to wash the younger creature as it was starting to grow its own hair. While all the other creatures were in the springs and their hair went flat, they were able to tell very easily which were male. The second thing that happened was Lyra took every opportunity possible to scare Harry within an inch of his life. She would jump out from behind trees or from above him in a tree. She often would wake him up in the middle of the night and jump out at him from the shadows. She used her own vanishing act to pop out in front of him and anything else she could think of. Finally, after a month, Lyra lowered herself over Harry while he was resting and held a large yellow spider in front of his face before whispering his name. Harry opened his eyes. Lyra was pretty sure he vanished at the same moment that he screamed. The other creatures took turns, then scaring Harry until he managed to turn invisible on his own without being frightened. They also took turns to mock him and imitate his scream. Despite being made fun of by Dudley before for the same thing, this felt like it was fun and not embarrassing. Harry and Lyra started to try to name the creatures around them and give everyone signs for themselves. Harry gave himself the sign of drawing his finger in the shape of his scar. Lyra played with her hair below her shoulders. Chief was the one who seemed to be in charge and whose eyes glowed blue for the airplane. His sign was like pulling open an eye, with a thumb and index finger digger would spend time finding grubs and roots to eat in the ground. His sign was clawing the air teacher, was the one who carried the child around most of the time. She also would show them the dangerous things around their living area. Her sign was rocking an invisible baby weaver, was another female who had started to weave strands of her hair in with Harry Lyra's hair. Even after weeks, it didn't seem to come out. Her sign was rubbing thumbs and fingers together. They continued to think up names and signs as they were needed. Chapter 10. The Giver and Usurper. Chapter text. The weather had started to get colder. Small rainstorms became more regular. Harry and Lyra had long finished their nests, and now they were being tested by the elements. They weren't the best, but they were holding together. One morning, while eating in the morning, Chief's eyes glowed blue. They glowed for nearly 2 minutes before stopping. When they did, he looked up at Teacher and exchanged some motions and small noises. Teacher climbed down to Harry and Lyra to sign, find, animal, small, bird, animal. Come. Teacher walked off into the jungle with Harry and Lyra tagging behind. Every so often, Teacher would climb a tree and look around. Harry and Lyra waited on the ground for instructions. After about 2 hours, Teacher didn't immediately come back down. She made a small noise to get their attention and signed, come, look. Harry and Lyra scaled the tree, and Teacher pointed out an animal in the next tree over. It looked like a squirrel stuffed into a furry sack, with only its head sticking out. Harry thought it looked strange. 2 small hands popped out of the top of the furry sack to hold onto the branch it was underneath. Teacher pointed at the animal and signed, you, catch, small, bird, animal. Harry and Lyra exchanged a confused glance. Why did Teacher sign bird? It clearly wasn't a bird. They coordinated, climbing opposite sides of the tree, staying invisible the whole time. Lyra would jump and grab it, while Harry would make sure she didn't fall. As soon as Lyra jumped, the furry sack around the squirrel opened up and spread into a huge skin flap, letting it soar over to another tree and grab onto a new branch. Harry was so surprised he nearly missed catching Lyra before she fell. They looked at Teacher, who only signed again, small, bird, animal. They spent around 2 hours trying to catch it, using a variety of tactics, though whenever they tried to throw rocks or harm it in any way, Teacher stopped them. Lyra was counting and let Harry know when they caught it. It had taken them 11 attempts. The squirrel really didn't like to be held, so they wrapped it up in several banana leaves and kept it secured that way. Teacher gave her approval, you, good, catch, good. Bringing the squirrel back to the encampment, they were met with chirps and soft screeches of approval from the others. They hadn't heard this level of noise from the group since they had achieved their disappearing acts. The largest of the creatures came over and inspected the banana leaf-wrapped squirrel. Harry had begun to call the largest of the creatures Charlie because of his square jaw, and he imitated Harry by smiling a lot, which was kind of creepy. He did that now after inspecting it, then took it from Harry. Charlie held the wrapped squirrel above his head, and the assembled group all chirped loudly. Lyra whispered to Harry, "Do you think we will eat it?" Harry shrugged and shook his head. "I don't think so, or Teacher might have let us use rocks." Charlie started to walk out of the encampment and headed down the hill toward the beach. When they got to the beach, Harry and Lyra saw clouds on the horizon. Not just regular clouds, dark clouds that stretched the entire horizon with what could only be torrential rain coming out of them onto the ocean. It was awe-inspiring and more than a bit scary. Charlie stretched up to his full height and held the squirrel bundle above his head. With his hands up that tall, he was even taller than what Harry thought Mr. Tecular would have been if he had done the same thing. Maybe 7 feet tall or a little more. With the squirrel raised in the air and the rest of their tribe behind him, Charlie squeezed the squirrel. The squirrel let out a chittering scream. The tribe behind Charlie all made loud noises. Charlie then walked about 5 minutes up the beach, and they repeated the same thing. This time, when the tribe started to yell, Harry and Lyra began to yell and scream along with them. They had no idea what was going on, but they certainly weren't going to be left out, especially after all the effort they made to catch the furry little thing. After the tribe walked the entire beach 3 times, repeating the action every 5 minutes or so, they returned to the tree line. Chief was waiting by the trees with a peeled banana. Charlie held the squirrel out to Chief, and he fed the squirrel bits of banana until it no longer ate any more. Charlie then held the squirrel up in the air and let out a screech. Tribe screeched back, with Harry and Lyra joining in as well. Charlie then put the squirrel up in a tree and let it return to the higher branches. From there, all of the members of the tribe started gathering together bananas from all the nearby trees. They pulled large banana leaves off the trees by the beach until they were plucked dry. Harry and Lyra started sensing the urgency of what they were doing and did the same. Harry took one of the banana leaves and rolled it up into a cone and filled it with berries. He cut up the end of the leaf so it could be woven together instead of just holding it shut. He showed how to do it to Weaver, who in turn showed it to the others, and they added berries and grubs to their gathering process. They returned to the encampment and started putting the food into holes that had been dug into the high branches of the trees. Weaver and 2 other females pulled long strands of hair that had been woven together into ropes from different spots in the trees. They started stitching together the banana leaves into a roof in the canopy of the trees. At the end of the day, everyone was exhausted, and instead of returning to their individual nests in other trees, everyone stayed the one with the canopy. They all slept in a large pile of bodies and hair. They woke up in the morning, not to the sun, but to rain. The pitter-patter on their canopy woke everyone up at the same time. Food was passed around from what had been gathered yesterday, and everyone ate. What was interesting to Harry was that he could hear torrential rains not far away, heavier than anything he had heard in England, but in their tree outside the canopy, it was only a light drizzle. As the day stretched on, the ground became a lake. The water level rose at least 2 or 3 feet at first, and by night time it was over 4. They were safe at least 8 feet up. The rain continued through the night, and by morning it was starting to die down. A little after sunrise, Chief, Charlie, and Weaver all had their eyes glow blue for a brief second. The 3 of them rushed to the side of the tree and looked down, making chirping noises below. Harry looked over to see a large crocodile swimming through the risen waters below their nests. Chief took a broken branch and dropped it on the crocodile's head, watching it thrash around at the unseen attacker. Some of the younger creatures did the same thing until it went away. The tribe stayed up in the tree for another 3 days before the water level receded completely. When they did, there was still a lot of food remaining. The food was taken, and more leaves were rolled into cones, and bananas, berries, and grubs were put inside them. Weaver took more of the hair rope and stitched them together so they could be carried easily. 3 days after the water level was back to normal, the chief glowed blue. Not just his eyes, but his whole body. He stayed glowing for 10 minutes before fading back. Harry and Lyra were very anxious, but the rest of the tribe seemed relaxed and continued working on stitching together the cones of food. Lyra noticed it first. Something was coming. Harry picked up on it and followed where she was watching on the edge of the encampment. Chief walked out calmly towards the edge as something came closer. At first glance, it had the body of one of them, but it wasn't. Whatever it was different. It walked upright, almost like a person, slightly hunched like an old man. Though it was still slightly taller than most of their tribe, it seemed to have the same hair as the creatures, but black. While these creatures had hair that was so silver you could almost see through it, this creature had hair so dark it sucked in all light. The creature's silver hair went down to their wrists, but with this new one, its hair stopped after its shoulders, like a short-sleeved shirt and shorts combined. The other noticeable difference was it had a nose as big as an eggplant on the front of its face, while the silver-haired creatures had a snub nose that barely stuck out. Chief presented 3 of the cones filled with food to the creature, who stared at them and gave a grunt. The chief turned around and gestured toward Harry and Lyra. Noticing them for the first time, it stared in a very disorienting way before taking 3 strides towards them. There wasn't a way that 3 steps should have reached them from where it was standing, but when it finished moving, it was standing over them. Lyra peeped and disappeared. Harry stared straight at it and maintained eye contact. It raised a bony hand and placed it on Harry's forehead right over his scar. Harry could feel his forehead grow warm, and the creature let out a deep growl which turned into a guttural yell. It broke a vine off from the tree overhead and made to swing it down on Harry before Chief screamed and the dark creature stopped. Harry could feel Lyra's nails digging into his skin, even if he couldn't see her. The dark creature reached down again and felt Harry's forehead on the side that didn't have his scar. It tapped him a few times and then tapped the scar again. This time he growled. The dark creature turned to Chief and growled and grunted. It gestured at Charlie, who picked up the remaining cones and the canopy that had been taken down. It then walked off with Charlie following, carrying the food and shelter they had set up. After it had left completely, Lyra faded back in and pretty much screamed in a whisper to Chief, who flickered a bit at her voice. What the hell was that? Chief looked around and picked up a rock. He gave it to Harry. Then he took it back. Chief signed, "You, catch, small, bird, animal." Then he held the rock above his head and looked towards the beach. Then he gave the rock to Harry. Lyra understood first and whispered to Harry. That thing told them to catch the squirrel and have it scream at the rain so it doesn't come down as hard. Harry nodded, and then they give him food and shelter in exchange. Harry signed to Chief. Understand Chief signed the motion of giving the rock to Harry, but without the rock. Harry understood. This creature was the giver. Chief motioned to Harry again. You go, moon, moon, moon. The giver, you go. He guessed in 3 months he would need to go to see the giver. With the recent danger having passed, Harry and Lyra began to explore the area around the island more. Before they did that, they realized they would need to make clothes. The clothes they came with were almost completely ruined. They barely held together anymore. Both of them had started only wearing their clothes when they left the clearing of the village. At first, they had been very embarrassed about being naked, but that faded quickly. Weaver began to teach them how to make rope out of silver hair. The creatures collected it as it fell out, and there was an entire section of the main tree that was stuffed with it. In a week, they had woven a good deal of it. They wove together dried banana leaves to make tunics of a sort and strapped smooth driftwood to their feet to use as sandals. It wasn't comfortable, but it was better than nothing. They started to explore. Sometimes they had one of their tribe come with to show them places to avoid. They followed a small stream uphill to a lake that had a hot spring slightly higher up that overlooked the ocean. It was about a 2-hour hike from the encampment, but was worth it for a swim. It was also interesting to see all the animals that came to drink the water. There were a couple of types of deer, a very small cow or perhaps a buffalo, and various rodents that would sneak out for a quick drink before running off. When looking in the trees, they would often see the flying squirrel, wrapped up in its skin flaps to keep warm, and also come across the occasional bat colony closer to the mountain. They continued exploring, but never got further than a few hours from the encampment to make sure they got back by dark. Occasionally, they would take care of the youngest member of their encampment, the baby they had followed on their first night. He was a very quick learner, even though he was still tiny. He made small noises, trying to emulate Harry and Lyra speaking to each other, but couldn't make actual words. So Lyra named him Whisper. Before Harry knew it, 3 moons had passed. Charlie approached Harry and Lyra one morning. Go, the giver, gather food, give. Over the last 3 months, the cones for carrying food had become a little more advanced. Harry and Weaver were hard at work, using different leaves to hold different foods and water. They even patched some together with extra thick hair weaves to make straps for backpacks. Harry and Lyra now wore backpacks. Some of their tribemates opted for satchels on their chests where a child would normally cling. The typical posture of the creatures didn't work very well for backpacks. Harry and Lyra figured that the giver would prefer a backpack over a satchel because it stood more upright like they did, and didn't seem to use its upper body to walk like their silver-haired tribemates. They made sure to bring 4 extra backpacks filled with food of different types. It was a bit heavy, but the exploring, climbing, gathering food, and in general, the constant movement of life had increased their stamina to a level that it wasn't too much of an issue to carry more weight. They met Charlie at the edge of the encampment, and Charlie started to lead them out. They were 2 minutes out when Teacher dropped from a tree overhead. When their tribe mates spoke to each other, it was always in chirps and huffing noises, occasionally screeching when they were angry. Recently, they had started to fold in some of the signs they used with Harry and Lyra to their regular interactions with each other as well. This conversation did not have signs, but was pretty easy to understand. Teacher wanted to join them on their visit to the giver. She had brought a satchel with food and a coil of woven hair as a gift. Charlie did not want her to come. They began to engage in some kind of dominance ritual, which Harry and Lyra hadn't seen before, so they backed off and sat down with a cone of berries to eat while they watched. Teacher and Charlie took turns trying to scare each other. Charlie was quite large, so he tried using his size for effect, raising his arms and screeching, or dancing around behind Teacher and screeching in her ears. Teacher was trying a different approach. She stood very quiet and stood very close to Charlie before screeching in his face. On the last round, Charlie climbed up into a tree out of sight. After a minute, he dropped straight down in front of Teacher and screamed. Teacher jumped back but held her ground. She reached into her satchel for something and held her hands out to Charlie with both closed around something. Charlie leaned closer, clearly curious, and Teacher opened her hands and revealed a bright yellow spider. Charlie let out a scream and vanished. Lyra squealed with delight and whispered to Harry, "Remember, that's my trick." She ran over to Teacher and startled her with a big hug, but she slowly returned it. Charlie came back and walked over to Teacher, bent low, and buted his head with hers. Then he picked up his bag and gifts and started to walk into the forest. Just as they were about to continue with Teacher, she motioned up to the trees. Harry and Lyra saw most of the tribe up in the canopy, all with their own cones of berries, eating as they watched. They walked for most of the day, stopping occasionally to eat. Harry kept an eye out for other things to eat that didn't grow around the camp. He had brought an empty backpack for this purpose. He did find a lot of other fruits while walking. Some were hairy, some were spiky, and some were shaped like stars. He collected all of them to investigate later. Just before sunset, they had started up the mountain in the middle of the island, but were still below the tree line. They arrived at a tree, like the ones they lived in, but this one was massive. The tree was at least as big as their entire encampment, including the clearing inside of it. The roots surrounding it made it look like some of the Gothic castles in Ireland that Harry had seen pictures of. He couldn't see where the top of the tree was from where they were sitting. At the base of the tree, the roots opened up to what looked like an inky black abyss. Teacher looked a bit afraid, but Charlie simply approached the entrance and slapped the roots by the entrance a few times and came back to the other three. Charlie collected all the gifts they brought and laid them near the entrance, then sat down and ate a banana. They waited until the sun had almost completely set when the giver came out. There was no sound of its approach. It simply just emerged from the black abyss that was between the roots under the trees. It had a long staff in one hand that had a large headpiece with horns of various animals. Harry recognized the horn of the buffalo he had seen near the hot springs. There was a similar one, but longer and something that looked like an ivory-colored deer antler. There were also a few feathers of different colors hanging from woven black hair on the antler. Charlie gestured towards the gifts, and the giver looked very interested in a backpack and tried it on. Charlie helped the giver carry all the gifts to the entrance, but did not go in himself. The giver entered the abyss like a rock falling into a fog bank. One moment he was there, the next he wasn't. When he came back out, he had several small red feathers in his hands. He proceeded to place 7 of them with the quills in the earth, arranged in a circle in the middle of the clearing. Harry could feel some sort of energy in the air. The giver grumbled something and tapped his staff on the ground. A similar red feather on the staff glowed red, and the 7 feathers in front of them burst into flames. Harry, Lyra, and Teacher jumped back in surprise, but Charlie just laid down and stretched out as much as he could so he could feel the warmth on his entire body. As Harry, Lyra, and Teacher got closer, they could feel the warmth as well and laid down like Charlie was. The giver turned around and entered his cave. Charlie was already asleep. Harry could feel his scar tingling as he fell asleep facing the fire. That night, Harry had dreams of a pale man, a red-haired woman, and a bright green light. It did not feel like a good dream. They awoke slowly in the morning. Harry saw the fire from the feathers was still burning. Lyra had moved in the night and had curled up with Charlie in his fur. As Harry moved around, Teacher woke up as well, and they backtracked on their route to a small pond they had seen coming in and filled a few leaf cones with water and brought them back to camp. They stuck them in the dirt so they wouldn't fall over and ate a few berries. Lyra woke up next, but when she looked at Harry, she seemed worried and ran over to him and pushed his hair back above his forehead. "Your scar," she whispered loudly. Harry peered into one of the water cones he had brought back and pushed his hair up. In his reflection, the scar was still there, but instead of just being pink in the middle, it had split open, and black spidery lines were coming out in different directions. Harry rubbed at it, but that just made it itch. He tried to wash it off, but it just stung to have water touch the wound. Teacher also looked worried, but refused to touch Harry or the scar. By this time, Charlie had gotten up, and when he saw what was going on with Harry, he ran over to the entrance of the cave and slapped on the roots until the giver came out. He took one look at Harry and grinned an evil grin. Charlie was chirping at the giver. The giver grabbed a stick and pushed Charlie with it, then started to huff and grunt as well. Charlie continued to look at Harry as the giver was talking to him. When he was done, Charlie came over to Harry and started to sign what must be a translation. Charlie pointed at the scar, bad, 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 then pointed at the other side of Harry's forehead, good, 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 bad, scar, kill, sleep here, night, 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 kill, bad. Charlie turned to the giver and exchanged some noises before turning back to Harry, large animal teeth. Charlie spits on the ground. We go, sneak, bad, kill. Harry was incredibly confused. He whispered with Lyra, and she understood as much as he did. His scar was bad, but he wasn't. He needed to get rid of the scar, and to do so needed to spend 7 nights with the giver. After that, they were going to do something with a large animal, and then go somewhere and kill something. Harry turned back to Charlie and signed, no understand, large animal, no understand, sneak, bad, kill. Charlie exchanged noises with the giver, but Charlie didn't perform any more signs. The giver went back inside his cave, leaving the 4 tribe members to eat. The giver returned after just a few minutes, and he was dragging a chest. It was definitely a chest. There was a latch on the side, and it had metal on the corners. The giver opened the chest, and Harry saw an assortment of many things inside. Charlie went over and dug through it and pulled out a coffee mug with a broken handle with the words, "World's Greatest Dad," printed on the side. He signed to Harry, me give. He did that same thing with a few more of the items in there. Lyra whispered to Harry that he must have earned his position of visiting the giver by bringing him interesting presents. Lyra took the mug and pointed at the writing on the side and signed, "Parent, good, good, good." Charlie made his adorable and slightly creepy giant smile for them. The giver put the mug to the side and pulled out a spoon, a round club that bore a resemblance to a cricket bat, a chunk of crystal with a bowl carved into it, a pair of pliers, and a portrait of an old man in a frame. Just as he closed the chest again, all of the feathers that had been on fire snuffed out. The giver pointed at all of them and grunted. Teacher very carefully pulled the burnt feathers out of the ground and handed them back. The giver took them and put them into the crystal bowl. The giver then picked up the club and thumped up the tree and loudly grunted while looking up into the canopy. Nothing happened for a minute, and the giver repeated the process. There was a rustle in the branches, and then Harry heard a familiar-sounding whisper. Section, thump, 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 section, section. What does he want, section, section? Always something, section, section. He better have my snack, section. Harry looked curious and scared. He stepped back and noticed he was turning transparent on instinct. Lyra and their tribe mates did see Harry's reaction, but started looking around, not knowing where the danger might be. Slowly, a large snake started to descend from the tree. It was about as wide around as Teacher was, but he couldn't judge the length as he hadn't seen the tail yet, but so far it was at least 20 feet long. It was mostly green, the same colors as the leaves, but with various patches and stripes of brown, the same color as the tree bark. On the top of its head was some kind of red patch. Its nose was golden in color, making it look like a beak of a bird, and it had golden eyes with a black vertical pupil in the center. The snake lowered itself to the ground, but held onto an upper branch, keeping its head above the ground. In total, it was probably close to 40 feet long. At this point, Lyra, Charlie, and Teacher were completely invisible. Harry was moving in and out of visibility, switching between curiosity and fear on different beats of his heart. The snake looked around and stuck out its tongue as it moved before whispering again. Section I wonder section are the ones with hair my snack. Section are the ones without hair my snack. Section they hide, but I can still smell them. Section it started to move towards them, so Harry stepped forward and a hissing whisper came from his own mouth. Section we are no snack. Section the snake pulled back and the giver jumped as well, his staff raised defensively towards Harry. Lyra reappeared next to Harry and stood behind him. You spoke to the snake, she whispered. Harry was confused too. It sounded different to me, but it was still English, Harry told her. The snake moved closer to Harry and stuck out its tongue, tasting the air around him. The snake hissed to them. Section you are a lordling. Section you speak the language of serpents. Section you taste of a great evil. Section Harry hissed back. Section the giver said that my scar is bad. Section he raised his fringe to show the snake. Section he told me that he was asking a great animal to help with me. Section you are not a normal snake. What are you? How can I speak with you? Section the snake continued the conversation as all the others looked on. The giver had lowered his staff and looked curious. He tried to make the same noises Harry was, like when Whisper would try to mimic Harry and Lyra speaking to each other. Section the giver. Ah, him. He learns and gives knowledge. Section for a price. Section have you asked the price for his help? Section as for what I am an usurper. Section all snakes can hear your voice, and you can hear theirs. Section some snakes will follow your commands. Section I will not, for I have no king. Section I am the kingspin. Section when the snake spoke of being the kingspin, it opened its mouth to reveal two long fangs that seemed to grow as the mouth opened wider, and the red spot on its head flared into a large red crest. When the crest was fully erect, the snake let out a cry that no snake should be able to make. It sounded like a grunt and a scream and made it 5 times, the 5th being longer than the rest. Then the snake closed his mouth and the crest deflated. The rest of his coil lowered down from the tree and the snake placed his head on the top of his coil. The snake then looked at the giver and hissed, Section, where is my snack? Section the giver was just as shocked as everyone else present, and it took the snake poking him with its tail before the giver reached back into the inky blackness of his cave and pulled out a sack adorned with an Adidas logo on it and set it on the ground. One of the flying squirrels ran out of the sack, but before it could get its bearings, quick as a lightning strike, the snake had it in its jaws, venom pouring into the creature. Everyone watched the next few minutes as the snake swallowed it whole. When the snake was done with the squirrel, the giver began to make noises and gestures to it. At one point, he held up the world's greatest dad cup. The snake opened his mouth wide and bit down on the edge of the cup. Venom poured into the cup until it was half full and set aside. The snake smacked his mouth open and shut a few times when it had finished. The snake then curled up in its coil and seemed to focus on the digesting of the squirrel, occasionally poking the small bulge with his head. The giver focused his attention on the coffee mug of venom. He reached for some fruits that were tied near the cave entrance with the silver hair rope and pulled off one that was heart-shaped with what looked like brown scales on the outside. He sniffed it and peeled back one of the scales carefully, but then grunted and threw the whole thing out of his clearing into the bushes. Harry remembered he had something similar in his bag of fruit and dug out his. It was smaller, and all the scales were green. He walked over and handed it to the giver. The giver repeated the same process of sniffing it and peeling back a scale. He looked to Harry, grunted, and nodded. On his way back to sit with the others, he saw that everyone else had gathered a cone of berries and was eating them while watching. Lyra handed him some to eat as he sat down. The giver proceeded to peel off all the scales very carefully until they were all on the ground. One by one, he dropped 7 of them into the mug of venom, a hiss coming out each time as they dissolved. The remaining scales he put into the Adidas bag the squirrel had been in. He then ripped open the white fruit that had been under the scales and pulled out the seeds that were inside. Once more he put 7 seeds into the cup one by one and watched them dissolve. Harry popped a few more berries into his mouth, fascinated but having no idea what was going on. Lyra, Teacher, and Charlie showed similar expressions as they ate their berries. The giver pulled the remaining seeds from the fruit and put them into the sack as well. He brought the white fruit and the sack over to them. He peeled off a bit of the fruit and ate it. He held the sack up and made a choking noise and held his hand to his throat. The explanation was very clear to them. They each took a bit of the fruit and ate it. The taste was amazing. One time, Harry had eaten a piece of cotton candy that Dudley had dropped on the ground. The fruit had the sugary sweetness of cotton candy along with the juiciness of a pear. The four of them tore through the remaining fruit until nothing was left. The giver made a grunting noise that sounded like a chuckle and returned to the cup. He put the spoon in and stirred it 5 times to the left and 8 to the right before putting it back into the chest. He then placed the mug in the center of the clearing and put a banana leaf over the top of it. He started to go back into the cave when Harry stopped him and tried to sign to him. "What give, Scar?" He asked to see what the payment would be for whatever was going on. The giver picked up a handful of berries from Harry's cone and squeezed them, with all the juice dripping to the ground. Then he pointed at Harry's scar. This made Harry even more confused. The giver saw this and picked up his staff and poked the snake. The snake gave an indignant hiss and snapped at the giver. The giver proceeded to grunt and huff and squeeze another handful of Harry's berries. The snake turned to Harry and spoke. "Section, he will take from you the blackness of your scar, section. He says there will be juice or blood, and he will take it, section. Then, after you will come to him and learn, section." Harry was even more confused. "Section, can you understand him?" "Like you can understand me." "Section," the snake replied, and moved back up into the canopy of the tree. "Section, his voice is like banging rocks together. Our voice is like making the web of a spider. Section. I am going back up to my tree. I will listen to the song of a bird, and then eat him." The giver must have gone back inside the cave in the meantime, while Harry wasn't looking. He returned to the others and explained what had been going on. Lyra was scared at hearing about the juice or blood that would need to be paid. The group explored a bit of the surrounding area again until that evening when the giver returned to the clearing outside the cave. He placed 7 more feathers in the same spots as before and positioned the coffee mug filled with venom and poisonous fruit in the center. When the giver tapped his staff and the feathers burst into flame, they could see the liquid in the cup glow slightly. Now Harry's scar was really itchy, but he managed to fall asleep barely. His dreams that night were even more vivid, though this time they included a chubby little man kneeling on the floor and crying. In the morning, when he was taking a drink of water, he let out a gasp when he saw his reflection. The spidery lines from his scar had grown and now covered most of his forehead, his cheek, and probably some on his scalp under his hair. The others were shocked at the sight, and Lyra seemed to cry a little at the sight. After they ate, the giver emerged and called down the snake, who put 7 drops of venom into the cup. The feathers burnt out and were placed with the others from the previous night into the crystal bowl. The day continued with most of the tribe exploring the area. Harry decided to stick around and try to talk to the snake more. "Section, you said you are an usurper. Is that your name? Are there more of you?" "Section," Harry asked. The snake replied. "Section, usurpers are what I am, but I do not have a name." Section, my mother's name was Guise, named for the king she killed." Section, I will have a name one day myself when I kill a king." Section, there are none here anymore for me." Section, Harry wasn't sure what to make of that, so he kept all of his other questions simple. Section, what do you like to eat? Section, what's the largest thing you've eaten? Section, do you see color? What is your favorite? Section, are there other snakes here? Section, the snake liked mostly birds and squirrels. He had eaten one of the miniature buffalo before, but couldn't get back into his tree for a month after. That is when he met the giver, who watched over him until the buffalo was fully digested. He didn't understand the question about color. He saw shades and shadows and heat and cold. His favorite color was whatever was the burning feathers at night. So Harry invited him down to spend the night there instead of the tree. The usurper told him more about his speaking. Section, there are other snakes on the island, and while they are not kings, they think they are. Section, I told you most snakes will follow your commands. Those snakes become arrogant when they do not have a lord or lordling to command them and believe themselves to be kings. Section, they know that I am a kingsbane and avoid me. fearing for their lives even though their lives are meaningless to me. Section. This side of the island has no other snakes, but there are many on the other side. This made Harry very interested in visiting the other side of the island. That night, the giver lit up the feathers again. The snake came down and coiled itself near the fire and stared into it for a time before placing its head into its coils and sleeping. Harry rolled over to have his back facing the fire and fall asleep. However, the giver poked him with his staff to roll over and face the fire. The itching that Harry had the night before now felt like little needles in his head. Lyra came and lay down with him and kept him facing the fire all night. His dreams that night had voices, the pale man yelling at the chubby man. The chubby man twisted and screamed in orange light. He couldn't yet make out the words. The next day, Harry was a bit dizzy when he woke up. Lyra gasped and started crying when she saw him. He staggered down to the water and saw his reflection. The spidering branches reached down the side of his neck, and the scar itself had turned black and was widening. The cup had 7 more drops of venom added to it, and the burnt feathers were added to the crystal bowl. Harry had small conversations with the snake and his tribemates, but nothing more. On the 4th night when the feathers were lit, pain erupted in his scar and made Harry fall to his knees when the light of the fire reached him. Charlie had to hold him facing the fire that night. He heard the pale man yelling to the chubby man to speak and receive a reward. The orange light made Harry think of the pain he was feeling. The 5th night, Charlie held him again, but Lyra and Teacher took shifts making sure he hadn't wriggled free through the night. On the 6th and 7th nights, the snake constricted around Harry, completely covering him from his feet up to his neck, so he couldn't move or roll away from the light of the fire. Harry didn't exactly sleep. He just dreamed of the pale man entering a house, another man falling in green light, then standing before a woman with red hair and a baby in a crib. The pale man yelled, "Stand aside," and then Harry saw the green light again, then pain and more pain. On the 7th morning, Harry opened his eyes, and the snake was still wrapped around him. He stared at the dying embers of the feathers in front of him. Charlie leaned down before him and signed. "Now go, sneak, bad, kill," the snake also whispered to him. Today you will go to end this with the creeping death section. Chapter 11, Creeping Death. Chapter text: The day started just like the previous ones had. 7 drops of venom. 7 burnt feathers in the crystal bowl. Gaze at his reflection in horror and watch Lyra cry at the sight of him. The spidery lines had widened to the point of being about a finger thick and began branching off into smaller ones. The lines that had gone down his neck now reached to the right side of his chest, past his shoulder, and down to the middle of his back. He looked terrifying. The giver took out his new backpack and put inside the mug of venom and poison, the spoon, the paintbrush, a few pieces of cloth, the pliers, the framed portrait, and food. The usurper stayed at the giver's tree, and they began to walk towards the mountain. When they passed above the tree line, they changed course and started to walk around the mountain. Without trees in their way, they made good time. Harry shuffled wearily like a zombie. All he could think about was following the person in front of him. After the sun reached its zenith and the afternoon began, he started to stumble. When his pace started to decline, the giver simply tied a woven rope around his waist and continued. Later in the afternoon, Harry started hearing a voice inside his head. The voice was pleasant and calmly whispered to him. It spoke of the happy times before the pain and before the blackness coming out of his scar. To turn around and go back to playing in the trees and relaxing in the hot springs. The voice became more insistent the longer they walked. Harry started to see Lyra turning around and returning the way they came, and like a good zombie, he followed her. Suddenly he felt the rope on his waist snag, and he turned around to see Lyra standing there. How was she in front and behind him at the same time? He looked back at their previous path, and Lyra was no longer there. He shook his head and continued their march. The setting sun was about 2 or 3 hours away when they got to their destination. The tree line broke, and there was a large clearing with a near-perfect circle below them. In the center of the circle was a strange tree that didn't match any of the other plant life they had seen on the island so far. It sat on a small hill that put it above the surrounding clearing. What wasn't natural about the plant was there were 2 circles of stones around it, with a radius of about 30 feet and 40 feet from the tree. The outer circle was composed of regular stones, while those of the inner circle were the reddish crystals that the giver used for the bowl he put the burnt feathers in. The giver crouched down and pointed at his eyes, and then at the plant. A medium-sized rodent of some kind had left the tree line and was approaching the first circle of stones. It appeared to be sniffing the air, and then it ran through the first circle, continuing to sniff the air. A second after the rodent crossed the second circle, a vine shot out from the plant, piercing it straight through the skull. It died instantly. Lyra immediately realized why they were there and started to drag Harry away, but the giver held onto the rope around Harry's waist, keeping him in place. The voice in Harry's head returned. "Go with her. She will keep us alive. If you stay here, we will die." The giver was having an argument with Lyra in gestures with Teacher, and Charlie translating to her in their sign language. Harry resolved to do what Lyra decided. He leaned towards her and said in a strangled whisper that barely sounded like his own voice, "Your decision." She looked up at him with tears in her eyes, and then at the giver with determination in her eyes, signed very clearly, "Harry dies. You die." The giver grabbed Harry's rope and pulled him towards the murderous tree. By this point, the rodent had been pulled closer to the roots of the tree on top of the hill. The hill seemed to take a deep breath in, and the earth sunk downwards, revealing even more roots and an entire graveyard of other animals. All of them had a vine through its skull. It seemed like they were being digested below the ground in the root structure of the tree. The rodent was pulled in, and the ground grew back up to cover its stomach. Seeing all this, Lyra was beginning to hyperventilate. Harry reached out through the pain in his head, and the darkness calling to him to place a hand on her shoulder to calm her. She took a deep breath and settled down a bit. When they reached the first stone circle, the giver turned around and used the rope around Harry to tie together his hands and feet, and then just pushed him over onto the ground. Out of his backpack, he pulled the portrait, the pliers, the paintbrush, the mug, the spoon, and the torn cloth. He handed the portrait to Charlie and the paintbrush to Lyra. He picked up the mug and unwrapped the leaves from the top of it. Putting in the spoon, he stirred 7 times counterclockwise. He presented the mug to Lyra, and she took it and put the brush in it. He turned to Charlie and had him and Teacher stand on either side of the portrait, holding it out as far in front of both of them as they could reach, and then turned their faces away from where they would be walking. The giver made a motion with the pliers, clinking them together, then mimed painting it with an invisible brush. With everyone understanding their roles, the giver nudged Teacher and Charlie forward, and they started to inch towards the plant, the giver and Lyra right behind the portrait. They stepped over the first circle of stones and slowed down. The portrait crossed the second circle before they did, and nothing happened. Keeping their faces turned away, the giver gave a small nudge to Teacher and Charlie, who took half a step forward again. Still nothing. As they were about to take another step, the vine shot out and pierced the forehead of the portrait. As quick as the vine itself, the giver grabbed the vine on the other side of the portrait with the pliers and held it fast. He struggled to keep it down and pulled it towards Lyra, who wiped the brush on the tip. The giver grunted again, and Lyra dipped the brush again. Another grunt and another brush stroke. She realized what was going on and did a total of 7 strokes as quickly as possible before the giver released the vine. Everyone jumped back as the vine flailed around in the air before retreating into the foliage of the tree. Lyra began to yell at the giver. "What was that? You didn't tell me I needed to do it 7 times. She mimicked his clinking of the pliers and his one invisible brush stroke. "Just once. Once." The giver seemed to think for a moment and then just raised his hands in the internationally recognized translation of "whatever." It worked. As Lyra continued to vent at the giver, he walked over to Harry lying on the ground and picked him up, holding him upright, and began escorting him towards the circles. Harry could hear the voice in his head coming back. "Run away, you're going to die. We are going to die. You can't trust this creature. He is going to get you killed. You're going to die never seeing your friends again, never seeing Tracy or Hannah or Tekel again. I will help you. I am Lord Voldemort. I am the most powerful wizard in the world. Who are they? Some disgusting creatures and a squib. They can do nothing." Harry was pushed through the first circle. He still didn't know what the word squib meant, but no one was going to call Lyra that after what she had implied. He shuffled a bit forward on his own. "Turn around now," the voice roared in his head. "Who are you to defy Lord Voldemort? Some child, some half-blooded freak." That was the last straw. In his head he called out, "Who am I? I am Harry Potter. I am not a freak. And who are they? They are my family." Harry snapped the ropes at his feet and took a step forward. The vine shot out so fast that he only knew that it had started moving. He did feel the giver move his head slightly to the side before pain blossomed everywhere. Harry didn't witness what came next himself, but his wasn't the only scream that pierced the night as the vine penetrated his forehead. There was also an inhuman scream louder than his own. It scattered birds from trees for miles around as a pulse of magic pushed outwards from Harry. As the screaming continued, the vine in Harry's scar tried to push deeper to gain purchase, but the giver held Harry's head still with the vine extended to its limit. Finally, the vine seemed to realize that it would not be able to capture its prey and yanked itself out of Harry's head. As soon as Harry was released, a violet light burst through his scar like water out of a plugged dam, with a spectre shooting coming out into the night in the end. When it had fully exited the fallen boy's forehead, the ghost was clothed in robes of darkness, eyes shining brightly from under the hood as light glowed from its outstretched hands. The spectre screamed again and dove toward Harry and the others only to hit a shield of light that burst into existence every time it got close. The spectre continued to try hammering the shield, going for a different target each time as pieces broke off with the impacts, and it slowly disintegrated. Slowly the screaming quieted, and the remnants just blew away into the sky as if they never existed. The others just stared. Stared at the sky, stared at Harry, stared at the giver. The giver snapped out of it first. He tossed the torn cloth at all the others and started to wipe away at the blackness covering Harry's head and neck. Before this, the spidery lines seemed to be in Harry's skin, and nothing would happen when he rubbed them. Now they just were wiped away like wet ink. The others jumped to do the same. When they had gotten all of it, the giver reached into his pack and pulled out a machete they hadn't seen before. He reached for Harry's hair and started cutting off chunks. Lyra tried to stop him, but Charlie held her back. The giver cut Harry's hair until there were only little bits remaining, and he stuffed the trimmings into another cloth and folded it up. With one more cloth, he soaked up everything that was on Harry's scalp underneath the hair. The giver stored all of it inside banana leaves and put them back into his pack before he collapsed from exhaustion. The three that were still conscious dragged Harry and the giver away from the stone circles back to the tree line. Lyra laid down next to Harry and wrapped her arms around him as Charlie did the same to both of them. Teacher cuddled the children from the other side, and they all fell asleep soundly. Even though they passed out at sunset, none of them woke up in the morning. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Charlie started to move. His movement woke up Lyra, who woke up Harry and Teacher. Harry was sore everywhere, in places that he didn't even know could be sore. His toes felt sore. His lungs felt sore. His ears were sore. Everything ached when he tried to move, so he stopped trying to move and just looked around. His eyeballs felt sore. Lyra's arm around him was starting to move. He could see Teacher sleeping in front of him and the giver lying a little further away. He was lying half on his side and half on his back, as if he had just fallen down and not changed position all night. Charlie stood up and walked around to look at Harry. He gave a screech that woke everyone else up. Lyra jumped up and gasped in shock as well. She whispered, "Harry, your hair." Harry reached up to his head, finding it all there. "What's wrong? Did it change color?" Lyra responded, "No, the giver cut it all off last night. There was almost nothing left. Now it's all back." Remembering back, Harry just said, "Yeah, it does that." "Well, it did that once before. I guess it happened again." Harry tried translating again into signs for the rest of them, but only was able to assure them that it wasn't surprising to him. The giver took it a step further and took the machete out and made a motion like he wanted to take more hair. Harry just shrugged, and the giver took a chunk of his hair, leaving a bold patch on the side above his scar. Everyone gasped again when his scar was visible without the hair over it. "What now?" Teacher grabbed a stick off the ground and drew a circle with it that had two lines coming out opposite sides, slightly offset from going straight through, just like someone punched a big hole in the middle of his lightning bolt. Harry reached up to touch it and could feel that the scar was healed over, but slightly deeper in the center. The giver picked up his bag and tossed a banana to everyone before walking off, making signs for all of them to hurry to get back. The giver moved quickly, making them all hustle to keep up with him. Harry tried to explain that he heard a voice in his head before he stepped into the circle and asked what happened next. Lyra, Teacher, and Charlie launched into a mobile game of charades as they tried to keep up with the Giver. They explained the deafening scream, the pulse, the wriggling vine, the purple light, the spectre, and the shield. Charlie was especially enthusiastic as he mimed the spectre disintegrating by pulling out his hair and throwing it into the air. Moving quickly, they returned to the Giver's cave before sundown. The usurper climbed down to greet them. "Section, you have returned. I was not sure that you would section. The great evil in you is gone. I can taste it no more." The Giver, meanwhile, had rushed over to the crystal bowl containing the burnt feathers. He pulled out the cloths soaked in the black ichor from Harry's scar and the spidery lines on his skin and started to squeeze them in trying to get as much as he could out of each one. He dumped the entire cloth with Harry's hair into the bowl as well and squeezed out every drop from that too. The Giver picked up his staff and poked the snake, who hissed indignantly back. The Giver tapped the bowl 3 times, and the snake opened its mouth to squeeze 3 drops of venom into the bowl. The Giver slammed the butt of the staff into the ground, and the red feather on it glowed, causing the contents of the bowl to burst into flames for just a moment before he tapped the staff again, and the fire went out. He used the handle end of the club that he used to beat the tree to call the snake to grind the feathers, ichor, hair, and venom into a fine paste. Then, reaching into his backpack, he pulled out the paintbrush and a new red feather. Tapping his staff caused this one to burn brightly, and he held the paintbrush in the flame for a few minutes before pulling it out and dropping the feather that went out as it hit the ground. Dipping the brush into the black paste, he painted 1 spot on each of his temples, connecting them with a line across his forehead. He continued with 2 lines from the corners of his mouth down to his throat to his collarbone, then 1 spot between the 2 lines in the middle of his throat. The Giver opened his mouth and stuck the brush all the way to the back, painting a line to the front of his tongue, splitting it at the front into 2 small lines forking from the long one. Finally, he painted his lips black as well and stuck the brush back into the ichor, picking up his staff. The Giver motioned for everyone to back up, and when they did, he tapped the staff into the ground, causing the paste he had painted on himself to glow. The others could see him gritting his teeth. His knuckles were white while gripping his staff with both hands, and his knees were shaking trying to stay standing. The glow of the lines grew stronger and started to bubble with heat. The bowl of the remaining paste behind him burst into flames, and the Giver cried out in pain as all the lines burned until there was nothing left but smoke, hovering over where they had been. He opened his mouth, and more smoke drifted out until he took a great breath in through his nose, taking all the smoke in and exhaling just clean air. He sat down slowly, supported by his staff that he still gripped in both hands, and then laid down by the entrance of his cave looking at the others and spoke, "Section, sleep, now section." Then he released his staff and fell asleep straight away. Chapter 12. Learning. Chapter text. The assembled group was in shock at what they had just seen. None of them were more surprised than the snake itself. Section, no, this is not possible. Section. The gift of speech comes from blood of ancestors. Section, no. No, no, not possible. Section. The snake continued to just hiss and spit and mumble as best a snake could do while looking at the Giver and putting its head as close as possible to his sleeping face and tasting the air around him. The other 4 signed to each other, trying to fully understand what was going on. Teacher was the first to latch on to probably the most important development in her mind. Harry, talk, no sign to the Giver. We receive, understand, and she points to the staff, to the box of junk, to the Giver, to everything around them. Lyra spoke out loud and said, learn, and then combined the signs of receive and understand as if to receive something straight to her head. They all nodded, and Harry translated for the snake. They continued to speak until after the sun had set and the stars could be seen, and eventually went to sleep. The Giver slept until the sun was high before waking. The snake moved cautiously toward him and asked, "Section, you speak?" "Section," the Giver responded slowly. "Section, I speak. I understand." Section. Harry gestured at everyone around and said, "Section, we need answers. Who are you?" Section. The Giver plucked a feather from his staff. It was long with a short white base, orange midsection, and a black tip, and looked incredibly soft. He walked past them and placed it in the middle of the clearing where they slept and motioned everyone to sit around it. Even the snake came all the way down from the tree and moved to stretch out all around them. The giver lightly tapped his staff on the ground, and a dark glow was emitted from the tip of the feather. All of the sounds of the forest vanished, and an eerie silence fell upon the clearing. Teacher and Charlie looked nervous. Charlie made a peeping noise and seemed happy that he hadn't lost his voice. Lyra called out, but her voice didn't carry, and she whispered, "No echo." The only sounds they could hear came from them, and nothing carried very far anyways. The giver sat down in front of them and started to open his mouth to speak. He stopped and looked at Harry. He picked up his staff and poked Harry in the head. Harry reached up to where the staff poked him and remembered that's where the giver cut off his hair. The others remembered it too. Harry just shrugged and repeated the giver's internationally recognized sign of whatever. It worked. The giver returned the sign and began his story with Harry trying to translate it as best he could as it happened. Section I am a section asterisk grunting noise. 3 syllables long section, and I am very old section I knew his father, pointing at Charlie and his father and his father and his father. Section that first father I knew when my parents died section people, like you and the girl, came to the island. Section some of them were sick. But after my parents healed them, they were killed section I ran, and I was found by the hidden, who protected me. Gestured towards Charlie and teacher. Section Harry translated to Lyra, and the two of them rushed to translate to the two, hidden. Charlie had begun to scratch at a blister on his foot that he had gotten from the amount of walking they had been doing. The giver continued. Section the hidden call me the giver, but I do more than give. I take. Section the giver stood up and went into his cave and returned carrying a small rodent. He placed it on the ground and tapped it with the buffalo horn on his staff. The rodent was frozen in place. He walked over to Charlie and reached for the blister on his foot. The foot glowed for a second, and the giver pulled the glow away from the foot, the blister vanishing. He pushed the glow into the rodent, and a large blister appeared on its back. He tapped the rodent, and it ran off into the forest. Section when my parents did this for the visitors, they were killed. Section I take not only injuries. I take skin, I take bone, I take blood, I take thoughts. Section I do not remember all the thoughts I take, but the glimpses I take help me. Section I use what I know to help the hidden as payment for saving me. Section they bring me food and I accept it, but I would help them even without it. Section Harry and Lyra rushed to translate all of this. The snake whispered. Section you take blood, and now you speak. Section the giver responded. Section yes, I take blood, and now I speak. Section I took the hair of the hidden, but it became black and can create hidden spaces, but not hide myself. Section he gestured towards the inky black cave behind him. Section I took the skin of the snake. Section pointing at the usurper. Section the one its mother killed, and now I can react to the quickest movements. Section he snagged a passing bug out of the air, then let it go. Section I took the foot bone of the buffalo, and now I can walk without blisters. Section he raised his own foot, and it sounded like a rock when he knocked on it, even though it had a fleshy appearance. Section I haven't taken anything new for myself since the father of this one was born. Section I saw something in you that I hadn't seen before, and I thought it was worth the risk to take. Section he paused for the translation to catch up. Harry asked a question. Section what risk? Section when I took the hair of the hidden, I could have disappeared or been plagued by visions. Section when I took the skin of the snake, I could have poisoned myself with its venom. Section with the bone of the buffalo, I lost all feeling in the bottom of my foot. Section he pinched it hard with his fingers to show there was no pain. Section I felt the potential knowledge in your scar. Section so I did all I could to remove the risk before taking it for myself. Section I used the light of the hoo-hoo feathers to break its hold on you. Section I used the venom of the snake and the poison of the fruit to weaken it. Section I used the speed of the creeping death to kill it before it could react. Section now I can speak, but also have thoughts and ideas that I haven't had before. Section it will take me time before I figure out what they mean. Section with that said, the giver reached out and plucked the feather from the ground. In what sounded like a rush of wind, all the sounds from the surrounding area returned. Section stay as long as you would like. Section then return to the hidden village. Section I will send for you when I'm ready for you to learn more. He returned to the inky blackness of his cave without another word. Harry and Lyra translated the rest of what the giver had told them to the two hidden, then they gathered their remaining belongings and set out for their home. Harry said goodbye to the snake and promised to return. When the four of them were just outside their village, Harry stopped suddenly. The others were surprised and stopped as well. Harry looked at them with bright and kind eyes filled with emotion. He turned to Lyra smiling and said out loud, "This is my home." He hugged her, and a glow emanated around the two of them. Harry turned to Charlie and Teacher, and he hugged both of them. They were startled by the gesture, but returned it doing the same. A soft glow pulsed around them in turn. When they entered the village, all of their tribe came out to meet them. They didn't say anything. Harry and Lyra took turns giving each one of them a hug. The glow was given off with every embrace Harry gave to the hidden. When Harry had finished, he looked at Lyra and said, "This is our family." On the other side of the world, an old man was sitting in an office writing with a long feather quill. Behind him were around 100 portraits of various men and women. Most appeared to be sleeping. The edges of the office had shelves filled with books, scrolls, jewelry, weapons, and what seemed to be various pieces of junk. Some of the objects glowed, some were spinning, some were emitting puffs of colored smoke, and some of them just sat there and did nothing. One of the pieces that did nothing looked like a disc made out of a shiny black rock about 10 inches in diameter with various lines drawn in geometric patterns all over it. It was propped upright on a frame facing the old man at the desk. Suddenly, it glowed brightly, then settled back down. The geometric lines on it glowed red for a few minutes before fading back to their previous mundane black. The old man watched in fascination as this took place, and as the glow faded away, he let out a sigh of relief. He seemed to deflate as if he had been carrying a heavy load for a long time. He spoke out loud to no one at all. "Good, the boy is loved. I was worried for so long that Minerva was right. He is safe, he is loved, and he is home." He smiled gently and returned to his writing. Back in the hidden village, Harry, Lyra, Teacher, and Charlie were very busy telling the story of what had happened with the giver, the snake, and the creeping death. The younger hidden were more drawn to Charlie telling it, because he was more animated with his storytelling, using all sorts of props and louder noises that made the younger ones vanish for a second when he made them. The older hidden were drawn to Teacher in her telling, as she was more detail-oriented. Harry and Lyra were approached by different tribe members for explanations or to look at Harry's new scar. Since returning, the young hidden they had named Whisper had barely left Lyra's side, often just hanging on her leg as they walked around. A few days after they arrived back, Harry remembered his bag of fruits and unpacked it. As he did so, an unnamed member of the hidden stopped by and watched as he picked through them. Harry recognized one of the fruits as something he had seen in the market back in England, but never purchased. It was oblong and had shades of green, orange, and red on the outside. Harry dug his nails into the sides of it and ripped it open while the hidden next to him watched closely. The inside was orange and felt sticky. There was a seed in the center which was about as big as Harry's fist, with what felt like small fibers around it. Hesitantly, he licked his fingers. It was sweet with an interesting tang to it that he loved immediately. He motioned for the hidden that was watching to try some. He also was cautious, but stuck a finger in and licked it. His eyes widened greatly and tried some more. He danced around and had more, then chirped loudly and danced around before coming back and trying some more. This repeated until there was only the seed left over. Harry sat in silence and tried to remember the market where he had seen it in England and remembered that this was a mango. He looked at the hidden in front of him and pointed at the seed and said, "Mango." The hidden pointed at himself and jumped around. Harry said, "Fine, your mango." Harry took the seed and gestured at Mango to follow him. They walked just outside of the village and found a patch with little grass and just dirt. Harry pulled all the grass from the area and dug a hole down into the ground nearly a foot deep. He placed the seed in it and covered it up. He took Mango over to the pond outside the village with a few banana leaf cones, and they filled them with water, then returned to the spot of the seed they planted and poured them on top. He turned to Mango and signed. Day, water, water, grow, tree, large, berry, eat. Mango's eyes widened like they had when he ate the fruit and stuck a finger in his mouth, signed, large, berry, eat, and then danced around like he had when he ate the mango. Then he ran off. He came back with a few other hidden and appeared to be explaining what was going on. They all stared at the ground, expecting something to happen. Harry waved his hands and signed, Moon, and placed his hand just above the soil. Then repeated Moon and raised his hand a little each time. Give water, Day. The assembled group of hidden sat down. One of the others walked over a little further and dug a hole in the earth and pointed into it, then did it again. Harry was shocked. With a hidden understanding agriculture, such an undertaking would take years. Harry didn't even know if he could get them to understand the concept of years. He tried to explain it. After getting Mango's attention, he showed him again how long it would take just for the seed to sprout. He just couldn't find a way to explain it, so he just pointed as high as he could and signed Moon from the ground up higher and higher. They all looked confused. Maybe it was too complex to explain, so he just hoped they would have patience. Starting again, he signed, Tomorrow, bring large berries. That seemed enough to make Mango happy. He danced and repeated the signs to the other hidden. He spent the evening with Lyra, trying to explain what had happened. She seemed to agree with him about how complex it might be. The hidden might understand moons or seasons, but I'm not sure how to describe a whole year to them. It feels like the end of summer here, but I've lost track of how long it has been since the ship. Maybe 4 months, Harry sighed. I know I said this is home, but this does feel like home now. Even if the hidden won't understand a year, we do. We need to start thinking in years instead of tomorrow or next week. Lyra hugged Harry. Then the trees are a good idea. You told me you like plants back home. She gestured all around them. This is your garden. Harry smiled. This was his home, and this would be his garden. The next day, Harry gathered Mango and a few others who wanted to explore and started the trip toward where Harry found the mango trees. It didn't take them long, but Harry also collected many other fruits along the way. Most of them he already had, but he wanted more. When they found the trees, Mango did his happy dance and immediately climbed up one and brought one of the fruits down. The other hidden clustered around him and poked and sniffed at the fruit. Mango put his nails into the fruit and split it open, then scooped out some of the meat and licked it off his fingers, then motioned for the others to do the same. Soon the area was filled with dancing hidden as they finished the rest of the fruit in moments. They proceeded to climb other trees and pulled more fruits down. After each of the 4 hidden had eaten one fruit of their own, Harry gathered the seeds and had each hidden bring 2 more mangoes back to the village. When they returned, they shared the mangoes with the rest of the village, to everyone's delight. Lyra in particular had never had a mango, and her face lit up with happiness when she tasted one. They returned to the spot where the first seed had been planted. There was some grass growing in the area. Harry reached down and pulled the grass from the ground, all the way to the root. He held it up so the other hidden on the mango project could see, and he pointed at the entire area they were in. They immediately jumped into the activity, pulling all the grass from the area until they had only bare soil around them. Harry picked up a stick and drew a line in the ground, starting at the first seed to the end of the field. Then he did it again for 2 more parallel rows and marked spots on each row for seeds. He dug at the first spot and placed a seed before burying it. Harry tossed seeds to Mango and another hidden. They each dug at a marked spot, dropped the seed, and covered it. The other tribe members all grabbed seeds and worked until they had 18 seeds planted in their mango fields. Harry showed them to water each with 2 cones of water every morning. He suspected that they didn't need much water in the humid atmosphere where it rained often, but it couldn't hurt. Harry returned to the village to find Lyra spending time with Weaver, who was braiding more of her silver hair in with Lyra's. The combination made her hair shine even more than it did already, making her a platinum blonde with lengths of silver highlights. Weaver saw Harry approaching, got up, dragged him over, sat him down, and started to repeat the process with his hair. The little bit of hair that had already been woven in had remained in good condition. Weaver continued to braid more and more into his head that day until he looked like half of his hair was white and the other half black, though it was still messy and would not stay flat. The hidden were very diligent with watering the mangoes. However, they had a rodent problem. During the night, one of the seeds was dug up, then another. Each time, Mango and some others would make the trip back out to the trees to retrieve a replacement. With the other fruits that Harry had gathered, they cleared a few other small fields near the village and planted other fruits. The bushes that grew the berries that had become a staple of their diet got a larger field, and Harry simply transplanted bushes from further away to continue growing closer to the village. Lyra had another idea that took the whole village to accomplish. The bugs they all ate tended to live under certain fallen trees. On the other side of the village from where the fruits were growing, they all dragged dozens of toppled trees from wherever they found them, and within a few weeks, they had a grub farm and a steady source of food. The days were getting colder, but Harry remembered that some days in the English summer were still colder than night-time wherever they were now. Regardless, the attitude in the hidden village became a bit more subdued with the change in weather. That changed shortly. One morning, when Harry was gathering some bugs, he heard shrieking from the village. Harry sprinted back, climbing up a small tree as he approached, in case of danger. He arrived just in time to see Mango dragging Lyra off towards the fields. Upon having caught up with them, Harry watched as Mango held his head flat against the ground, gazing intently at a small green stem with one leaf poking out of the ground. Harry himself was surprised, as it had not even been one cycle of the moon. Lyra stood up with Mango and gave him a big hug, which he returned. The other hidden who had planted seeds started putting their heads on the top of the soil to see if any of the others had sprouted. The tribe quickly found out that they hadn't. However, a few days later there were more shrieks of joy, celebrating the sprouting of more mango trees. A few weeks later, Charlie came to Harry and Lyra while they were eating a breakfast of berries and juicy grubs. Harry would later look back on this one day and feel strange at how normal such a day was. Charlie had a look on his face that suggested that he wanted to do something other than just eat, climb, or play. More than any of the other hidden, Charlie would take the initiative and do things that would benefit the village, so Harry and Lyra wanted to know what he was thinking today. Charlie signed to them, "The giver, gather, give, we travel, gather." The two of them were confused. They were to travel to give something to the giver. Charlie saw their confusion and signed, stirring a cup followed by parent, "Good, good, good." Lyra understood, with Harry catching up after, and signed to Charlie, "Go now." Charlie gave one of his trademark smiles and went to his nest to grab his satchel. Having no idea what they were going to find, Harry took a backpack and a satchel to wear on his chest, while Lyra simply took her backpack. They hiked to the lake and the hot springs and drank water before continuing north. Harry suddenly realized that they were heading towards the creeping death when Charlie turned down the hill and headed towards the coast. They continued heading downhill until they got to a beach. Harry's eyes widened at the sight before them. Garbage. This entire stretch of beach was covered in garbage. He wasn't sure why this side of the island was strewn with flotsam and refuse, while the beach they washed up on had none, but it was here. Charlie bounded down the hill and started digging through a pile. Lyra looked around too and started looking through a pile with Harry. For Harry, everything here was a treasure. Immediately, he found garbage bags and sorted through them, putting ones that didn't have holes to the side. Then he found plastic bottles and put them in the bags, along with as many lids and caps that matched the bottles as he could find. Lyra picked up the bags and bottles with a confused look on her face. "These are bottles, but what are they made of?" she asked Harry. Harry responded, "They're plastic. Pretty much everything comes in plastic." Lyra squeezed one and dropped it when it made a crackling noise. Harry picked up the bags and said, "These are also plastic. Pretty much everything on this beach is plastic. It can be made into pretty much anything. Why is it here?" "I don't know. I put plastic in the trash when I used it. I don't know how it would get here, but it's ours now. It will be coming back here, but we can take a lot of it back now. Pull out bottles and caps like these." Harry showed Lyra how to see if bottles and caps matched each other, then went to explore other piles. Harry found another large garbage bag without holes and started to pull out plastic boxes from takeout food, checking carefully if they would still close properly and if they had any cracks or holes in them. The backpacks and the satchels were useful, but they were flimsy, leaked, or broke down over time. Plastic was much more reliable. This discovery would change everything. Half an hour later, Harry and Lyra each had 2 garbage bags each full of takeout containers and plastic bottles with matching caps. Not being able to carry back much more, they went to go look for Charlie. They soon were able to follow the sounds of rummaging to reach him. Charlie wasn't going for functional finds, just things that seemed interesting to him and which were therefore likely to be interesting to the giver. He was in his element. Charlie started to lay out what he had gathered so far. He had found 2 children's dolls, one which was probably once a Barbie doll, though most of its face and hair were gone. The other was fatter and supposed to represent a baby. A toilet seat, a sealed carton of cigarettes, a tennis ball, a construction hat, a potato sack. Harry smiled at everything as Charlie attempted to parse out how things might be used. He got most of it correct, though he did hang the toilet set around his neck and simply threw the cigarette carton in the air over and over. Harry laughed at the toilet seat, but then, upon spying a roll of stickers in a pile, so he peeled one of them off and stuck it to Charlie's toilet seat on his neck, like a medal. 2 minutes later, the seat was covered with stickers. Harry led Charlie and his sack of treasures back to where they had left their bottles and containers. Charlie was very curious as to why they had taken so many of the same exact items, but he didn't prod too much as they hiked back to camp. At about the halfway point, Charlie's eyes glowed and his body vanished. Lyra and Harry immediately started looking around. Harry heard the whisper of a snake, but it wasn't the usurper. Section prey has come. Come to my nest. Section I cannot see, but I can smell. Section Harry called out in the direction of the snake. Section stay back. Section we are not prey. Section from the tall grass. A snake raised its head, so it was maybe 3 feet over the ground. When it saw Harry, its hood flared out. Section you are in my nest, and I am king of my nest. Section you are prey for the king. Section, remembering what the usurper said about arrogant snakes, he tried to intimidate it. Section you are dangerously close to the nest of the usurper. The king's been. Section leave now, and I will not call the usurper to take your false crown. Section, the hood of the snake immediately withdrew. Section, the usurper still lives. I heard tales of such a creature, but did not believe it. Section, the snake lowered itself into the grass and could be heard moving away. Harry did think that knowing another snake would be good, so he ordered it to stop, hoping that it would follow his command. Snake's head reappeared above the grass, and Harry asked Section, is this a good hunting ground? Is there good prey here? Section, the snake replied. Section, prey is more plentiful on this side of the mountain. Section, no other snakes to compete with. Section, Harry wanted to see if he could forge an alliance. Section, I will speak with usurper to see if you may create a nest on this side of the mountain. Section, go back to your old nest and return here in 1 moon. I will have an answer for you then. Section, if you taste the scent of any prey like my friends here, you are forbidden from eating them. Section, I will call the usurper to your side of the mountain to deal with you if you disobey. Section, every time he mentioned the usurper, the hooded snake seemed to tremble a bit. He replied, Section, I understand. I will return. Section, the snake departed. After a minute, Lyra and Charlie reappeared next to Harry. He explained what happened to Lyra, and then the two of them tried to explain to Charlie, though Charlie did not like it, signing back just big ears, snake, bad, bad. When they got to the hot springs, Harry showed Charlie what the bottle did. He filled it up, tossed it around, turned it upside down, and threw it across far away. Lyra picked it up and threw it back. He opened it up and drank from it. Then Harry repeated the process with the cone of banana leaf. It didn't pass the first test. Charlie understood immediately, though it took him a few tries to learn how to put the cap onto the bottle. They each filled up just 1 bottle and headed back to the village. Upon arriving, Charlie immediately approached Chief and showed him the bottle and how it worked, repeating Harry's comparison with the water cone. Chief looked at the bottle in amazement and placed the bottle in a notch of one of the larger trees that others had set up camp in. Lyra ran up to Chief with her garbage bags and opened them to reveal dozens and dozens of bottles in the bags. She had interpreted that Chief had thought the bottle to be one of a kind and was trying to keep it safe. Harry pulled out an empty bottle and gave it to Chief, then left the 2 bags open by the tree. Next, Harry took out some of the takeout containers and demonstrated their usage to Charlie and Chief, filling them with berries and bananas and then setting them aside. This was also met with great enthusiasm, though Charlie immediately pulled out his sack and started to show off his other finds. He took out the toilet seat covered with stickers and hung it over his neck, then took the tennis ball and bounced it off a tree. Whisper jumped out of the tree and took the ball to begin to play with it, throwing it around. The dolls were shown off, and Charlie appeared to be comparing them to Harry and Lyra, but for whatever reason, neither of them could tell. Harry observed as Charlie showed off all of his finds, and when he was done, Charlie simply stared at Harry, waiting for him to do something. When Harry did nothing, Charlie raised his hands above his head and gave a screech. "Always quicker on the pickup," Lyra whispered in Harry's ear. "He was competing with you, showing off to Chief." Harry was confused. Why would that matter? Besides, I found the bottles, not him. Lyra laughed and said, "Now who's being competitive?" Harry laughed as well. "Well, it doesn't matter to me, though we do need to go back, maybe sometime after we visit the Giver." Chapter 13. Taking Command. Chapter text. Harry needed to visit the Giver, but he didn't know when they would be summoned again. He needed to ask the usurper about allowing the hooded snake into his territory and how to command and control it so it wouldn't attack them. He had one full rotation of the moon to return to the hooded snake. He also wanted to return to the garbage beach with half the village to collect junk and see what could be used in the village. His head was swirling with ideas for shelter, water, gardens, and fields. Lyra's comments about Charlie competing with him also had him worried. He didn't want to compete with his own family. Finally, 4 or 5 days before one moon had passed, and he would need to return to the hooded snake, the Giver came to the village. Lyra had met with him on the outskirts and walked him back into camp. Most of the hidden had a kind of submissive reverence towards the Giver and greeted him, but gave him a good deal of distance. Even Teacher only approached him to introduce him to Whispers, who tried to jump and play with the feathers on his staff. Harry was out in the fields, enjoying the work of pulling weeds and tending to the plants that were growing. The mango trees had all sprouted now, and the tallest was now about up to his knees. The other plants were going along fine, though they were still having problems with rodents digging things up during the night or stealing some of the berries right off the bush. One of the hidden he had begun to call Cynthia, as the hair on her head curled upwards in the same way that Cynthia Abbott's hair was curled downwards, ran into the field and signed, "The Giver, here, now." Harry dropped what he was doing and ran back to camp, vaulting over several logs with the ease of knowing exactly how much strength he needed to accomplish whatever was set before him. The hidden seemed to be born with this sense, but he and Lyra had figured it out eventually, though she was still a better climber. Harry slowed down a bit as he got to the camp and entered as he saw Charlie giving his very enthusiastic explanation of the water bottles to the Giver. Harry climbed up the tree next to him to watch. Charlie enjoyed explaining things and showing off, and he didn't want to interrupt. When he finished with the bottles, he ran off and returned with the potato sack of other treasures. The Giver took the 2 dolls, the cigarettes, and the potato sack. Harry had removed the plastic on the cigarettes to show them to Charlie, but had no fire to light them. Charlie appeared to be happy that he got to keep the toilet seat with the stickers and the construction helmet, which he had begun to wear when he wasn't working. Harry swung down by a tree vine and greeted the Giver, "Section, hello. If you had not come, I was going to visit Section. Section, has something happened?" "Section," responded the Giver. "Section, I needed to visit with the usurper." "Section," said Harry. "Section, I need advice about other snakes on the island." "Section." The Giver nodded and frowned a bit. "Section, I do not have much to tell you myself." "Section. There are many ideas and thoughts I took from your scar." "Section. It is not like taking the thoughts of an animal. These are near endless." "Section. The one thing I have started to focus on is how my staff was made." "Section." Harry looked surprised. "Section, you did not make it." "Section." The Giver shook his head. "Section, the staff was my father's." "Section. I recovered it after the visitors that killed him left the island." "Section. I have only added the feather of the hoo-hoo and bird of silent flight." "Section. But neither of them are part of the staff itself and can be removed." "Section. I hope to figure out how he made the staff." "Section. I hope to help you construct your own." Section. Harry was intrigued and translated everything for Lyra, whose eyes seemed to light up in recognition of what was going on. Lyra also asked Harry a question, which he translated to the Giver. "Section, will we be able to make them for the hidden as well?" "Section." The Giver shook his head again. "Section, the hidden are bound in their form." "Section. They are limited to alternating their visibility and seeing their immediate future." Section he thought for a moment before adding, Section, but it would be worth trying, just to see what happens. Section, so let us return to visit the usurper to answer your questions. Section he turned and walked off. Harry and Lyra followed him as Harry translated the answers for Lyra. They arrived back at the giver's camp, and he immediately pounded on the tree with his club to call the snake. He came down after a minute and was rewarded with a small rodent, frozen in place by the giver. The snake coiled up on the ground, and Lyra lay down on top of the coil, enjoying the feel of the muscles moving on her back. The snake spoke to Harry. Section, you have questions. Section, Harry explained the situation. Section, we encountered a large, hooded snake, north of the village. Section, he was trying to make a nest there. Section, he was terrified to learn that a kingsbane still lived on the island. Section, I was hoping you could instruct me on how to command a lesser snake, like him. Section, the usurper hissed in a way that sounded like a chuckle to Harry. Section, all snakes are lesser to me, though I am not their king. Section, not all snakes can be domineered. Some need to be allied or negotiated with. Section, this one does sound like it can be commanded. Section, though bribes do help the bond you would forge with a snake you would command. Section, the key to controlling a lesser snake is that they are not your friend. Section, they are not your brother, not your family. Section, you command them, never give them any room to disagree. Section, reward them for their successes. Section, discipline them for any transgressions. Section, only then will they obey. Section, Harry didn't particularly like the idea of forcing anyone into submission. He had enough of that in his old life in England. However, this was a snake, and not like the one in front of him. If it would obey him just from him telling it to, he guessed that would be okay. Though he would reward the snake if he needed to, he was wary of any punishment he would need to give. After thinking, he just responded, Section, I understand. The hooded snake is not my family. I am the commander, he is the commanded. Section, you have also helped me without asking for anything in return. Section, if there is something you need to help our alliance grow, please ask. Section, our debt cannot be settled with some rats and squirrels. Section, the usurper chuckled, but then moved in closer. Section, I am an usurper. I am the kingsbane, but no king has tasted my venom. Section, I can live a long time, but not forever. Section, to earn my name, to earn the right to hatch the next generation. Section, a king needs to hear my voice and taste my venom. Section, anything you can do to assist me is what I desire. Section, Harry translated all of this to Lyra. Neither of them was exactly sure what a king was, though she told him that she would also do everything she could to help the usurper. Lyra took Harry's hand as he told the snake, Section, both of us will commit ourselves to finding a king to hear your voice and taste your venom. Section, it was too late in the evening to walk back now, and the giver was in a long conversation with the snake talking about things that Harry didn't understand. He spoke of plants that make you see visions, lightning storms, and shapeshift. Even the giver wasn't clear on what he was talking about because he was still piecing together the information that he got from Harry's scar. Harry and Lyra ended up having their own long conversation. Lyra had been even more attentive and happy ever since the giver visited the village. Has the giver mentioned anything more about making a staff? She asked Harry, just what he said in the village. You seem very interested in this. Harry responded. Lyra grew very quiet and looked into the lone feather that was burning in the clearing in front of them. Her eyes seemed to be filled with pain. Harry recognized it from all of the times he had just been yelled at by Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon, and then stared at his reflection in the bathroom before washing his face and returning to his chores. She gazed at the fire, and the light danced in her eyes. The pain slowly seemed to melt away as the light from the feather grew. When the pain seemed to have drained away completely, she spoke once again. The giver doesn't have the first staff I've seen. My father had a staff of his own. Harry had never heard her speak about her family before the island, except to say that they called her a squib. He knew that it was a word she didn't like. Harry felt similarly about being called a freak. Harry knew he needed to tread carefully around the subject of her family. What did his staff look like? Asked Harry. I remember it matched him. It looked like him. It was much shorter than the one the giver has. My father's staff was a little taller than his waist, polished black. I have no idea what it was made of. The tarp was a hooded snake like the one we met on the way to the garbage beach, though the one on his staff was pure white but with sparkling green eyes. She sat for a moment and remembered the details. Sometimes he would tap it on the ground and it would create silence or a loud noise. Sometimes he would press it on my skin and it would be hot at the end. Her eyes started to water, so Harry sat behind her and hugged her tight. The worst he would do is pull the head out of the top of the staff, and there was a long black stick under the snake head, and he would say words I couldn't understand, and it would hurt me. She held herself and trembled as Harry held her too. Sometimes he would use it to hurt my brother. She was quiet for a while as Harry felt her tears wetting his arms. She sobbed quietly for many minutes, but then she looked into the fire again and took a deep breath, which seemed to help regain her strength. She looked up at Harry and told him, "I wasn't crying just now because my brother was hurt by our father. It was because I would try to stop my father from hurting him, but he never did the same for me." Harry didn't know what to say. He knew that Dudley would never protect him and had never protected him from his aunt and uncle, and most of Harry's physical pain was caused by Dudley and his friends directly. Harry wasn't sure if he would defend Dudley in the same situation. He didn't think he would, but Lyra, without hesitation, so he told her so. "They aren't your family anymore, you're here, with me and the Hidden. The Giver and the Usurper are our allies. We are committed to each other. Whoever that boy is, he isn't your brother, I am. If anyone tries to hurt you, I will hurt them back. I won't try to stop them, I will stop them." Lyra was staring up at him with wide eyes as he spoke. She smiled and started crying again as she curled into him and eventually fell asleep. Harry looked into the flame of the burning feather, and it flickered a bit as he felt his own pain slowly melting away. The next morning, Harry and Lyra hiked back to the village. Together, they picked up a bunch of mangoes on the way back, and Harry told Lyra to make sure to save 3 of them. He had an idea. When they entered the camp, Harry tossed a mango to Charlie and waited for him to devour it, before signing to him. "Group, Hidden, go to, Bottles, tomorrow." Charlie gave his trademark smile and started gathering a crowd to organize the trip. Harry asked Lyra to go to Teacher and start organizing supplies for the trip. While Harry was trying to find the garbage bags from the last excursion, a shadow fell over his head as something dropped down on him from above, and he instantly vanished and ducked away. After he rolled over to see what fell, he saw whispers on the ground where he had been standing. He jumped up and made a noise that sounded similar to human laughter. Some of the Hidden turned to the noise, and when Harry turned visible again, whispers screeched and made the ha-ha-ha noise again while dancing around Harry. Harry picked up the little guy who was up to his waist now and lifted him above his head and tossed him in the air a few times before letting him run away. He said out loud, "I guess I'm someone else's big brother now too." The next stop he needed to make was with Chief. After speaking with the usurper, he had an idea, but he felt that he would need permission to do so. He found Chief in an embrace with Cynthia. Her eyes flashed blue for just a moment before turning to Harry and nodding. Harry approached the two and nodded to both before sitting. "Tomorrow, go to, bring bottles, speak to, bring snake to, trees, snake, eat squirrels, snake, no eat, hidden I hold, snake, tight." Harry had thought that if the hooded snake would need a nest, he could order it to eat the rodents that continued to eat the food they were growing. He just needed to make sure that it didn't eat the other Hidden. Chief seemed alarmed at what he was saying. Bringing a threat near their home would probably alarm anyone. A threat that could smell them while invisible was even worse. Chief signed to Harry, "You speak." Charlie. Chief had never deferred to Charlie before, so he just signed back. "You, Chief, I speak you." Chief placed both hands on Harry's shoulders, and his eyes glowed blue for a moment, then they stopped, and Chief tilted his head while looking toward Harry. He then turned toward Cynthia and chirped something, and she jumped down from the tree and ran off. He pulled a banana out of a takeout box nearby, opened it up, gave Harry half, and started to eat. Harry wasn't sure what was going on, so he just ate his banana. A few minutes later, Charlie climbed up in the tree and sat down in front of Chief. Chief performed the same action, sitting down in front of Charlie and placing both hands on his shoulders. Charlie's eyes immediately started glowing blue. Chief settled down before Charlie, and his eyes lit up as well. Their eyes both stayed bright blue for nearly 5 minutes before Charlie blinked and collapsed backward onto the ground with his hands on the sides of his head, before starting to roll back and forth. Chief's eyes returned to normal moments after Charlie's, though he just leaned forward and held his hands by his head as well. When they stopped holding their heads, Charlie climbed back down the tree and went off somewhere else. Chief turned back to Harry and signed. Bring Snake, you speak, I speak, you hold tight. Harry wasn't sure what had just happened, but he would be sure to talk to Lyra about it. She seemed to understand these things a lot better. The next day's journey to the garbage beach took no time at all. With water bottles for everyone and take-out boxes of food, they were able to reach the beach a couple of hours before midday. There were a total of 8 hidden that made the trip, including Charlie and Whispers. Harry told Lyra about the incident the day before, and she did shine some light on it, but also couldn't figure it out entirely. They always seem to have their eyes turn blue before something dangerous happens, she started. Though what you're saying sounds like they were doing it on purpose, which we haven't seen before. Chief tried to do it with you, but you're not a hidden, so you can't. With Charlie, he was trying to see who could do it longer, but I can't figure out why either, or why Chief decided to do it right then. When they were almost at the beach, Lyra stopped right in front of Harry, causing him to bump into her. She turned around and said, "What do you think would have happened if Charlie had outlasted Chief?" Harry had no idea, so they just continued to walk. When they arrived at the beach, Harry and Lyra addressed the group. Find bags, no bags with holes. Harry held up a bag with rips and threw it to the side. Lyra jumped in at that point and grabbed the bag with the rips. She placed it in a specific spot. Ripped bags here. The hidden started to run off and collect bags. Harry and Lyra had determined that no matter what they wanted to collect, they would need ways to carry the stuff, so collecting all sorts of bags would be important. Now and then, one of the hidden would run up to them with a bag for approval. Sometimes there was a cloth bag or a potato sack, but mostly they were grocery bags or garbage bags. 2 hours of work passed, and in that time, they had amassed a huge collection of bags of various types. After a lunch break, Harry instructed 2 hidden to look for water bottles. 2 others went off looking for anything else that could hold water, and another pair went to find tools that could be used to dig. Harry told Lyra and Charlie to take Whisper and just go have fun. Harry didn't know what he would look for, but he started digging around. Harry was digging through a pile and he found a shoe. He had been without shoes now for half a year, and while he could probably continue to do so, having shoes would be nice for longer hikes when he didn't need to use his toes to help climb or want to feel them in the dirt. So he set about trying to find more shoes. In one box, he found a large number of sandals and set those aside to try on later. He also found a box full of shirts from the 1982 World Cup celebrating West Germany's victory. He immediately found an XXL one and put it on. For the first time in a long time, he thought about his Uncle Vernon, because he imagined this shirt that went down to his ankles would probably be too small for the large man. The pile that he was working through ended up being filled with various clothes. From the boxes he set aside, he took a smaller World Cup shirt that fit him, a pair of bright pink shorts, sandals, and a funny hat with a dog's face on it and a long brim. The hat wasn't practical, but it was fun to wear. From somewhere off in the distance, he heard a strange squeak. The other hidden heard it too, and their heads popped up from what they were doing to look in that direction. When it sounded again, Harry started moving towards it. "We're over here," Lyra called out. When everyone arrived, Whisper was poking at a small rubber duck, every so often squeezing it hard enough to get a squeak out of it, and then jumping back. There was a box on its side that was full of them. Many of them had slightly deformed features or eyes on the wrong side of their heads. Lyra took one look at Harry and her eyes lit up. "You found clothes," she cried out. "Yeah, there is a whole pile over there full of them. I'm going to take a bunch back and let them dry out. These are still kinda damp, so they don't feel right." Harry took Lyra over to the clothes as the hidden ripped into the box of rubber ducks like starving dogs into a steak. Before they even arrived at the pile of clothes, they could hear a cacophony of squeaking as 8 hidden began to squeeze as many rubber ducks as they could get their hands, feet, and mouths on. Harry and Lyra each picked out about a dozen outfits that fit them, as well as a whole box of plastic raincoats, which would be great for all the rain they got on the island. But the best thing they found were backpacks. Real backpacks with some kind of children's cartoon soldiers on them. The bags they had made out of leaves would still be very useful, but backpacks were a treasure. Eventually, The squeaking died down, and everyone collected what they had gathered that day. They had 4 garbage bags of small water bottles, 3 bags of larger bottles, and some laundry detergent containers. A few of them even had spouts on them, which could be used to refill bottles. The digging tool team had found many pieces of broken plastic that could be used for digging, and 1 snow shovel, and a metal shovel with a wooden handle. Harry remembered in one of his science lessons, the class learned about what objects would float and which would sink. He assumed that the wooden handle made it float, but he didn't want to throw it back into the ocean to check. They spent the night on the beach. The Hidden took all of the clothes that Harry and Lyra didn't want to build a large mattress that they all laid down on. Sleeping in the village, there was always a canopy of trees overhead, and this was the first time that Harry and Lyra had slept with a view of the heavens unobstructed. It had been a long day, and everyone fell asleep quickly. Whisper had snuggled himself between the two of them, and his breathing helped them relax and fall asleep. Harry awoke while it was still dark, sensing something was wrong. Whisper was next to him, but Lyra was gone. He moved as quickly as he could without waking Whispers. Once he was up, he could see Lyra standing on top of a pile of garbage looking into the night sky. Harry climbed up to stand next to her. She just stood there in silence, her eyes glistening but not quite crying. "My mother used to tell me about the stars," she said without preamble. "I remember bits and pieces of what she told me. Long ago, people drew pictures with them and named both the individual stars and the pictures they connected. My mother told me that everyone in her family was named after a star, everyone except for her. She loved her name, but she wanted to make sure her children were named for stars like the rest of her family. She pointed at a bright star just above the horizon. That star, right above those trees, that star is named Vega. And see below it, the 4 stars in the diamond and the one next to Vega. The people who named stars took them and drew those stars together into a musical instrument called a lyre, and the name of those stars is Lyra. Those are my stars." Harry could see a few tears start to fall. He put an arm around her and held her close. She cried a little more before speaking again. "I don't think my mother wanted to send me away, but like my brother, she didn't stop my father from doing it either." She held on tightly to Harry for a few more minutes before looking back at the sky. She pointed in the same direction before and said, "The next bright star, they're above Vega, with the others that make up that box, you see them." Harry nodded to her. "That box and those stars that make that long line there." She moved her fingers in kind of a backward S. Harry wasn't certain, but he nodded anyway. "The box is the head, but the whole thing is a dragon. That one is called Draco. That's my brother." She cried again. Harry walked her back to their pile of shirts and helped her lie down. Whisper snuggled back into her body as she fell asleep. Harry stayed awake for a while longer, staring at the stars. He didn't have family in the stars, and that suited him just fine. He was happy with the family here, with the Hidden, and with Lyra. He pushed thoughts of the Dursleys to the back of his mind and went back to sleep. In the morning, they gathered up much of the garbage they had collected and started to head back. There were many bags they left there simply because they couldn't carry any more. 2 of the Hidden took most of the lighter bags of bottles by sticking them on a long piece of plastic pipe and carrying them together. Harry was often amazed by the ingenuity of the Hidden. It seemed the more they learned, the more they were capable of achieving. Harry took a section of plastic pipe for himself, not knowing exactly what he'd do with it yet. About an hour away from the beach, Harry heard a whisper from the distance. "Section waiting section, section waiting section." Harry held up his hand to the assembled party, and everyone stopped. He called out loudly, which he found was difficult when speaking in the snake language. The resonance of the language seemed to come not from his lungs or mouth, but from somewhere else entirely that he couldn't place. "Section, we are here. Come, section." And after a moment of thinking, he added, "Section, I command you." Section, before the snake arrived, Charlie's eyes flashed blue. There were small twinkles of blue from the other Hidden, and they dropped their bags and vanished. Whisper still had a tight grip sitting on Lyra's shoulders, but also vanished, though you could see the impressions in her shoulders from the grip. 20 seconds later, the snake's head appeared above the top of the grass and surveyed Harry and Lyra. The snake had patterned stripes of red, yellow, and dark brown across its head and gold under its eyes that made them appear bigger. He then began looking more intensively at Lyra and tasting the air. Harry interrupted the snake's gazing by waving his pipe in front of him. Section, we brought you to talk, not snack. Section, the hidden are not snacks. Section, you will not touch them if you want a nest. Section, the snake turned to look at Harry. Section, I understand, not snacks. Section, have you spoken with the usurper? Section, I can taste a great snake on you. Section, the snake came closer to Harry, his tongue flicking in and out, and then the entire body seemed to give a spasm, and he said, Section, great snake, powerful snake. Section, Harry knew the usurper was a great snake, though just the smell of it from days before inspired fear in other snakes. This must be why there were no other snakes on their side of the island. Section, the usurper has granted you a chance to build a nest. Section, you will build it near the village of the hidden. Section, there are many small animals near there that eat our food. Section, you will eat them. You will not touch the hidden. Section, you will not touch me. Section, you will not touch the girl here. Section, the snake looked over towards Lyra and tasted the air. Section, what about the small one, the hidden? Section, there will be other small hidden. Section, Harry didn't want to have to do it, but the usurper had been clear that he had to be in command. He took the pipe he was carrying and lightly hit the snake on top of his head. Using whatever part of him to call out to the snake before, he raised his voice and said, Section, no, hidden will be touched or snacked. Section, there are big hidden and small hidden. Section, none of them are for eating. Section, if they see you, they will not come near. Section, if you see them, you will not come near them. Section, you will have your nest. You will eat the animals that eat our food. Section, that is your assignment. Section, the snake had sunk into the grass from the strike to its head and the admonishment. Harry could still see the head and eyes looking back at him. It rose back up and looked Harry in the eyes. Section, I understand my assignment. Section, the snake did not say any more and just seemed to wait for Harry to speak again. So he asked a question. Section, do you have a name? Section, the snake rose even higher from the ground and displayed his hood. Harry could see some golden patterns on the inside of the hood that almost looked like armor. Section, my mother told me I had the largest hood in her clutch. She called me Flare. Section, do you have a name? Section, Harry was about to just say, call me Harry, but he remembered this animal was not his friend, not his family. Section, you may call me Commander. Section, Harry turned to Lyra and told her, I will walk ahead with the snake. His name is Flare. When I'm a little bit ahead, I assume Charlie and the others will come back. Then you can continue back to the village, but take your time. Harry looked up at the spot where he assumed Whispers was still clinging to Lyra's neck and found his head to pat. As he petted the little hidden's head, he faded back into visibility, though was still shaking a little. Harry raised his hands a little and gave a tiny screech at the little guy, and then signed. Whisper, strong, Charlie, run. Whisper, stay. Whisper, strong. Whisper looked down at Lyra, who smiled and nodded at him. Whisper tried to mimic some of their voices like he usually did, but it didn't sound like anything, so he just mimicked Harry by raising his hands slightly and emitting a small screech. Harry ruffled the fur on his head, giving himself a warm, fuzzy feeling inside as he did it. Harry turned to the snake, who had been patiently waiting. Section, we go to the village now. Section, stay close, Flare. Section, the snake dropped down to the ground and slithered after him. Section, yes, Commander. Section,